Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1576 Threat of Competition. There were limits to collaboration. How could a mech design accommodate an endless number of specialties and abstruse effects? It was impossible for hundreds of mech designers to contribute their distinctive strengths to a single mech design. Even if their specialties miraculously didn't overlap, a mech or mech design simply couldn't contain so many exceptional elements. In part, this was because a mech design could only accommodate a finite amount of design philosophies. Adding more than a mech design could handle would only dilute the strength of existing abstruse effects. The general rule when it came to collaborations was that the total capacity of a mech design largely depended on the size of the mech and the capabilities of the lead designer. The bigger the mech, the more specialties it could accommodate. The better the lead designer, the more room he or she could open up in the design. This was why the identity of the lead designer mattered so much. The exact capacity a design philosophy occupied depended on many factors, such as the degree of contribution of its mech designer, the strength of the mech designer, the exact nature of the design philosophy, and how extensively it affects a mech design. It was difficult to come up with exact figures for that reason. In the case of journeymen and seniors, the MTA issued a general guideline that no more than 5 peers should collaborate on a single mech design. Adding any more to the mix would only reduce the strength of every specialty and increase the amount of interference. Stuffing too many design philosophies inevitably led to friction and other negative side effects. Ves heard that it was a different case for masters, but that wasn't something he should consider at his current stage. If I assume that the Ansel mech designers will adhere to this guideline, they'll only pull the specialties of 5 seniors at most. It was relatively rare for 5 seniors to collaborate on a single mech design. Every senior was an esteemed mech designer, especially in a third-rate state like the Bright Republic. Even if they were part of the same network, they still competed against each other without too much reserve. For 5 of them to come together to work on a single killer mech design signaled how serious the Ansel alumni network intended to dethrone his wildly successful Desolate Soldier model. Isn't this bullying? Ves frowned. Sadly, the mech market was never fair. Seniors and foreign megacompanies dominated the Bright Republic's mech market for very good reasons. An upstart like Ves who managed to capture so much market share was a clear anomaly. Anomalies never lasted long. Did this mean that Ves hated his competitors? Not really. Even if a bunch of seniors with nothing better to do wanted to knock down his Desolate Soldier by developing a better alternative, Ves already earned enough profit. Even if his Desolate Soldiers faded in popularity a few months later, it didn't change the fact that hundreds of thousands of mechs were already being put to use against the Sandmen. Ves considered it a supreme honor for one of his products to achieve this unprecedented level of market penetration. No mech can reign supreme forever. Even if his Desolate Soldier got upstaged by a better model, it still offered something indispensable to many forces. Ves highly doubted that any of the Ansel seniors could come up with a substitute for the auras of his mechs. This was the true reason why he remained confident. Naturally, Ves also acknowledged that his current connections played a huge role in covering his back. If not for the government's favor towards him, he would have encountered numerous hindrances. For now, he needed to make sure he remained on the good side of the Bright Republic. At the very least, he should keep his allies happy. Maybe I should talk to someone. He decided to call a former collaborator. After placing a call, his comms soon projected Professor Ventag's face. Ves. It's been some time. You're doing quite well, it seems. Extremely well, VS answered. I hope I haven't given you a lot of trouble. The professor casually waved his hand. It's fine. When it comes to competition, every mech designer ought to do their best. You should never hold back even when trampling over your own friends. This is the only way the mech industry can remain strong. VS knew that Professor Ventag had already published a mech that occupied a similar role to the Desolate Soldier. Unfortunately, much like any other budget-priced space-borne ballistic rifleman mech, their unique strengths paled in comparison to what VS had to offer. Are you truly doing okay? I've already pivoted to other projects. I'm personally designing a defensive mech that can give full play to my design philosophy, and I'm also involved in several military projects. VS recalled that Professor Ventag specialized in damage control. Such a specialty was normally useful in every case, but the Sandmen ruined this dynamic. Mechs either returned from battle whole or with a giant melted hole running through their frame. A specialty like damage control was of little use in these circumstances. He still tried to console the senior. I think your product might merit a second look in the future, Professor. Now that several experienced Sandman admirals have shown up, mechs like yours will definitely become more useful. You underestimate the power of inertia. The professor shook his head. Even if another mech becomes more useful due to changing circumstances, it costs a lot of time, money, and effort for mech forces to replace an older mech model with a newer mech model. This is why the first mover advantage is so powerful. The two chatted for a bit about their respective works. Aside from talking about their published mech designs, they also started to talk about their ongoing projects, though they made sure not to mention anything confidential. VS did not consider his current projects to be anything secret, as the Ministry of Defense hadn't classified anything. This meant he was free to talk about them with a fellow mech designer on a relatively unsecure calm channel. What did it matter if others were eavesdropping on their conversation? VS did not fear any competition. MINDEF didn't care either. In fact, they welcomed competition if that meant they gained more choice. As VS described the criteria and requirements for the militant soldier and the peaceful soldier designs, Ventag started to frown. These projects aren't light. I know. I've already taken that into account. Good. The professor smiled. I can give you some tips on how to approach the two projects. First, let me ask you, did MINDEF pose any requirements to you with regards to collaborations? VS recalled the lengthy documents that MINDEF sent. I don't think so. That's fairly unusual, VS. The Mech Corps and the Planetary Guard are normally very meticulous about this. Mechs designed by multiple mech designers tend to be more rounded and less prone to extremes. The requirements they pose to you also sounds remarkably less rigorous than those issued to others. Why is that? It could be that an ally within MINDEF has lobbied on your behalf. It could also be that MINDEF prioritizes speed and doesn't want to add to your burden. I think both might be true. My relationship with the government is pretty good, and my grandfather is a senior advisor in the ministry. Whatever the case, you've been granted with a lot of leeway. Be sure to make use of that to spread your ideals in the Mech Corps and the Planetary Guard. Ordinarily, a young journeyman such as you isn't qualified to supply mechs to those organizations. After all, they already employ their own seniors. This is your chance to get a head start from your peers and catch up to the older generation. VS nodded in understanding. That's what I intend as well. Let's address the variants individually. First, don't expect your militant soldier to become a mainstay in the Mech Corps. As I've mentioned earlier, the Mech Corps does not lack for mech designers, many of which have earned the trust of their respective mech regiments. Then why encourage me to develop a variant for the military in the first place? Because the military wants to offer every mech regiment a backup option. If the resident mech designers aren't able to design a mech that fares well against the Sandmen, then they can always decide to adopt your militant soldier design instead. That sounds unlikely. There are definitely seniors in charge, right? Would they be willing to admit defeat to a journeyman-level design? The professor sneered. If the seniors aren't willing to recognize reality, then the brass will force them to. A military variant of your desolate soldier design is exceptionally threatening because of your unique strengths. The Mech Corps doesn't actually need any mech regiment to adopt your militant soldier. Just the threat of its existence in its internal database is enough to light a fire underneath the mech designers employed by the military. I see. No wonder that MINDEF hasn't made any excessive demands. Just as the desolate soldier forced the Ansel mech designers to work harder, now the military wanted to obtain their own version to threaten its own mech designers. Though Ves felt dirty for being used like this, he didn't object too much. He was certain that several mech regiments might embrace his militant soldier design for the same reasons the private sector appreciated his mech so highly. After giving his thoughts on the militant soldier, the professor turned to the peaceful soldier. The Planetary Guard is normally involved in peacekeeping operations, so it's no surprise that they have asked for a land-bound variant for your desolate soldier design. What you need to keep in mind is to design it as a flexible platform. Why so, Professor? To give the Planetary Guard organizations some choice on how to employ them. I believe that many units will come to favor this product due to its strange effect on people. For the duration of the Sand War, it's most appropriate for the peaceful soldiers to wield ballistic rifles. When it's over, the Planetary Guard will have to withdraw at least some of their lethal armament and switch to non-lethal armament. If your peaceful soldier can be made compatible with the fluid projectors the Planetary Guard favors, then that will save them a lot of inconvenience. This was a very valuable piece of advice. Ves bowed his head in thanks. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Professor. No problem, Ves. We are both friends. I'm very satisfied with how our Aurora Titan model turned out. Even now, sales hasn't stopped since it's apparently capable of blocking a single heavy laser strike. Perhaps I might approach you for another collaboration once the Sand War is over. I welcome any opportunity for cooperation as long as I can make a significant contribution. Ves smiled back. Oh, I'm sure you'll become a very popular collaboration partner after this war is over. The professor laughed. Once the calm call ended, Ves closed his eyes and sunk into his chair. He couldn't help but notice that Professor Ventag was exceptionally friendly towards him. This affirmed his belief that his value was beginning to get recognized. In fact, the professor plainly admitted his hope for future collaboration. Ves did not object to working together on another project with Ventag. He benefited a lot from the professor's guidance. In addition, he wanted to make sure he could continue to enjoy the backing of an established senior. Why do I feel like I've become a politician? He sighed. Though Ves disliked depending on connections, his current level of prominence was too dazzling to exist by itself. Ves alone wasn't strong enough to keep up with his incredible success. Only by borrowing the strengths of Professor Ventag, Flashlight, Senator Tovar, Gloriana, and etc. would he be able to exploit his design philosophy openly while remaining secure. Speaking of borrowing the strengths of others, I should check in on how William is doing. Chapter 1577 Silent William. Ves and Gloriana paid a visit to the LMC's space-borne testing ground. Set in an asteroid belt to guarantee some privacy, they witnessed the performance of the resentful soldier piloted by William Urbish in person. In response to a request, the testers pitted the resentful soldier against a desolate soldier in a practice duel. Both of the mechs had been issued with purpose-built practice rifles instead of their normal armament. Right now, both mechs fought furiously against each other. The mechs trailed in space in dazzling circles and corkscrews as they maneuvered wildly in an attempt to spoil the aim of their opponents. The range between the two mechs was rather close due to the limitations of their weapon type. Right now, William was making a very good account for himself. His resentful soldier only sustained 7 hits while his opponents suffered twice as much. Wow! Gloriana watched the projection tracking the practice duel with admiration. William is finally showcasing his real skill! He's no longer a coward! Ves smiled in satisfaction. This was exactly what he set out to achieve. Even if William never emerged out of his treatment quite the same, at the very least the mech pilot no longer jumped at shadows whenever he faced an actual opponent. Even if William only engaged in a practice duel, he clearly demonstrated his ability to fight. He was cured. As Ves studied some of the telemetry, he noted that William's life signs did not fluctuate too much. This meant that William wasn't forcing himself. Instead, he embraced the fight. William is quite a good mech pilot now that he isn't gripped by fear, Gloriana commented. That's a given considering his background. William wasn't quite as good as a typical second-class mech pilot due to his lack of combat experience. However, his time with the Rim Guardians had given him a very solid foundation. It was just that William's combat effectiveness always sunk to the bottom whenever he was actually put inside a mech. Now that Ves washed away the dirt and polished William to a shine, he was finally able to unleash his formerly hidden strength. He's actually better than most Larkinsons at his age, Ves judged. As a Larkinson, Ves knew exactly how skilled his family was in piloting mechs. While there was a huge variance in skill level, on average a Larkinson mech pilot easily outperformed an average mech pilot. For William to display a level of skill that was significantly beyond the level of a typical Larkinson mech pilot showed that he had a bright future ahead of him. The only caveat was that he needed to show off the same level of performance against real opponents. A simple practice duel still fell short of actual battle. It remained to be seen if William kept his nerves during his first sortie against the Sandmen. Once the resentful soldier finished its tests, it flew back to the small space station that served as the testing ground's main facility. Ves and Gloriana headed down to the mech bay to greet William in person. The mech pilot calmly exited the resentful soldier and faced the two journeymen with a stoic expression. William, good job today. You performed well with the resentful soldier. The mech pilot stared back at Ves without saying anything. Ves began to get somewhat unnerved. Even if Ves had mentally and spiritually tortured the poor fellow with an ill-conceived experiment, couldn't William show some appreciation to his benefactor? A mech technician awkwardly walked up to them. Sorry, sir. Mr. Urbish here hasn't spoken any words since we first received him. As far as we know, he's a mute. Mute? Ves grumbled. Was this one of the side effects of his treatment? That was pretty bad. If Ves managed to cure one affliction only to cause William to suffer another, then that meant his treatment method still needed a lot more refinement. Oh well. Ves still achieved his primary goal. Test subjects like William existed to tease out unanticipated consequences such as turning mute. Can he still communicate? Gloriana curiously asked. Sure, ma'am. Mr. Urbish, please lift your left arm. William lifted his left arm without any hesitation. His face remained impassive while he moved his limb. Please lower your left arm and raise your right foot. William did as the mech technician instruction. Okay, that's enough, the mech technician said to William before turning to Ves. As you see, sir, there is nothing wrong with William's hearing or judgment. If he wants to communicate, he mostly gestures with his arms. If he wants to say something more complex, he'll take the time to write his words. Oh, that's okay then. If William was capable enough to write, then that meant that Ves hadn't completely scrambled the mech pilot's mind. However, no matter how many questions he asked, William refused to communicate to Ves. Considering what he'd been through, Ves did not blame him too much. It was enough that William could still be brought to fight. Good luck on the remaining tests, Ves awkwardly said and patted William on the shoulder. You'll be deploying to the front very soon as part of the next rotation. The avatars of myth will make sure your resentful soldier will be able to showcase its strength. William didn't respond. Ves had no idea what the Urbish clansman thought about being sent into a thankless battle to defend a state he didn't care about. Oh well, it was pointless of him to refuse. Ves made sure to surround William with enough people to keep him in line. If he ever rebelled, there was no way he could get away. As soon as they were done with their visit, Ves and Gloriana returned to Cloudy Curtain aboard the Stellar Chaser. Having been warned by Calabast, Ves made sure the Glory Battalion escorted them all the way back. The sheer amount of protection gave no opening for sneak attackers to take out Gloriana's personal ship. No incidents took place during the way back. Once they reached the surface, Ves and Gloriana proceeded to work on their next projects in earnest. Now that they already collaborated on the Desolate Soldier and Resentful Soldier project, their cooperation already reached an acceptable state. Ves first decided to focus on the Militant Soldier project. To satisfy the Mech Corps, we'll have to incorporate military standards and military components in our design, he began. Fortunately, I have a decent amount of experience in working with them both. Not much time has passed since I came back from the war, so many of the components I'm familiar with should still be current. He took the initiative to select the component designs needed to make the Militant Soldier. The important part about the mech design was that it had to be good enough to satisfy the mech pilots serving in the Mech Corps while also making it compatible with all of the prevailing standards and hardware. Though the Mech Corps employed thousands of different mech designs, the mech regiments easily supported this diversity by adopting one single set of standards and protocols. From slots to energy cells, as long as the mechs shared enough in common, the logistical burden would still remain in an acceptable range. For various reasons, the standards of the Mech Corps differed from the standards prevalent in the open mech market. In fact, many different mech designers propagated their own individual standards in order to encourage customers to make use of their entire mech catalogs at once. Picking components was easier than Ves expected. It turned out that the Mech Corps had already filtered out a narrow list for him. This was mainly to prevent him from leaking the complete list of component designs adopted by the Mech Corps. With only a limited selection available, it didn't take too long for Ves to make his choice. Whoever composed the list must have been a knowledgeable senior who already had a good idea what the Militant Soldier ought to look like. I like working with professionals, Ves smiled. Once he selected the parts, he began to sketch out a draft design together with Gloriana. Both of them thought hard to develop a suitable vision for the Militant Soldier. Maybe we don't need to alter that much besides its components and internal architecture, Gloriana suggested. The Desolate Soldier's divine nature is already very suitable to the military. I don't think your Mech Corps will object if they get the same thing. They must have already studied our Desolate Soldier design extensively and found it acceptable. You're right. Ves nodded in agreement. Let's just envision our Militant Soldier as a straight military conversion of the Desolate Soldier. Neither of them felt eager to expand the scope of this project. Changing out so many parts already posed a significant burden to them. Ves himself couldn't think of any way to make his Militant Soldier's aura become more suitable to the Mech Corps without borrowing a new spiritual fragment somewhere. Should he borrow a spiritual fragment from a Larkinson expert pilot or something? Though it sounded abominable, Ves seriously considered the idea before shaking his head. It's not necessary, and I'm not sure this is the good time to injure one of our own expert pilots. Though a part of Ves felt as if he made a lazy decision, he forced himself to accept this decision. To be honest, both Ves and Gloriana would rather work on something else. Designing variants of an existing mech design was not as great as designing an entirely new mech. Still, Ves couldn't ignore the request from the government. It didn't cost him much except time to design the variants, so he might as well spend some months to complete them before moving on to his next project. During this time, Kedis also finished testing the prideful soldier. Once Ves inspected the design for the final time, he decided to leave the matter of publishing and marketing it to his subordinates. Take care of it, Benny. Gavin studied the schematics. Of course, as a layman, he could only judge the prideful soldier on its surface. I will, boss. The LMC has already formed a marketing plan to promote the prideful soldier. How well do you think it will sell? Quite well, especially considering the feeling it gives off. There's nothing like it, Ves. I like how you managed to stain the desolate soldier's effects. It's much more aggressive and feral. Just watching the design is pumping me up. Ves smirked at Gavin's reaction. The addition of Zygra's mode of spirituality had given the normally pure X factor of the base model an entirely new character. Can you be more exact? Not as much as the desolate soldier, if that's what you're hoping. Gavin tempered his expectations. It will still be a success, though. Plenty of gangs and underground organizations already appreciate the desolate soldier. Now that the prideful soldier can go on sale, they'll highly favor this variant. Will the production capacity at our disposal be able to produce enough prideful soldiers? That is going to be difficult, Gavin reluctantly admitted. While keeping up with the production side of things isn't my ballpark, I've heard plenty of warnings that it's getting harder and harder to contract third-party manufacturers. There are no more mech companies available who are willing to lend their production capacity to us. Gavin nodded. Right. We've exhausted the available supply. We're not the only ones who are looking to depend on external manufacturers to produce mechs. Not only are we facing competition from other mech companies, we also have to jostle for production capacity against the government. All of those turrets and defensive platforms don't come from nothing. Even if that's so, I'm surprised that production capacity has already run out. I thought we still had plenty to spare. That's because the military has recently started a new initiative. And what is that? Producing space fighters. Chapter 1578 The Return of Starfighters. The concept of small spacecraft or starfighters enjoyed mixed success during humanity's ascendance and dominance over the galaxy. Swift, agile and cheap, starfighters performed fairly well as cheap weapon platforms that could harass large, sluggish targets from a distance. In fact, humanity initially deployed drones to serve this role, but they became too prone to hacking. Any rival with a bone to pick could sneak in and sabotage the AIs controlling the Donres, causing them to fire on their allies instead. This meant that piloted starfighters actually played a respectable role during the Age of Stars and Age of Conquest. Yet when humanity finally started to fight against the big boys of the galaxy, the downsides of fielding starfighters became very prominent. Their small size meant that they became exceptionally vulnerable to massive, ship-scaled armaments with huge areas of effects. In fact, detonating a few nuclear missiles or antimatter bombs in the middle of a formation was enough to wipe out hundreds of them at a time. Casualties mounted to such an extent that the romanticism surrounding starfighters quickly faded. Deploying starfighters in the middle of a battle between huge warships was as idiotic as deploying infantry in a battle between mechs. Just a few powerful weapon discharges was enough to kill huge swathes of annoying ants. Even after the end of the Age of Mechs, the rise of mechs eclipsed every other weapon platform during the Age of Mechs. Certainly, starfighters were more viable than before. The absence of warships in most of human space meant that smaller weapon platforms could actually play a role. Sadly, when starfighters were pitted against mechs, the latter always gained the upper hand. The advantages of mechs over starfighters were very clear. Mech pilots were practically born for the job. When paired with a suitable mech, they made their machines come to life. Skilled mech pilots distinguished themselves by directly controlling many functions of a mech to make the most of their machines. In contrast, starfighters piloted by norms lacked the advantages of a man-machine connection. Though cheap, the dependence on automation and the lack of fluidity in employing starfighters meant that they always fared worse against an equal force of mechs. States stopped pumping money into making starfighters because the costs outweighed the benefits. War during the Age of Mechs had subsided into smaller, more focused conflicts centered around conquering territory and pushing ideologies. Once the Age of Mechs took off and everyone began to fall in love with mechs, the Mech Trade Association began their fatal assault on alternate weapon platforms. A whole swathe of weapon platforms such as starfighters, defensive platforms, and the like were subject to numerous restrictions. Their use in human conflicts had to be constrained at all costs. Certainly, the MTA made a very persuasive argument for their case. When the outcome of a conflict solely depended on mechs, the damage inflicted to the parties involved was a lot less severe than if other weapon platforms entered the mix. The benefit of mechs, on the other hand, was that its numbers were always finite. The amount of mechs a state could field would always be limited by their limited pool of manpower. Only around 3.5% of humans possessed the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. Of that 3.5%, only a portion of them actually became mech pilots. By narrowing the scope of human infighting to battles between a small number of highly trained professionals, much of human vigor would still be preserved after the end of a war. In other words, less people died. Scarred by the mass deaths and genocides that characterized the latter days of the Age of Conquest, many humans embraced this logic. The approval of the masses, the power wielded by the MTA, and the tacit consent of the CFA all supported the new policies. Since then, the restrictions on starfighters and other competing weapon platforms came into force. Both Ves and Gavin recalled the history surrounding the ruling that was meant to put the nail in the coffin for starfighters. Therefore, Ves was a bit surprised to hear that they would be making a return. Has the MTA approved? They did. Gavin nodded. Every state intending to mass produce starfighters has received the green light to pull out all the stops. Since aliens aren't entitled to the protections enjoyed by humans, we don't have to abide by as many restrictions. It would be stupid to fight with one hand tied behind your back against the aliens. In fact, people even began to wonder whether they would be allowed to construct warships again. Unfortunately, that was a bridge too far for the Big Two. For now, deploying lots of starfighters was the most a state could get away with at this time. Now that I think about it, resorting to starfighters make a lot of sense. Ves mused while rubbing Lucky's back. Starfighters are simply smaller and mobile versions of defensive platforms that are placed in the orbit of planets. The biggest downside to orbiting defensive platforms is that they have to wait for the Sandman fleet to come within firing range before they can do their jobs. At that stage, a Sandman fleet almost reached the end of its destination. Even if hundreds of defensive platforms orbited a planet, just one Sandman vessel had to go through and make landfall in order to wipe out a city of millions. On the other hand, if starfighters could be deployed in the outer reaches of a star system, they could whittle down a Sandman fleet over days. This put the populated planets out of danger. A lot of states threatened by the Sandmen have started to get in on the action. Gavin summoned a small projection which showed snippets of recent news broadcasts. The Bright Republic has already recruited their first batches of starfighter pilots from the auxiliary regiments, and they're recruiting more. A lot of desperate norms who feel powerless in the face of alien annihilation have applied in spades. Well, at least the Bright Republic isn't lacking for volunteers. Do you know how the military intends to deploy the starfighters? The Bright Senate has authorized the creation of the Starfighter Corps to field the new machines. It's a new branch and they're still working out the details. I think we'll be witnessing the first new starfighter wings in battle within a month. That fast? The government has been cooking up this plan for months, boss. Did you know that one of the reasons why most of the shipyards in the regions no longer accepted any orders? It's because the governments all placed orders for lots of light carriers. Light carriers? Isn't that kind of flimsy? Many states are running into money problems. Everything has to be done as cheaply as possible. The training of starfighter pilots is rushed as fast as possible. The starfighters themselves are cheaper than frontline mechs. The carriers that bring them to battle are so shoddily constructed that they won't even last an entire decade. All of these measures make it clear that the deployment of starfighters was nothing more than a desperation plan. Unlike the Mech Corps, which enjoyed a generous budget, the Starfighter Corps had to field as many fighter craft as possible at a fraction of the budget. That made Ves a little mollified. As a mech designer, he selfishly favored the primacy of mechs. The rise of alternative weapon platforms such as Starfighter posed a threat to the dominance of mechs. It's good that the states under threat can alleviate the pressure from the Sandmen in this manner, Ves charitably said. Do you have any more details? The starfighters won't be anything fancy. They'll be mounted with side thrusters that can rotate in a full circle, thereby allowing them to fly forwards and backwards without changing their orientation. They'll be mounted with a cheap but efficient ballistic gun that can only fire forward. To cut down on costs, they don't have any armor to speak of. The goal behind their designs is to waste as few exotics as possible. That sounds like cannon fodder, Ves remarked. An awful starfighter like that doesn't have the flexibility, armor or mobility to defeat a mech. They're not meant to be deployed against mechs. According to the analysts, the starfighters will mostly be deployed alongside mechs to add extra firepower to the fight, while attracting the attention of the Sandmen. Ves realized the brilliance of this plan. I see. The Sandmen have never shown themselves to be selective in their targeting. Whenever they fire their heavy lasers, they always seem to pick a random target. The Sandmen's dreaded heavy laser strikes constantly exacted a toll on the defense forces. Its sheer might meant that few mechs ever survived the blow when struck. The only reason that mechs managed to cope with it was due to its poor firing rate. In such circumstances, adding more stuff in space gave the Sandman vessels more targets to fire at. If half of the targets consisted of cheap, disposable starfighters, then the casualties suffered by mechs would probably be cut in half as well. The value of a mech is incomparable to the value of a starfighter, Gavin noted. Aside from the cost difference, the manpower issue is even more crucial. Don't forget that our state has recently gone through a war. Compared to the Ovane Protectorate, we actually have less mech pilots per capita. As a mech insider, Ves was well aware that the Bright Republic had fallen into a low point with regards to their mech pilot reserves. By alleviating the pressure on mechs and mech pilots by attracting firepower away from them was a great solution. The only downside was that this solution required the sacrifice of others. A lot of starfighter pilots will die. They're norms. Even if thousands of them die, we can replace them with 1 million more. Gavin grinned in a bleak manner. Manpower for starfighters is the one resource that the government is the least worried about. Not only does the Starfighter Corps have a huge population of Briters to draw from, they can also hire tons of refugees to take revenge against the Sandmen. The logic surrounding starfighters became more and more compelling. Both the humans and machines were purposely kept as cheap as possible to add as much cannon fodder to the battlefield as possible. The more interesting question to me right now is how this will affect our business. Will our desolate soldiers still sell as much? Our analysts don't expect demand to change. Mechs still play a leading role. It's just that they have a lot of company now. It's kind of like where before we only waged war by deploying cavalry. Now, we decided to add a lot of infantry to our armies. That was a good analogy. Both cavalry and infantry had their own roles to play. What is the longevity of starfighters and the Starfighter Corps? I don't know. If you asked me, unless there are other alien races bearing down on us, the Starfighter Corps will probably fade into the background after the Sand War. That satisfied Ves. He really didn't want starfighters to stick around and divert attention from mechs. In truth, he felt a little uncomfortable. The reintroduction of starfighters signaled that mechs alone could not shoulder the burden of protecting a state against external enemies. Even though the second-rate states hadn't moved out in force against the Sandmen, resorting to starfighters still represented an indictment against mechs. Do you think mechs have a future, Benny? They'll always be around, I think. I'm not sure they'll remain as popular as you would like them to be. The Sand War has exposed the biggest defect of mechs. We simply don't have enough mech pilots to field as many mechs as we like. Ves had no good response to that. The limited supply of mech pilots could only be alleviated if genetic aptitude no longer restricted humans from piloting mechs. What were the chances of that happening? Chapter 1579, Starting a Trend. Ves could already predict that the launch of the Starfighter Corps would definitely result in a huge success. The brutal attrition that the Sandmen relentlessly inflicted on their victims would become a lot less effective once it shifted from mechs to starfighters. The only complication was that the effectiveness of starfighters might drop when deployed against abnormal Sandman fleets. I'm not sure that committing so many resources on starfighters is a sure bet. Ves voiced his doubts. Aside from the basic configuration, newer varieties emerged for quite a while now. Though rare, the Komodo star sector witnessed enough of them to form loose categories. From the Titanic monolith configuration to the incredibly insidious swarm configuration, dealing with them always demanded a different response. Of the current known modes of Sandman fleets, Ves could already tell that the starfighters would fare especially poorly against the swarm configuration. This was basically a Sandman admiral's attempt at imitating mechs. Deciding to fight fire with fire, they split up their huge and cumbersome Sandman vessels into tens of thousands smaller Sandman drones. Though small and fragile, their sheer numbers and the fact that they were all capable of firing weak lasers meant that defense forces were always heavily outnumbered. It was the best configuration the Sandman race came up with to counter mechs. Its relative success compared to other configurations meant that more and more Sandman admirals adopted this trend. Of course, the swarm configuration also suffered from a critical weakness. The Sandman admiral no longer enjoyed excellent protection. It had to hide itself by hiding itself in a regular drone. Destroying this camouflage drone would always guarantee that the rest of the swarm lost cohesion. Naturally, the chances of this happening was not very large. The drone carrying the Sandman admiral was always positioned away from the enemy. Just as Ves was about to go on the galactic net to get the latest updates on the Sand War, he received another message from Gavin. Check out these news reports. Ves clicked the links and observed the footage that Gavin picked out for him to watch. A large number of mechs that Ves instantly recognized as desolate soldiers flew in unison. The mechs all faced the advancing Sandman vessels while flying backwards. Since VS already knew that his desolate soldiers would mostly be flying backwards, he specifically selected an omnidirectional flight system for their design. Nothing about the footage stood out to VS except for all of the orange vapor trails they released from the rescue particle generator mounted on their chests. As VS intended, the trails of vapor lingered for at least a minute, resulting in an iconic sight where the trails marked the passage of the mechs. Sometimes, the formation of mechs flew backwards in a fairly straight line, thereby producing an incredibly inspiring sight. Mechs only did that to make themselves and their outfits look good. During actual battles, the mechs adopted irregular evasion patterns, thereby producing crooked trails that didn't look as clean as straight trails. Even so, the desolate soldiers still made a powerful impact in the media with this gimmick alone. Some outfits even started experimenting with shifting the color of the trails. When VS switched to the next clips, he encountered formations of desolate soldiers that adopted different colors. From a rainbow pattern to imitating the colors of the flag of the Bright Republic, each squad or company of desolate soldiers expressed the playfulness of their mech pilots in a different fashion. Even the Ovanans got in on the action and switched the default pure white trail of their holy soldiers into other colors to accentuate their devotion to the Great Prophet. "This is good publicity," VS smiled in satisfaction. Such sights only served as needless distractions during regular battles between mechs. It was only because the Sandmen were so stupid most of the time that the mech pilots resorted to this method to alleviate their stress and worry. Everyone needs some hope during these trying times. When VS watched the next clips, he began to see more and more mechs releasing vapor trails in formation. The only difference was that VS distinctly didn't recognize their models. "What?" VS quickly leaned closer and studied the mechs carefully. Just like his desolate soldiers, the unknown mechs featured a rescue particle generator over the position where the heart should be. "Have other mech designers stolen my idea?" His anger rose at the thought. This required deeper study. Zooming into the deepest detail revealed the shoddy jury rigging that took place to install the module to a mech that originally lacked this part. Other mechs featured the same improvised addition, making it clear that a bunch of mech technicians were responsible. "This footage is only a week old," VS noted. He switched to more recent footage and saw more and more mechs adopting the same trend. Since the rescue particle generator was incredibly cheap and simple to make, it was stupidly cheap and easy to add this component to every mech. Within a matter of days, the trend had spread throughout the entire Bright Republic and Ilvain Protectorate. Not wanting to be left out, even the Cronin dynasty and the Mech Corps started to add similar modules to their own mechs. Like wildfire, the trend rapidly spread through every state involved in the Sand War. The journalists responsible for publicizing this trend far and wide even came up with a name: Stripes of Humanity. "So long as the stripes of humanity fly, our state shall never fall." Some news reports even mentioned that the Starfighter Corps planned to adopt this trend as well. Soon, thousands of starfighters would be releasing the stripes of humanity on the battlefield. "Copycats!" VS shouted. He quickly calmed down, though. He didn't exactly own this idea. Most people at least became aware that he was responsible for forming it in the first place. The news media also did a good job crediting the desolate soldiers as the product that started this trend. Wherever the stripes of humanity spread, the demand for the desolate soldier increased. While every mech started to mount particle generators, a lot of customers were interested in obtaining the original machines that started this trend. "So this is why Benny told me that I would love this development." His assistant was right. While his soldier product line may have lost their exclusivity, it had already made its mark in history. All of the history books about the Sand War will feature this site. My desolate soldier model, along with any derivatives, will surely earn a place there. A very grand mood overcame Ves all of a sudden. As a mech designer, he always hoped he would be able to influence the development of states and the course of history through his products. Before, Ves always got the sense that his mechs were just a few machines among many in the huge mech markets. Now that his desolate soldier model achieved massive success, its influence reached a height that Ves could only dream about a few years ago. Is this what it feels to be immortalized? Every human wanted to be remembered. With an uncountable amount of humans living in the galaxy today, it was extraordinarily difficult to earn fame. It was even more difficult to be remembered after death. While the desolate soldiers only affected a single-star sector, Ves already knew that it would probably become known for years in the states that survived the Sand War. To Ves and the LMC, that amounted to a massive publicity coup. After Ves calmed down a bit, he checked up with the LMC and learned that they had already formed a plan to capitalize on this trend. Good. The people working in my company aren't good for nothings. When Ves cuddled up with Gloriana sometime later at the Cloud Estate, they shared their thoughts on the matter. It's pretty remarkable how this idea of yours caught on so much, Gloriana said admiringly while she leaned against him. Did you plan to spread this trend so widely? Ves chuckled. I wish. All of my mechs feature a particle generator. I've always used these components to enhance the look of my mechs. I came up with the idea of leaving behind a lingering trail because I didn't want to add anything too ostentatious to what is supposed to be an affordable mech. It's only because my mechs are fielded in such large numbers all of a sudden that the Stripes of Humanity became a sector-wide phenomenon. The Stripes of Humanity rapidly dominated the news cycle. Many battles that ordinarily seemed depressing suddenly gained an inspirational quality due to the proliferation of so many colored trails. Perhaps this will be the first of many trends started by you, Gloriana said hopefully as she leaned her head over his chest. You're such a creative mech designer that I'm sure you'll dazzle the galaxy once everyone gets to know you. Mechs like yours shouldn't be confined to a single-star sector. Ves softly leaned in to smell his girlfriend's lovely scent and kiss her head. That's my hope, Gloriana. As the two lovebirds continued to cuddle with each other, several kilometers away, a shimmering form crept up to the Cloud Estate through a picturesque forest. Since the Cloud Estate was built atop a hill, it took a fair bit of climbing to reach the estate grounds. Mechs and other security measures constantly scoured the vicinity, thereby leaving no stone unturned. Just as the invisible form took another step, it suddenly collapsed to the ground. A smaller form shimmered into view. Lucky crawled up to the form it had just clawed and chewed on something invisible. Soon, the cloaking field disappeared, revealing a man clad in a very sophisticated infiltrator suit. A backpack carrying the components of a Gauss rifle was mounted on the dead man's back. Once Lucky made sure the man was very much dead, the gem cat began to devour any hard metal objects on the body. He did not even let off the entire backpack. Meow. Lucky squinted his eyes in delight. Meow. Clixie jumped out of a tree and landed on the ground in a graceful posture. With her tail raised in curiosity, she approached the corpse and licked the puddle of blood. Meow! The Rebarthan sentinel cat spat out the blood and hissed in disgust. When Clixie gazed at Lucky, she arrogantly raised her head and patted away. Unlike Lucky, who was content with eating literal garbage, Clixie only ate the finest cat food from Gloriana. Meow! Lucky opened his eyes to look at his departing companion. Meow meow! Meow! Lucky simply returned to munching his spoils of war. Only when he was done with his meal did the gem cat depart back to the Cloud Estate. As soon as the cat went out of sight, a patrol of living sentinels who had already arrived beforehand approached the corpse. The cat could have left some evidence behind, a guard grumbled as he inspected the infiltrator's body. A superior knocked the guard on the head. Don't talk nonsense. You know these sneaky types don't leave any incriminating evidence on their bodies. This was the sixth infiltrator that Lucky had caught. The living sentinels long stopped asking questions on how the cat was able to detect intruders far in advance of the living sentinels, or the Glory Battalion. The fact that these infiltrators were equipped well enough to evade the detection methods of the Glory Battalion meant that the culprit was very powerful. The infiltrator had likely been dispatched by a power from a second-rate state. Okay, let's clean up this mess and file up a report. Commander Magdalena will have something else to report to our boss tomorrow. The patrol expertly removed the body and cleaned up the traces. Soon, the site appeared as pristine as before. Yet another attempt to infiltrate the Cloud Estate and assassinate Ves had failed. Chapter 1580 Errand Boys. Work on the Militant Soldier and the Peaceful Soldier projects continued at a rapid pace. Ves and Gloriana both wanted to complete the projects quickly so that they could divert their time to more fruitful pursuits. Designing the Militant Soldier went smoother than Ves initially expected. Ves and Gloriana were already practiced with overhauling the Desolate Soldier design to accommodate different needs. Though the Holy Soldier and the Prideful Soldier required relatively little work, the Resentful Soldier required a lot of extensive overhauls. All of this work allowed the two to accumulate an even greater degree of familiarity with the Desolate Soldier design. Nothing was a mystery to them anymore. They not only understood what the mech was capable of, but also knew how far they could push it in different directions. Furthermore, the two also developed a thorough understanding of each other's design styles. Since they no longer wasted any more time on exploring different methods, they achieved greater progress than before. All of this meant that their productivity had practically soared. An extra bonus was that Ves knew the properties of the military components he picked out by heart. Having worked with them extensively in real wartime conditions, he was well aware of their individual quirks and traits. The result of these factors was that the Militant Soldier project progressed a lot more smoothly than either of them anticipated. It was only until they began to tackle the Peaceful Soldier project that they began to encounter obstacles. It's not that straightforward to convert a space-borne design to a land-bound design, Gloriana noted. Practically every component has to be switched. According to the requirements set by MINDEF, we'll have to design the Peaceful Soldier using component designs commonly used by the Planetary Guard organizations. They have their own set of licenses and technical standards. As Ves and Gloriana began selecting components from a limited catalog, they had a harder time making their choices. I'm not familiar with these parts. Ves sighed in disappointment. It's okay. I don't expect you to be all-knowing, Ves. It's normal for mech designers to start with completely unfamiliar component designs. We'll slowly understand them better as we integrate them into our mech design. Once they began to draft and envision the Peaceful Soldier, they quickly fell into a routine. The main challenge was to translate the Desolate Soldier into a viable land-bound mech. Since the base model was fairly simple to begin with, this did not entail too many complicated transformations. In particular, the removal of the flight system freed up a lot of capacity. Though Ves had to reserve much of the freed capacity towards accommodating the varied weapon systems and external backpack modules of the mech, he also made good use of it to empower the Peaceful Soldier's mobility. The original Desolate Soldier mainly relied on its flight system to traverse space, so its legs and mech engine were very weak and underpowered. Remedying this problem demanded completely new solutions that Ves and Gloriana hadn't employed in other projects. Mobility is very important to police forces, Gloriana taught VS. In populated settlements, mechs are often spread out over large areas. When an incident takes place that requires the intervention of mechs, the police have to respond as fast as possible. Aside from deploying aerial mechs, your planetary guard also seems to favor light and fast-moving medium mechs. You're right. VS thought about the planetary guard mechs he observed on Bentheim. I've never seen the planetary guard deploy a heavy mech. That's because they're too slow to respond to incidents and too destructive to deploy in urban districts. They're also a strain on the budget. VS continually nodded at her insightful words. How do you know all of this? His girlfriend bumped him with her elbow. Have you forgotten my mother's position? She's the planetary minister of security of Scimitar 2. She ordered me to customize several law enforcement mechs over the years. While the mechs I've worked on are a lot more advanced than the ones employed by the local planetary guard, the priorities are still the same. Just leave this matter to me, VS. Recalling what Constance Woden did for a living caused his body to shudder. For some reason, VS deeply dreaded meeting Gloriana's mother. His fears notwithstanding, Gloriana's personal experiences with working on law enforcement mechs came in very handy this time. The Peaceful Soldier Project progressed almost as rapidly as the Militant Soldier Project. In addition, just as VS expected, working on multiple projects at the same time gave them more time to think on difficult issues. If they ever encountered a problem they weren't sure about, they could simply halt the current project and work on the other one until they came up with a solution that wasn't immediately apparent. The only thing that could make their cooperation better was if they had more help around. Hiring additional mech designers became a higher and higher priority to VS. In fact, he already obtained permission to pick up a couple of refugees and offer them a job at the LMC. Let's go visit some of the refugee settlements tomorrow, he suggested. It turns out that there are a number of mech designers mingled among the refugees. Most of them are worthless, but there are a couple of people who stand out. Really? Gloriana frowned. Really? I'm not talking about students or failed mech designers here. During the chaotic fall of the border states, a lot of people got mixed up. Even an apprentice mech designer with a lot of money could barely obtain passage on an overcrowded cargo ship that had hastily been converted into an evacuation vessel. As VS worked on the variants and planned his upcoming recruitment trip, he also made sure to spend some time with others. Though Gloriana always demanded attention, VS still needed to make the rounds every now and then. Even if nothing required his attention, merely waving the flag did wonders in motivating others. He deliberately paid a visit to the battle criers one day. He'd been neglecting the outfit lately ever since they arrived at Cloudy Curtain. It wasn't hard to see why. The living sentinels were more than enough to protect the assets of the LMC, while the avatars of myth had an easy time protecting VS since he mainly spent his time at the mech nursery and his cloud estate. When VS visited the newly erected base of the battle criers met up with Commander Cinnabar, the Kinner bondsman privately aired the complaints of his men in his office. Our men didn't sign up to sit on their thumbs. We've already received our batch of desolate soldiers from your mech company, and we've had more than enough practice to get the hang of this new mech model. When will you send us into battle? Are you that eager to fight? We're born for battle. You know that. He knew. In fact, he also knew that Cinnabar likely meant that literally. VS leaned forward and placed the data chip on the commander's desk. Sorry for the wait. Here are your orders. Cinnabar eyed the data chip with suspicion. Why do I feel as if you intend to do more than dispatch us to the front? Fighting the battle criers is just a distraction. VS pressed his fingers together. What I really want your men to do is to hunt down a couple of individuals. We're not bounty hunters, sir. We don't specialize in tracking down people. I'll introduce you to a contact who developed an extensive information network throughout this region. You'll have all the information you need. Can you tell me who exactly you want us to hunt? You can read that for yourself. The data chip has all the instructions you need, Commander. Do you want us to bring in your targets alive or dead? Preferably alive, but don't take too many risks. It's fine if you have to resort to killing them. Just bring proof and make sure to destroy the brains. Cinnabar nodded after taking the data chip and slipping it into his uniform pocket. We'll carry out your orders as best we can. With the sand war heating up, a lot of outfits are moving around. Our movements won't attract too much attention. Good to hear. The two discussed some details about their missions. This wouldn't be the last time Ves intended to dispatch the battle criers to run a dirty errand. Though Ves could have issued a request to Calabast or her seamen, it was better if he could rely on his own forces to deal with certain matters. As long as you complete my errands without issue, then I'll entrust you with more important missions. You'll all be eligible to participate in the training to become second-class mech pilots. We'll fulfill your orders to the best of our ability, sir, Commander Cinnabar replied fervently. Even Kinners lusted after piloting second-class mechs. Ves found that dangling this reward in front of mech pilots proved to be an extremely effective means of motivating his mech pilots. Once they finished discussing various matters, Commander Cinnabar showed Ves around. They visited various facilities and looked at the new batch of silver-labeled desolate soldiers that had just arrived from the mech nursery. Even when they were dormant, their strong duty-oriented auras impacted every Kinner. Not that they needed more devotion to their duty. Their loyalty and willingness to work for the person who bought them out had already reached an extreme. The actual effect of the auras only marginally increased their conviction. Among the group of off-duty battle criers milling about, Ves immediately recognized a familiar face. Wearing the brown and red uniform of a mech pilot of the battle criers, Dietrich already managed to worm his way into their ranks. Regardless of whether he was the only foreigner among the Kinners, the former heir to the Whalers already treated his fellow battle criers as brothers. Looks like your latest recruit is already fitting in. Ves smiled at the sight. Commander Cinnabar smiled as well. Mr. Kotz here is a welcome surprise. He's not as stuck up as Casella and Ayman Ingvar for one. He has never looked down on us even once, which isn't a surprise considering what we managed to find out about him. He's also a decent leader. If you ever want to expand the battle criers, then I suggest putting him in charge. That sounded surprising to Ves considering that Dietrich lost control over the gang he was supposed to inherit after his father's death. How is he a good leader? Oh, he isn't suitable to run an entire outfit like me, but he'll make for a fine mech officer after a couple of years of seasoning. He just needs to get up to speed on how to run a mech unit. Make sure to guide him as best as possible, Ves instructed. Dietrich is a friend of mine, so I want him to succeed. Make sure not to go easy on him. One of the reasons why he suffered a huge setback is because he's been far too complacent. Some pressure will do some good in drawing out his potential. That's what I think as well. Once the two approached the group of mech pilots, the battle criers quickly stood up. Sirs! How are you doing, Dietrich? I quite enjoy it here. I feel right at home with the battle criers. That's good. I've just handed over some tasks to the battle criers, so you'll probably be on your way soon. Are you okay with leaving Cloudy Curtain? Dietrich shrugged. I don't care. While this planet is still my home, it doesn't belong to me anymore. The Cloud Whalers have made it more than clear that it's their turf now. Maybe leaving this mess behind will help me get over what has happened to me since my father failed. I hope you can find your way again with the battle criers. I hope so as well, I didn't imagine myself working for you, but now that I am, I kind of enjoy it. It's a very welcome change not to be in charge of everything for once." The lost tone in Dietrich's voice revealed that he still had much to go before he was actually ready for a senior leadership position. Chapter 1581 Approved User. Sales of the Desolate Soldiers shot higher and higher, as did the sales for the Holy Soldier. The introduction of the Prideful Soldier opened up a third meteoric sales run. Many outfits and organizations who found the Desolate Soldiers to be uncomfortable finally received a viable alternative. The lower price point, along with the aggressive, prideful aura, became an instant hit among gangs and underground organizations. The Soldier product line was on track to become the defining mechs of the Sand War. Due to the product line's cost efficiency, auras, proliferation in the media, and the stripes of humanity, the LMC heavily overperformed to the point that the industry started to compare them to companies run by seniors. The LMC contracted an unprecedented number of third-party manufacturers to meet the astronomical demand of the local mech markets. Pretty much every state under threat, and even the states not under threat, began to hearken for the Desolate Soldier model, or its variants. With the Militant Soldier and the Peaceful Soldier halfway to completion, Ves anticipated an even greater boost of sales. In the second month of the Desolate Soldier's release, the LMC and its partners already shipped almost 200,000 mechs. 200,000 mechs. That was an immense figure that completely blew the sales figures of the LMC's older mech models out of the water. Though there were already signs that the sales for the Desolate Soldier had reached a high point, it stood to reason that the LMC earned an immense amount of money. "Sadly, inflation keeps getting worse," he muttered. In the first month since the Desolate Soldier's release, inflation averaged at around 10%. In the second month, inflation had already approached 20%, which meant that everyone's savings and cash accumulations were worth that much less. The consequences of inflation reached far and wide, disrupting nearly every aspect of the regional economy. Both mech manufacturers such as the LMC and average people felt the pain of rising prices and decreasing discretionary incomes. When the Desolate Soldier model first went on sale, a bronze label edition could be bought for 20 million bright credits. Now, the same mech sold for 26.4 million credits. Inflation grew so significantly each day that the LMC was forced to correct its list prices every day. Even though the LMC's monthly earnings surpassed 100 billion credits due to high sales volumes and rich license fees, the actual value of these piles as cash was not as immense as everyone hoped. The rate of inflation tracks the growth of prices from a huge and diverse basket of goods and services, Ves reminded himself. Some products have outpaced the rate of inflation, and they just happen to be the ones that we need the most. He could outright forget about buying a starship unless he promised to fork over 10 times the price. Even a second-hand rust bucket built in the time when his grandfather was born suddenly became as expensive as a light carrier. If not for the immense scale of the mech industry, the prices of mechs would have outpaced the rate of inflation as well. While inflation brought plenty of bad news, Ves recognized an unanticipated benefit from this recent development. Didn't the rise in prices mean that the system awarded him with even more DP than before? His eyes widened. He shot out from his bed in his mansion, grabbed Lucky, who was staring at him creepily, and raced towards his bathroom. Once he sat down at his toilet and activated the necessary security precautions, he activated the system. Come on, give me more DP! He hollered excitingly. The system took an unusually long time to boot up. It was as if it was prolonging its users' anticipation. After a minute, the system finally booted up. A notification instantly popped up, but Ves swiped it aside. Status: All he cared about right now was ascertaining how much DP he earned in the last few months. Status: Name: Ves Larkinson. Profession: Journeyman Mech Designer. Specializations: Spiritual Man-Machine Symbiosis. Design points: 1,183,622. Attributes: Strength 1.6, Dexterity 1.6, Endurance 2.0, Intelligence 2.2, Creativity 2.1, Concentration 2.1, Spirituality 1.8, Neural aptitude F. Skills: Assembly, Journeyman, 3D Printer Proficiency 4, Assembler Proficiency 4, Masterwork Mech Assembly I. Battle Mechatronics, Apprentice, Night Mech Mastery I, Rifleman Mech Mastery I, Space Knight Mastery I, Hero Mech Mastery I, Custom Mech Design 2. Business, Apprentice. Computer Science, Journeyman, Mech Hacking 2. Electrical Engineering, Journeyman, Structural Pathway Configuration 4, Energy Storage 4, Conductors 3, Ultra Compact Energy Storage I. Materials Science, Journeyman, Crystallography 3, Crystal Laser Propagation 2, Lithic Materials I. Mathematics, Journeyman, Simulations 4. Mechanics Senior, Jury Rigging 4, Speed Tuning 4, Mechanical Fault Detection I, Fine Motion Control I. Metallurgy Senior, Alloy Compression 3, Fixed Armor Specialization 3, Flexible Armor Specialization I, Smart Metal 4, ASMAs 3, Internal Structure Specialization I. Metaphysics, Apprentice, X Factor 4, Spiritual Senses 2, Spiritual Exploration I, Spiritual Manipulation 2, Spiritual Engineering 2. Interfacing Novice. Physics Senior, Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 3, Gamma Laser Weapons I, Lightweight Armor Optimization 2, Medium Weight Armor Optimization 4, Melee Weapon Optimization 4, Polarizing Shielding 2, Rapid Fire Laser Weapon Operation 2, Optics 3, Ballistic Weapon Optimization 4. Propulsion, Journeyman, Flight Systems 4. Salvaging, Apprentice, Field Repairs 3. Signals and Communications, Journeyman, Anti-Stealth Detection 2. Stealth and Cloaking, Novice. Abilities: Super Publish, available. Can be activated once a year. Inventorize, unavailable. Evaluation: A qualified journeyman mech designer with developing spiritual abilities. Over 1 million DP! Haha! I'm rich! VS practically went into an ecstasy when he saw how much his DP he earned since he last had activated the system. Meow! Lucky titled his head as he lay in the washbowl of the bathroom. Ha 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 ha, wait a minute! Shouldn't it be more? The LMC sold well over 200,000 units of mechs these past 2 months. Even though much of the mechs had been produced by third-party manufacturers, they still adhered to his design, which meant the system still recognized them as his own. The system used the full sales price of the mech to determine how much DPVS was entitled to receive. Even if the mech sold at a loss, VS would still gain in DP because the system did not take expenses into account. According to the formula the system used to calculate his DP earnings, 1 million bright credits corresponded to 1 design point. VS did not need to draw upon his journeyman-level mathematics skill to know that 200,000 mechs that sold for at least 20 million bright credits each corresponded to more than 4 million DP. In fact, it should have been even greater due to the consequences of inflation. Where is my missing 3 million DP? Answer me, system! Ves roared at the system comm. As usual, the system didn't respond at all, but Ves wasn't satisfied with the lack of answers. He removed the comm from his system and slammed it against his toilet bowl. Fortunately, Kedis designed his toilet to be extraordinarily resilient. Made with expensive exotics, it took a mech to inflict actual damage to the toilet bowl. Loud impact noises echoed loudly in the bathroom as Ves attempted to force an answer from the system. After the 20th strike, Ves subsided a bit. There was no point tormenting the system like this. With how exceptional his system comm looked, it was probably tougher than his toilet bowl at this point. Wasn't there a notification at the start? He suddenly recalled. Ves manipulated the system's interface until he came back to the message he initially brushed off in his haste to view his status. Congratulations for earning 1 million design points from a single mech design. Reaching this pivotal achievement marks the end of your introductory period. The Mech Designer System has observed your growth and improvement throughout your usage of the various services made available to you. Your progress during your introductory period has been deemed adequate. As a reward for passing the introductory period, the Mech Designer System now deems you an approved user. Becoming an approved user means that your usage rights have been expanded. The following changes will be enacted as a result of your change in status. An approved user can extend or revoke access to the Mech Designer System to other mech designers. An approved user must exchange 1 million design points to extend access of the Mech Designer System to other users. The Mech Designer System will not refund the design points when access is revoked. The full amount must be exchanged again to extend access to the same guest user again. Guest users who have been granted access to the Mech Designer System cannot earn design points. Guest users can only spend design points from the account of the approved user that has given them access. An approved user will no longer be eligible to earn design points under the subsidized awarding scheme. From this point onwards, an approved user can only earn design points upon designing a mech and making notable achievements such as creation masterwork mechs. The Mech Designer System has adjusted the awarding formulas as a result. Skills from the skill tree and items from the shop will no longer be offered at subsidized terms. Please endeavor to complete the supply missions issued to you to improve the current terms of exchange. Ves practically puked blood at this incredibly shocking announcement. What introductory period? What subsidized awarding scheme? Are you messing with me, system? At least give me back my 3 million design points. Clank. 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 This time, Ves slammed the system comm against his toilet bowl for 3 straight minutes. Abusing it for 1 minute for every million DP he missed out on did nothing to relieve his heartache. Meow! Lucky was so alarmed as V's insane behavior that he floated all the way up to the ceiling of the bathroom. After some time, Ves finally grew tired of tantrums. He wearily inspected the system's interface in order to see what kind of benefits he received as an approved user. Mech Designer System menu. Status. Designer. Missions. Skill tree. Shop. Lottery. Inventory. Access management. He ran down the menus one by one and tried to see what changed. The designer suite had expanded. The system offered him a lot more tools while empowering the existing ones to offer him more assistance. Ves hardly cared about this benefit because it wasn't wise to use the designer in the company of others. Missions remained unchanged, and so did inventory. Shop and skill tree experienced major changes. VS could only obtain some of the items and goods on offer if he met certain prerequisites. The amount of DP he needed to exchange for a skill had also been increased. In fact, the prices would increase even further as VS accumulated more and more skills and sub-skills, as if the system discouraged him from overloading his mind with too much irrelevant knowledge. What alarmed VS quite a bit was that while he could continue to upgrade his existing skills and sub-skills, he already reached the limit of what he could learn. In fact, according to the system, he overdrafted his current limitations, which meant that at this moment, he couldn't buy anything else. His nagging suspicion from before that he couldn't accumulate an endless amount of knowledge had been proven right. How can I expand the amount of skills I can learn? Please complete your supply missions or increase your intelligence to raise this limit. Is this your revenge on me for neglecting your supply missions? VS shouted. How am I supposed to learn anything new? Is my mind full? This limit does not apply to self-learned knowledge. VS relaxed a bit. He was not without options. The limit on accumulating skills only applied to knowledge exchange from the system, so he could still expand his knowledge base if he hit the books. He continued to inspect the system by checking out lottery. He noticed that all the lower-tier lottery tickets had been removed. The only offering available to him at the moment was a golden lottery ticket, and the system charged him a whopping 500,000 DP to exchange a single ticket. What a rip-off! How am I supposed to earn so much DP now that you are no longer awarding me any points for selling my mechs? An approved user and mech designer must rely on their own achievements to achieve success. The Mech Designer System has generously eased your growth by lowering many requirements and offering various subsidies. As a result, a substantial deficit in energy has arisen which must be addressed to ensure the continued functioning of the Mech Designer System. Does that mean this whole approved user nonsense is nothing more than an excuse meant to cut back on what I can exchange from you, system? Please contact customer support if you require any assistance. Clank. 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 Chapter 1582 Owing a Deb. Ever since VS received the Mech Designer System, he became astounded by how much it was capable of. It could materialize objects out of nothing, integrate a lot of knowledge in his mind, transport his consciousness back into the past, and more. Yet one question always haunted him in the back of his mind. Where did the system obtain all of the resources and energy to accomplish these reality-bending feats? Someone as paranoid as VS never took the system for granted. The more wonders it showed off, the more suspicious he became at the price he needed to pay. Nothing comes for free. Not even the system is exempt from this rule. Now the truth came out. Whether the system had always intended to end its so-called introductory period once one of his designs earned him 1 million DP or not, VS would have exhausted its generosity at some point or another. The system finally had enough of his easy earnings and his lavish spending. It turned out that the bills he racked up in using the system had never been forgiven. The system only deferred his debt to the future. Once VS finished venting his latest bout of anger, he stopped bashing his system calm against the toilet bowl and began to process what he learned. Earning a lot of DP won't be as easy as before. Many offerings have also become more expensive. It was impossible for him to retain the same level of benefits at his current stage. Only when he advanced to senior or master and became incredibly good at designing mechs would he be able to reach the same level of prosperity as before. VS always considered design points to be a fantasy currency. The system never explained what it represented and why it rose in response to his achievements. It turned out that the sales volume of his products wasn't as important as he thought. At the very least, the system cared much more about creating new mech designs than profiting off existing ones. The result was that VS could no longer rely on designing a single extremely successful mech like the Desolate Soldier and sit back for a decade while the DP kept rolling in as more and more copies got sold. This also puts an end to profiting from selling virtual mechs, he muttered. Selling virtual mechs had always been a source of great DP income to VS. Even though the system capped its income to 250,000 DP for up-to-date mech designs, that was still a hefty bonus. The drastic changes in the system's remuneration schemes essentially meant that VS would have to keep designing mechs regardless of the commercial success he enjoyed. Such an abrupt transition did not seem entirely unfounded. Low-ranking mech designers predominantly obsessed over earning money to fund their careers. Regardless of their abilities, as long as they weren't able to earn any money, they could forget about progressing further. High-ranking mech designers no longer shared those concerns. Any casual mech they designed was bound to sell. While journeymen and seniors still cared about their earnings, they cared even more about their progression. The system's changes directly reflected this change in priorities. Incentivizing VS to keep designing mechs was an indirect way of encouraging him to remain on the correct path. This also means that I shouldn't waste too much time on designing variants. Designing variants may enhance his sales and business success, but did not yield that much design experience and DP to him. Only when he designed original mechs did he feel as if he gained the most in terms of progressing his design philosophy. Now, it had also turned into his primary source of DP income if he interpreted the system correctly. Designing lots of mechs has been my intention anyway, he grumbled. Were you worried that I would stop being so diligent just because I wanted to wait until the next mech generation has commenced? VS could have designed more original mechs in the same amount of time if he focused his full efforts in doing so. However, he did not regret the way he spent his time in the past few years. He experienced so much and learned a lot from his various adventures and experiences. For example, VS would have never developed such an enormous repertoire of spiritual techniques if he didn't get inspired by various circumstances. Well, whatever. What's done is done. I can only accept this new reality. The main problem that underpinned his relationship with the system was that he held no leverage at all. He was completely at the mercy of the whims of the system. Perhaps the only reason the system hadn't taken complete advantage of him was because of the deterrent of his mother. She definitely holds some leverage over it or tampered with it somehow, he guessed. Aside from this, what stood out to him was that the system kept reminding him of his long-stalled supply missions. To be honest, VS had nearly forgotten about them entirely. For the system to remind him of their existence meant that it really wanted to absorb those exceptionally rare exotics. It seems like I can't derive too much benefit from you unless I sate your hunger. Is that what you're trying to tell me, system? VS owed a debt to the system, simple as that. As a fair, honest, and principled mech designer, he did not entirely object to the notion of paying back what he owed. It's just that you're demanding a lot. I still haven't heard anything about the materials you've mentioned in your supply missions, let alone get anywhere close to getting them into my possession. To be honest, he hadn't tried very hard in searching for them. He hadn't even approached Gloriana to help him in tracking down the required materials. He was deeply afraid that if the Five Scrolls Compact got a hold of this list, they would instantly figure out that he held their long-lost metal scroll or something. Maybe too much caution is not a good thing. He crossed his arms and adjusted his posture on his toilet. I don't know what other surprises the system will spring on me if I keep stalling those supply missions. One final detail about the changes came to mind. Perhaps it had listened to his thoughts and ramblings, because his approved user status had given him the right to allow others to access the system. How exactly, he didn't know. Would they have to approach VS every time they wanted to access its interface? Would they receive their own system comms? Whatever the case, the introduction of access management meant that the system tacitly approved of his intention of allowing others to benefit from the system. The only caveat was that he would have to pay for all of their DP spending. Everything depends on earning DP. Without DP, this function is useless. He couldn't help but notice that VS currently accumulated a bit over 1 million DP. This was just enough to exchange for the right to extend access to a single person. What a coincidence! VS harumphed. How much energy and resources did it cost for the system to extend access to another user? Probably not that much. This meant that the system profited immensely every time VS introduced another guest user. Paying such a high price was especially grievous to VS because the guest users benefited from the system at his expense. The more people he introduced, the higher his total spending burden. Fortunately, VS never intended to extend the system to too many people. At most, he only considered turning Gloriana and possibly their heirs into guest users. That would not amount to too many people. As for extending guest access to people outside of his immediate family? Ha! He laughed. I would never do such a stupid thing. Once he went over the implications, VS reflected over what they all meant to him. How should he use the system in the future? I'll just continue to use it in moderation like I always have. He eventually realized that even if the system curtailed his spending, it did not impact his current trajectory very much. All the regular skills and items no longer held that much attraction to him at his current level, though they might still be useful to any potential guest users. What VS truly valued from the system at this point was that it granted him the opportunity to obtain rare and valuable things. The copy of the Amastendera was one of the amazing items he obtained from the system. The Grand Dynamo Elixir he obtained after redeeming a Radiant Lottery ticket was another life-changing prize. The system also continued to offer him access to lots of smaller valuables such as attribute candies, which he could redeem in order to empower the people around him. Their ease of use and lack of side effects made them far more preferable to any genetic modification treatments. Such fantastic benefits that far exceeded anything he could obtain by himself. For this reason, VS still had a need for it despite his ambivalence over its origin and its motives. I don't really need anything from the system at this moment. I should just let it be. I'm not in a hurry to grant Gloriana guest usage rights either. He still wasn't sure whether his relationship with Gloriana would work out. Even though she seemed more than willing to commit herself to him, her family might not agree. Only until he earned the Woden dynasty's approval would he be willing to rethink his choice. I have enough of sitting here. I should get ready for work. After VS freshened himself up, he met with Gloriana downstairs for breakfast. As they enjoyed their sumptuous meals, Gloriana quickly noticed something different about her boyfriend. What's wrong, VS? You look kind of weary today. Did you have a good rest? VS sipped his coffee and sighed. It's nothing. Your current condition doesn't look like nothing. To be honest, a change took place that I'm not entirely pleased with. I can't really describe it to you at this moment. She quickly grew more concerned. Is it related to your design philosophy? You don't have to worry about that. VS smiled to reassure her. I'm still as capable in designing mechs as before. It's just that some of my future plans require some adjustments. Okay. As they continued to eat breakfast, an idea suddenly came to mind. One of the limitations the system imposed on him was a cap on the amount of skills he could redeem from the skill tree. Right now, he simply acquired too many skills. The system outright blocked him from acquiring more. Fortunately, it also gave him two potential ways to raise this cap. One method was to complete a supply mission. Another method was to increase his intelligence. Recalling the reason for Gloriana's insane 2.4 intelligence score, Ves began to take an entirely new interest in cranial implants. As long as he could bump his intelligence at her level, he would probably be able to compensate for his overdraft in skills. He might even be able to open up some breathing room to acquire additional skills. This was very important to Ves, as many of the skills and sub-skills offered by the system were extremely rare and difficult to obtain through conventional channels. In addition, some knowledge could only be obtained through practice and experience. It was very difficult for Ves to learn them from a textbook. As long as Ves could find a way to safely and securely install an implant into his head, his capacity to absorb knowledge from the system would probably receive an enormous boost. The Archimedes Rebel he obtained from the Starlight Megalodon seemed exceptionally suitable for this purpose. Though it wasn't very versatile, it excelled in storing lots of data. Gloriana? Yes, honey? Do you happen to know a trustworthy biotech expert who is good at installing cranial implants? Chapter 1583 Help Wanted. In fact, I do. Ves. Our Woden dynasty employs and retains many fantastic implant surgeons. Gloriana calmly answered his question. Can they be trusted? Of course. As long as they are given time and resources to prepare, they never botch an implantation surgery. They've served the Woden dynasty loyally and almost never threatened the lives of my relatives when they were put under their care. I can refer you to the surgeon who implanted my Arestal 015 implant in my head if you want the best. Ves slowly shook his head. He had little doubt of the competence of the biotech experts working for the Woden dynasty. The problem was that they only answered to the Woden dynasty. Who could say that they would have his best interest in heart? Cutting open his head and messing with his brains was one of the most precarious situations he could imagine. Someone as paranoid as him would never allow a stranger to have unfettered access to his head. Who knew if Constance Woden ordered a surgeon to slip in some kind of control implant? Would he take an expert's word that they hadn't tampered with the Archimedes Rebel bioimplant? Unless he could obtain much greater assurance from the surgeon in question, Ves simply didn't want to take the risk of anything going wrong. He tried to explain his concerns to Gloriana as carefully as possible. Her face grew grave as she learned of his worries. You don't trust our surgeons? I'm sure they've been nothing but loyal and diligent in the service of your dynasty, Ves replied. It's just that they ultimately answer to your matriarch, right? Matriarch Syaphna is in charge, but even she has to answer to the Woden hexagram. She corrected him. I understand your point, though. Even if I refer you to one of our implant surgeons, I can't guarantee they'll abide by our wishes. My mother or any other senior member of my family has much more say. If they happen to dislike you, then they can easily sabotage my treatment. Ves finished her sentence. Please think for a moment and consider whether it's possible your dynasty would resort to such a means to eliminate me from contention. She paused for a while and thought it over. Her face grew grimmer and grimmer as she began to entertain several unpalatable scenarios. It does sound like something some of my relatives would do, she admitted reluctantly. I'm sorry, Ves. Ves waved at her. It's fine. I'm aware your dynasty has a lot of vested interests and factions. What I'm asking for is if there is an implant surgeon or relevant expert who you can trust with operating on me. Can you think of anyone who is suitable? Well, Gloriana pressed a finger on her lips. We'd have to rule out our retainers. They work on behalf of our entire dynasty, which means they effectively answer to matriarch Syaphna. She's quite distinguished and old, so she probably doesn't favor our relationship. Then there is no one you can trust? I didn't say that, Ves. I can still turn to a relative I'm close to. In fact, I know exactly who to approach. Wouldn't that basically be the same? Ves frowned. Gloriana shook her head. My younger cousin Rania won't stab me in the back. We've been close to each other since we were young. We pretty much belong to the same faction within the Wodens, so she won't listen to any of our opponents within our dynasty. She just happens to graduate as a biotech expert. I'll see whether she's available and willing to travel to the Bright Republic. Though Gloriana expressed a lot of confidence in this Rania Woden, Ves remained on the fence. I'm not sure, Gloriana. I really want to take your word for it, but that's not enough. I'll reserve my judgment until I meet her. If I meet her, won't she be busy now that the Komodo War has erupted? She's just a fresh graduate, his girlfriend dismissively remarked. Right now, she isn't needed or valued. It would be as if she was a novice or apprentice mech designer. As long as I call her and promise her enough rewards, she'll probably race to the Bright Republic as fast as possible. She's always short on money. Why is that? Aren't you Wodens rich? Not everyone has a mother like me, Ves. Rania had to make do with much less investment. Her research is also a huge burden. Won't she be able to earn that money herself in the hegemony now that she graduated? Maybe. Perhaps if the war hadn't broken out, she could have started her own company and attracted a lot of investment. Now that our state is engulfed in war, I don't think any investor has any attention to spare on her odd research projects. What does she specialize in? Ves curiously asked. Something about combining plants with humans, Gloriana murmured. What matters is that she's capable of installing implants in human bodies. I don't know. It sounds rather iffy to entrust something as important as this to a fresh graduate. No offense to your cousin Rania, but experience matters. Even if Rania Woden studied at a prestigious medical school in the hegemony, Ves knew very well that inexperienced professionals still needed to prove themselves. The two discussed the matter for a moment before making a decision. I'll contact Rania and see if she's willing and able to visit us, Gloriana promised. If she isn't available, I'll try and contact a close friend. I'm not sure whether they'll be available due to the war, but I'll do my best to lure them over. That sounds great. Ves nodded. I'll see if I can't recruit more qualified implant surgeons on my side. I would feel much better if more than one knowledgeable biotech expert is involved. They can keep each other in check that way, especially if their backgrounds are radically different. He activated his comm and browsed the personnel database of the LMC and his mech forces. While his organizations actually employed a fair amount of doctors and medical personnel, how many of them worked with implants? A 10-minute search revealed that Ves employed no suitable specialists. That meant that if Ves wanted to hire an additional surgeon to keep Gloriana's cousin in check, he would have to recruit one from somewhere else. His thoughts quickly turned to the masses of refugees milling about at one of the many farming settlements that had sprung up on Cloudy Curtain. From what he heard, all kinds of professionals and skilled workers were currently stuck in the refugee settlements because the government couldn't deal with them at the moment. Over time, the government would eventually sort all of the professionals out and find some way to make use of their services. But right now the Starfighter Corps and many other defense efforts required their attention. This was also why a window had appeared where powerful and well-connected people and organizations could poach the refugees in advance. Ves already ordered his subordinates to draft a list of potential recruits. He composed a quick message to Gavin so that he could add a biotech expert that was capable of performing implantation surgery to the list. Once they finished breakfast, the two rode a shuttle to the mech nursery. While Gloriana hummed and headed to the underground lab, Ves first diverted to his office. He had a morning appointment to meet. Marcella! Good to see you again, Ves. The middle-aged woman nodded at Ves with respect as she waited outside the door to his office. Let's get inside. We have a lot to talk about. While Ves hadn't spoken to Marcella Bollinger in person for quite some time, he still kept in touch with her through the LMC. As a minority shareholder who supported the company from the beginning, Marcella enjoyed a special status in his orbit. Even though the LMC had recently surpassed the scope of what her mech brokerage firm originally dealt with, she hadn't been sitting idle while the dividends kept rolling in. From what he heard, she invested billions into expanding the reach of her firm, allowing her to gain access to a lot of foreign markets. While Ves preferred it if the LMC could depend on entering foreign markets by itself, he didn't mind letting Marcella continue to play a role. Once they sat down in his office, Marcella grinned and looked at him appreciatively. Well, you're certainly grown up a lot. No wonder you managed to attract a rich girl like Gloriana. You know, it doesn't surprise me at all that you're into hexers. Ves glowered a bit at her. Let's not joke around, please. Our time is valuable. Oh, come on, Ves! We're old friends, right? We are, but right now we are in a very hectic time. Every second we waste is another second the Sandmen get closer to annihilating our state. Marcella scoffed. Relax, Ves. Even if you slack off, the Bright Republic won't fall so easily. You may have forgotten this, but you're not the only mech designer around. Well, my soldier product line is making a pretty great impact in the Sand War. Don't get complacent too soon, Ves. Marcella warned him. Your competitors are already on the move. Not just in the Bright Republic, but also in other states. Ves smiled confidently. I welcome any honest competition. If someone manages to upstage my desolate soldiers, then I'll readily acknowledge my defeat. Such a thing would never happen, of course. There was no way another mech designer would be able to overcome his spiritual component monopoly. Marcella helplessly shrugged. Have it your way, then. Let's get to business since you're so eager to get back to fiddling with your mechs. Do you know why I've come? Yes. You said something about presenting an important proposal that will have wide political ramifications. Ves recalled before frowning. You know I don't like to get involved in politics. From what I've seen so far, you're doing quite well for yourself on that front. Everyone knows you're implicitly backed by the Tovars. Not entirely by my own will, I might add. That's not important. In fact, the reason why I mention the Tovars is because my proposal is related to this founding family. What do they want? And why go through you instead of someone else? That's because this proposal, or should I say commission, is very controversial. If you don't have someone like me to smooth things out, this could easily blow up in everyone's faces. Stop teasing me and just tell me. What is this commission about? Seeing that Ves was reaching the limits of his patience, Marcella grinned and placed a data pad on his desk. As Ves reached out to pick it up, he couldn't as Marcella kept pressing it against the desk. Will you let me see already? Only if you promise not to go bonkers. I'm a mech designer, Marcella. We never lose control. We'll see. Once Marcella let go, Ves quickly swiped the data pad and read through the first document. A commission for a completely new custom mech, huh? Demands that both Gloriana and I will take part in the design. Well, someone sure did their research. The customer is... Ves fell silent, while the data pad dropped from his fingers. The device clattered against the surface of his desk. While Ves remained in shock, Marcella did her best to stifle a laugh. Are you kidding me, Marcella? I'm very serious, Ves. From what I've heard, Senator Tovar personally approved of this commission. He thinks it would be a nice way to forge friendly ties with old enemies. But this is Vincent Ricklin we're talking about. Ves erupted and lifted himself off his seat. This bastard is a murderer and a terrorist. Marcella sighed and closed her eyes. I agree, but times are changing, Ves. Later this afternoon, the bright president will hold a press conference where he'll grant full amnesty to the Bentheim Liberation Movement. As long as they agree to fight on behalf of the Republic, the government will wipe the slate clean. Chapter 1584 Old Enemies. You have to accept this commission. No! Ves stubbornly shook his head. I can't accept the Bentheim Liberation Movement as my customer, let alone Vincent Ricklin. Do you know how much trouble I got into when he used the mech I customized for him to tear apart the Ricklin family? Early in his career, when he was still desperate to earn money, he couldn't afford to be picky with his customers. Accepting Vincent Ricklin as his customer was one of the worst decisions he had made, especially considering how much trouble he got into afterwards. Marcella patiently allowed Ves to vent his objections to her. I understand your frustrations, but it's exactly because of your contentious history with Vincent Ricklin that we need you to take this commission. Who is this we are talking about? Everyone who supports reconciliation with the BLM. Ves sighed and saw that this issue was a lot more serious than he thought. He sat back down on his desk. Explain, please. Let's start at the beginning. First, do you know what the BLM are fighting for? They want to turn Bentheim independent. Faye, as if that would ever happen. Marcella nodded in agreement. It's a fool's quest, but plenty of Bentheimers support their cause. Do you remember that at the recent Bright Visual War, the Vesians launched a strong offensive that tore straight in the direction of Bentheim? It seemed that after several centuries of war, this was the closest that Bentheim directly came under contention. I remember. Ves nodded grimly. He had been on Bentheim during that time busting a BLM smuggling ring at the Caternavis group. People also started to fear if the rebels would launch a huge uprising at the same time the Vesians invaded the Bentheim system. Attacked from within and without, the Mech Corps and the Bentheim Planetary Guard would be forced to fight a battle on two fronts. It's a good thing the war did not extend past this point. The Vesians merely used the threat of invading Bentheim as a bargaining chip in the negotiations for peace. While we're still paying a price to the Vesians because of that, it beats tearing Bentheim apart. Both Ves and Marcella had seen their fair share of war, so they both favored this solution. The sudden onset of peace disrupted the BLM's plans, right? Ves pointed out. I remember that after the war, a sentiment began to spread that the BLM wouldn't be able to hold back their accumulated forces. Those were dark days. Luckily, nothing happened. The BLM simply withdrew and hid their forces, which exist to this day. This is exactly what gives the BLM leverage. Even if they're rebels, do you think they are weak? Since they seriously plan to attack the most populated and prosperous planet in the Bright Republic, they can give the heavily fortified garrisons a serious run for their money. Ves was starting to see why the Bright Republic sought to compromise with the BLM. You mean? The mech broker nodded. The Sand War threatens every Brighter, no matter if they live on Rittersburg or Bentheim. The Bentheim Liberation Movement isn't exempt from this. In fact, they have more to lose than everyone else because Bentheim will almost certainly become a magnet for the Sandmen. Isn't Bentheim being fortified as we speak? We can't underestimate the Sandmen, Ves. We don't know many fleets the Sandmen have in reserve. Under these circumstances, the Mech division stationed at Bentheim as well as the Bentheim Planetary Guard will have to put as much effort as possible into repelling the relentless flood of Sandman fleets, thereby leaving them less able to guard against the BLM. Ves concluded. Marcella nodded gravely. The government is in an awkward position. According to their internal projections, it's very much possible that Bentheim will fall if they don't commit enough assets. However, if even a portion of their mechs are assigned to guard critical infrastructure on land, then that means there's a lot less mech pilots that can be assigned to defeat the Sandmen in space. Due to Bentheim's insane population density and large accumulation of materials and energy sources, it would be devastating if even a single Sandman vessel made landfall. Beating the Sandmen in space had to be prioritized at all costs. The Bentheim system concentrated an immense amount of industry and trade. No other star system in the Bright Republic carried as much economic and industrial weight as this vital port system. The loss of Bentheim to the Sandman represented the death knell of the Bright Republic. The fallen border states already showed everyone the consequences of losing such a pivotal economic center. Just the impact on morale alone was enough to make the rest despair. With all of these consequences looming over everyone's heads, Ves came to an uncomfortable conclusion. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. To be more precise, the struggle on both sides has been supplanted by a greater threat from afar. If the Sandmen win, both the Bright Republic and the BLM will lose everything. Freeing Bentheim becomes meaningless if there's nothing but broken wrecks and tides of sand proliferating on its surface. Do you think it's any surprise that both sides have put down their animosity towards each other to defend against the greater threat? Rationally, such a decision made a lot of sense. Emotionally, Ves couldn't accept it. How could centuries of death and destruction be forgiven in a matter of months? There's way too much bad blood on both sides, Marcella. The BLM are all fanatics. How can they ever stomach fighting alongside government forces? I agree that the relationship between the central government and the BLM is precarious. As a Bentheimer myself, I can see both sides of the equation. However, I'm also aware that the Sandmen really do need to be addressed. This is why Senator Tovar and a number of other high officials took the initiative to negotiate with the leaders of the BLM. These crucial negotiations have been rocky because it's incredibly difficult for both sides to lay down their grievances towards each other. After a few months of arguing, they finally managed to agree to a difficult compromise. Do you know the details? Ves curiously asked. She nodded. It's not a secret by now. The gist of it is that in exchange for committing the bulk of their accumulated mech forces against the Sandmen, the BLM and all of its members will receive full amnesty. In fact, the government will help the BLM transition into a legal political entity that can take part in the planetary political process. The military wing will have to be divested from the political wing, though, but their mech forces are free to form outfits as long as they don't grow too powerful. Ves raised his eyebrows. Full amnesty? You mean that even the most murderous rebels with a lot of blood on their hands get to start anew? The BLM accepted no less. While there is a lot of discontent in the government for agreeing to this demand, in the end the decision has been made. In exchange for letting off every separatist no matter how many crimes they have to their name, the BLM agreed to divest and fracture their military wing. This is a very important concession that will ensure future stability, as long as the Bright Republic survives the Sand War. Is that all to it? Ves frowned suspiciously. So far, it sounds like the BLM agreed to be defanged for a single concession. There got to be more to this deal, right? Marcella nodded. The grievances of the BLM can't be assuaged with amnesty alone. The central government has decided to grant several important concessions to the BLM. These include giving Bentheim's planetary government more autonomy from the central government, and drastically reducing the amount of money that Bentheim transfers elsewhere. Isn't that basically giving in to nearly every demand of the BLM? The central government has little choice. They need to placate the grassroots of the rebel movement by giving them the impression that the cause they have fought for has not been in vain. Short of granting Bentheim independence, the BLM has essentially received everything they wished. A short pause ensued as VS processed the situation. "I can hardly imagine the central government stomaching these concessions," he remarked. "How in the hell can the powers that be swallow such a huge surrender?" "That's the problem, VS. Even if Senator Tovar and his allies are highly in favor of this solution, the more militant factions are less than pleased with the situation. The compromise the government has struck with the BLM is extremely shaky, make no mistake. If even a single thing goes wrong, the government could turn against the rebels and vice versa. Such a devastating outcome in the middle of the sand war has to be avoided at all costs." "What does this have to do with the commission you've sprung on me?" VS asked in confusion. "All of this sounds way over my head. I'm not a diplomat, Marcella. I'm just a mech designer." "Don't belittle yourself, VS." Marcella grinned. "While you're right, you also happen to be a Larkinson and a famed war hero. In the eyes of the government, you're in order to prove that both sides can get along with each other. The government has started a large number of initiatives. As an ally of Senator Tovar and a famous mech designer, you'll have to do your part as well to facilitate the integration of the BLM into our society." "I really don't like getting caught up in another political game, Marcella." "Our masters don't take no for an answer, VS. When your history with Vincent Ricklin became known, the masterminds have instantly concocted a plan to show that both of you have reconciled with each other. Seeing a prominent Larkinson and one of the public faces of the BLM getting along will help a lot in convincing everyone that a new future has arrived." "Public face?" "You haven't been to Bentheim lately, it seems. Vincent has made quite a name over the years. He's very charismatic and photogenic. He's the ultimate bad boy in the eyes of many women on Bentheim. The BLM purposefully put him forward as one of their heroes in order to maintain public support." "That's ridiculous." VS slammed his palm against his desk. "Even if I haven't stepped foot on Bentheim very often, I still keep up with the news. None of the local news portals have mentioned anything about this so-called bad boy." Marcella smiled ruefully at VS. "All of those media outlets are controlled by the government, VS. They would never publish anything that puts the BLM in a good light. That doesn't stop the BLM from running their own underground press outlets. Vincent has grown a lot over the years. He's not the scrappy young man he used to be. He worked his way up to become a cadre and a mech captain in their ranks." Everyone changed over time. Back when Vincent turned against the Ricklin family and defected to the BLM, VS had been just a trivial novice mech designer who just took his first steps in the mech industry. Now, both of them no longer resembled their earlier selves. While VS had grown to become a prominent journeyman, Vincent had become an idol of the BLM. VS found it hard to stomach that a lowlife like Vincent managed to survive and thrive as a fugitive and a rebel. Was it too much to ask for Vincent to be caught and executed by the authorities? How come this bastard managed to live long enough for him to become involved in a scheme meant to foster cooperation? "I really don't like this, Marcella." He frowned. "And I don't believe that I'm not allowed to refuse. I'm no longer a small and inconsequential mech designer." "You're right. But do you truly think you can refuse the likes of Senator Tovar without suffering any consequences? This is why I've been chosen to break the news to you. While it's true that your status in the Bright Republic is different, you shouldn't rely on it too much. Fulfilling favors like this will strengthen your position and keep your allies content. You don't want to have a falling out with the Bright Republic, do you?" VS glowered at Marcella. Whose side was she on, anyway? Chapter 1585 Smooth-Shaven Skin. After some thought, VS understood Marcella's position. She was a Brighter, a veteran and a Bentheimer. Her loyalty towards the Bright Republic was unquestionable. She also cared a lot about Bentheim and supported any solution that made it safer. Even if she was a shareholder of the LMC, she saw no conflict between supporting the company and supporting her home. While it may seem to you that the politicians at Rittersberg have made huge concessions to get the BLM on their side, think about what will happen after the Sandmen are defeated. A short moment passed before Ves came to a realization. A lot of real estate has freed up, he murmured. With the fall of the Common Federation and the border states, the Bright Republic stands to gain a huge amount of territory as long as we manage to dislodge the Sandmen. Marcella grinned. Exactly. Just imagine it. Our state can easily double or even triple our claims. While you're right, I don't think that it will be as easy as it sounds to defeat the Sandmen that have taken over the planets and rebuild all of those settlements from scratch. Won't the Bright Republic need even more money to fund this expansion? The Bright Senate has already thought of that, she retorted. There's already word of a bill being drafted that will give private individuals and organizations the right to run the newly resettled planets as long as they cover all of the expenses. It won't strain the government's budget any further while providing everyone who has remained loyal a way to profit from the war. The cost of doing so was that the central government surrendered a lot of authority to the people and organizations who were wealthy enough to fund the reconstruction efforts. If Ves actually cared about becoming a landowner, he might feel tempted to join this race as well. It will take a long time for those settlements to generate revenue. Decades, at the very least, Ves guessed. The government is patient, and so are the investors. Once these new settlements get up and running, the tax revenue they bring in will compensate for the loss of tax revenue from Bentheim. This is the key argument that Senator Tovar and the other supporters of this plan have put forward. As far-fetched as it sounded, the plan still had a basis in reality. Though it depended on numerous assumptions, it was evidently enough to placate every faction. Even if the government has made nice with the BLM in this fashion, I still can't get over the fact that you're putting me up with Vincent again. In her eyes, she probably thought that Ves was making too much of a fuss about his animosity against Vincent Ricklin. Even though the latter was a scumbag, he happened to be a famous scumbag. Of course, getting Ves to accept the commission was harder than she anticipated. He had many objections to working for Vincent and the BLM. Aside from getting caught in the aftermath of Vincent's crimes, Ves also had another reason to turn up his nose at this commission. This guy had the temerity to demand a ridiculous mech from me, Ves growled with gritted teeth. Just remembering that shameful mech is enough to ruin my day. He regarded the second mech that he had ever built in his career as a black mark on his record. Not only did Vincent abuse it to slaughter a lot of innocents, he also forced Ves to implement a ridiculous cosmetic addition to his custom mech. A codpiece. After the disastrous events that took place during that time, Ves did his best to forget the customized Mark Antony Mark I he built and delivered. Who knew that the government and the BLM would one day come together and shake hands? Now that Vincent Ricklin was on track to receive full amnesty for his deplorable actions, Ves could not use Vincent's fugitive status as an excuse to refuse this commission. However, as a respectable professional with a reputation for excellence in mech design, Ves simply couldn't stomach the idea of designing another mech that matched Vincent's aesthetic standards. Ves was 100% sure that Vincent hadn't changed in that regard. Look, Ves, it's just a simple commission. One mech and you're done. You don't have to do anything else to help the integration of the BLM into society. Don't forget that your allies in the government have given you a lot of cover since your return. Do you think everyone is okay with your Hexer girlfriend and your affiliations with the hegemony? Do you think the Ministry of Defense would be so lenient to support your desolate soldier model to the point of requesting a couple of variants? Ves looked at Marcella in the eyes with a measured expression. He was beginning to think that this minority shareholder of his company wasn't purely advocating for herself. She was still a friend, though. Ves respected her and didn't particularly see anything wrong with her stance. It was just that the details rubbed him in the wrong way. In the end, Ves thought it was unwise to appear ungrateful for all of the support he enjoyed so far. This was the nature of how connections worked. If someone scratched his back, he needed to return the favor. Even if the other monkey's back had turned into a stinking, festering cesspool filled with lice, Ves found it difficult to refuse his obligations. He sighed. "All right. I'll do this if it keeps everyone happy. Don't expect me to be enthusiastic, though. If Vincent turns out to be a prick who wants to make things difficult, this venture is over, am I clear?" "I'll pass that on." Marcella smiled in relief. "Thank you, Ves. As long as you do a good job, the Bright Republic will continue to support the LMC. In fact, do you know why the Ministry of Defense requested you to design the prideful soldier?" Ves widened his eyes. "Don't tell me." "You guessed it. As you know, the BLM has a lot of mechs, but most of them are land-bound machines. If the BLM is to meet their obligations, they will need to acquire tens of thousands of space-borne mechs. Our prideful soldier is one of the models that is in contention for this massive procurement spree." Ves could barely contain his emotions when he imagined the BLM fighting the good fight with his products. Compared to providing a custom mech to Vincent, this was much worse. If the BLM held any ill intentions, the consequences would be ruinous. Nonetheless, a deal was a deal. Now that Ves agreed to fulfill the commission brought up by Marcella, he had to make sure to complete it to the best of his ability. This wasn't just about pleasing his allies. His principles also compelled him to set aside his private grievances and fulfill the demands of his client. As long as someone became his client, Ves would always put his full effort into completing the job. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to call himself a professional. Even so, that didn't forbid him from grumbling about the situation. "I didn't imagine I would still be put in the position of following someone else's orders." He wearily scratched his chin. Ves was growing rather tired of his smooth-shaven skin. Maybe he should grow out a stubble or a beard in order to make himself appear more mature. He'd look much less like a pushover. "It's wartime, Ves. We can't let our biases and old hatreds get in the way of saving the Republic. Everyone needs to do their part, including you. At least you're spared from being drafted by the Mech Corps. Instead, you merely have to fulfill a few requests and repay some favors. Doesn't that sound like a good deal?" From an objective point of view, Ves agreed with her. From an emotional point of view, Ves held nothing but resentment. However, he did his best to suppress his belly of anger. There was no point acting like a spoiled kid right now. Marcella was absolutely right that designing a custom mech for Vincent as part of some publicity stunt was incomparable to the risks he took in the past. Now that Marcella completed the main goal of her visit, she relaxed and began to talk about other topics. There was no way she wouldn't bring up the explosive success of the soldier product line. "Right now, all of your soldier models are doing well." She smiled. "The Desolate Soldier is still on track to sell over 100,000 copies a month. The Holy Soldier and Prideful Soldier models aren't slouches either. It's too bad that the margins aren't very generous and that the money the company is earning is rapidly losing its value. According to various sources, the authorities aren't going to loosen their spendthrift ways anytime soon. The most they will do is keep monthly inflation within 20%. This was devastating news to any institutions with large piles of cash. Within less than a year, the same amount of money would effectively be worth 10 times as less. All kinds of awful consequences followed when money lost value this rapidly. As someone who studied the mech markets and made deals for a living, Marcella's livelihood was also at stake. Will there even be a functioning economy left if the Bright Republic survives the Sand War? Marcella nodded confidently. Whatever ruin inflation has wrought on our economy, It beats total annihilation. There is no point in holding back if it reduces our chances of surviving the Sand War. Everyone needs to make some sacrifices to stave off complete and utter defeat. The Sand War was very different from the bright Visual Wars of before. As much as the Vesians wanted to conquer Bentheim, their mech legion would always start to run out of steam after a few years. At that point, furthering war would no longer benefit the Vesians. Instead, they needed to pay an increasingly greater price to make more achievements. The losses plainly outweighed the gains, so there was ample reason to end the war at that stage. This was not so against a stupid race like the Sandmen. Even their upper caste appeared to be dim-witted and inflexible compared to human leaders. When the Sandman leaders suddenly went crazy and sent enormous swathes of Sandmen into human space, no one believed the war before one side or the other got wiped out in their entirety. Since humanity occupied half of the galaxy, there was no way the Sandmen would be left alive after the Sand War. Not a single human expected to compromise with the accursed aliens. While human civilization as a whole could easily sweat this bug, the same could not be said for the states that made up part of human space. Humanity was destined to win, but the Bright Republic and many other struggling states might fall before that happened. This was the reason why everyone was resorting to all kinds of unthinkable means to mobilize more forces against the Sandmen. The Bright Republic needed to hold the line and defend its star systems until the Sandmen finally exhausted their military might. You're right on one thing, Marcella. Ves sighed. The Bright Republic will become a very different place after the Sand War is over. Well, the Sand War isn't the only crisis that will determine the fate of our republic. The Komodo War is also hanging over our heads. Regardless who wins, the Komodo star sector will be their oyster. If the hegemony ever triumphed over their foes, the rest of the star sector had no choice but to align themselves with the winner. While it was unlikely that the hegemony would bother to annex the poor and impoverished third-rate states around them, it hardly even mattered. Cultural and economic diffusion from the hegemony to the weaker states would ensure that the entire star sector would soon take on a single, dominant identity. At least you're a woman, Ves remarked. If the coalition wins, you won't lose anything. If the hegemony wins, you might even gain something. Marcella chuckled. Guilty as charged, Chapter 1586 defanged. Marcella stayed for half a day as she and Ves discussed all kinds of issues. As a well-connected Bentheimer, Ves got to learn all kinds of news that wasn't publicly known. The mech broker and marketer freely divulged all kinds of details that gave Ves a greater understanding of Bentheim. Bentheimers know that their planet and star system will attract countless Sandmen, she explained. Maintaining public confidence is crucial in keeping its existing economy and production functioning. If panic ever spreads, then everything will stop working in Bentheim. If Bentheim stops working, the rest of the Bright Republic will quickly fall apart. Our state is too dependent on Bentheim, Ves concluded. Exactly. That has always been a problem, but a manageable one. Now that an enemy like the Sandman race has emerged, the faults of concentrating so much economic and industrial weight in a single star system has become painfully clear. The politicians have already resolved to reduce their dependence on Bentheim. As long as the Bright Republic manages to survive and annex the territories of the former Coman Federation, everything will be fine in the end. How do you think the local Bentheimers will react to the deal the central government has struck with the BLM? They'll be pleased, of course. Even though not everyone agrees with their cause, they're still considered folk heroes by many locals. The working classes who benefit the least from all of the economic activity will be particularly enthusiastic about the concessions. They will probably expect that all of the revenue that was ordinarily sent to other star systems to be spent on improving their living standards. Ves studied Marcella's sardonic smile carefully. You don't believe that will happen, Of course not. Those in power always occupy most of the wealth. That won't change whether Rittersberg or the former rebels are in charge. The people at the top will always prioritize their own interests first before considering anything else. Once the former leaders of the BLM transition into politicians and administrators, they'll be faced with enormous temptations. Who can keep their fingers off the vast amount of money that is circulating on Bentheim? Human nature was always like this. Even if the former rebels fought on behalf of the poor and disadvantaged locals, once they came into power, it was hard to remember their original mission. At least Marcella thought so. Her words conveyed a cynical prediction of the future. Is that what the central government is after, Marcella? They readily agreed to pardon the members of the BLM and even gave in to their demands to grant Bentheim greater autonomy so that the BLM would be on the hook for everything that followed. Marcella's grin grew wider. Exactly. It's easy for the separatists to boast that Bentheim will do better under their rule, but now that their wish has come true, will they be able to back up their boasts? The government doesn't think so. The BLM is good at stirring up trouble, but they don't have any experience in solving actual problems. I take it that separating the armed wing from the political wing is a crucial part of defanging the BLM. She nodded. The upper echelon maintains a solid grip on their cells. That's not acceptable to the government. Forcing the upper echelon to give up direct control and letting the cells go their own way will reduce the leverage that the former rebel leaders hold. While they can still unite again if the government fails to keep their word, as long as everything abides by the agreement, nothing of the sort will happen. By separating the armed wing from the political wing, the former cells will slowly drift from the control of the upper echelon. They will also veer away from the central ideals of the BLM. Once the former military wing of the BLM becomes divided, the BLM will cease to pose a threat against the Bright Republic. This is especially the case if the leaders turned politicians become divided as well, right? Correct. With so much power and money at their fingertips, it's impossible for any single leader, faction, or ideology to remain in power. The higher-ups will quickly begin to squabble and fall out with each other. New factions will emerge that each promote their own ideas on how Bentheim ought to be run. Ves had to hand it to Senator Tovar and his band of schemers. They sure laid out a wonderful plan to transform a former threat into a bunch of harmless interest groups. However, if Marcella could spot the problem, so should the BLM. Will the BLM seriously fall for this trap? It's an open conspiracy, Ves. Even if the rank and file of the BLM are clueless to the political and societal implications of the deal, the higher-ups and the senior cadre aren't stupid. They know that once the BLM has accepted this deal, their unity will soon be a thing of the past. Then why? Do you think it's glamorous to be a fugitive? To live a life where you are being hunted every second of the day? Now that the central government is amenable to the idea of issuing blank pardons to the separatists, why should they refuse? The pressure from the Sandmen along with getting almost everything on their wish list is enough to push them into a corner. If the separatists won't agree to such an attractive deal, the BLM will probably fracture. What about the upper ranks? They'll all become future commanders, politicians, and administrators. That sounds quite cozy to me. It's better than living a life on the edge. Vincent Ricklin is senior enough to become one of the beneficiaries of this transition. That's why it's important to earn his support. As long as he plays along, he won't be using his substantial voice to agitate against the deal. Ves grimaced at that. This was one more reason why he should do his best to fulfill the commission. Let's not talk about this stuff anymore. All of this statesmanship sounds way over my head, he said tiredly. Tell me about the commission. What kind of mech am I supposed to design? Vincent will come to Cloudy Curtain in person to convey his demands. However, I can already tell you that the BLM and the central government has both invested a substantial amount of money for this publicity stunt. What's my budget? 530 million bright credits. What? Is the BLM that rich? That sum amounted to around 400 million pre-inflation bright credits, which was still a hefty sum for a single mech. As I've already mentioned, the government is footing at least half of the bill. Vincent insists on piloting a powerful mech to inspire his fellow comrades in battle. He's not getting it for free, of course. Not only will he set a heroic example for the former separatists who have now been drafted into a war against the Sandmen, he'll also put his full support behind the deal. And that's worth 500 million bright credits? I think we got off rather cheap. While Vincent doesn't have that much sway among the higher-ups, he's definitely capable of swaying the opinions of the lower ranks. He's simply that popular. VS wanted to palm his face. How could a sleazy kinslayer like Vincent ever become a role model for so many rebels and Bentheimer's? What else does Vincent want? He wants a mech that is similar to the Caesar Augustus and Mark Antony Mark I and Mark II. So that means a hybrid mech equipped with several diverse weapon systems. Of course, all of them have to be adapted for the Sand War, so you can leave out the laser weapons. Hearing those names made VS reminisce about the past. Back then, the system awarded him with the license for the Caesar Augustus. With his paltry finances, he had no choice but to work with this complex, last-gen mech design. In hindsight, VS believed that it wasn't a coincidence the system dumped the troublesome Caesar Augustus license in his lap. The white elephant forced him to innovate a lot in order to solve the mountain of issues associated with the premium mech design. VS had definitely learned a lot from the experience. So much so that he did not blame the system for foisting a problematic mech design on him. He wouldn't have improved so fast and attracted Master Olsen's attention if he took it easy during that critical period. Anything else? That's all I know, VS. If you want to know more, you'll have to hear it from Vincent himself. I can't entertain this commission immediately. I still have my hands full with designing the militant soldier and peaceful soldier. How soon will you be able to finish their designs? VS made a quick estimate. 3 weeks. Gloriana and I are halfway into completing their designs. I'll pass that on to the relevant authorities. We don't want you to delay the release of those 2 variants. They're sorely needed right now. Sounds good. VS sighed in relief. Aside from repaying favors, can I expect anything else in return for playing along with this scheme? I'm sure you can gain enough leverage to demand some small favors. For example, isn't your Larkinson family trying to gain approval to start an advanced mech academy on Cloudy Curtain? You can easily speed this process up and block rivals from gaining approval. That benefits the Larkinsons, not me. Seeing that VS remained unswayed by vague promises and minor favors, Marcella leaned in. I'll let you in on a secret then. I've heard some big plans from some of my contacts. Certain factions in the government believe that it would do them a lot of good if they assist you in propagating your desolate soldiers and other highly promising mech models. VS narrowed his eyes. What's that supposed to mean? It means that the LMC won't have to promote your products on your own. You'll have the entire Bright Republic standing behind you and your mech designs. While your mechs have plenty of detractors, it's undeniable that they are very useful in the right situations. That sounds very iffy, Marcella. The government already owns 21% of the LMC. It's in their best interests to see your company flourish and gain greater influence and control over the LMC as a result. No one loses out, VS. To be honest, these kinds of arrangements aren't unusual. The government usually extends this kind of support to companies run by seniors, though. It's virtually unheard of that a young journeyman like you gains the support of the state. That makes this move all the more remarkable. The Bright Republic is essentially willing to declare that your mech designs have so much promise that they'll be able to sell in many different mech markets. While VS could see the immediate upside of government support, VS never depended on it in the first place. The entire reason why VS played along with Flashlight's games during the war was because he wanted to get rid of the tentacles of the odious Ministry of Economic Development. Wouldn't it be rather backwards if he suddenly turned around and embraced government intervention? The LMC doesn't need any government support. As long as the authorities stay out of the LMC's way, I'm confident the company will grow regardless of any assistance. My mechs are just that good. He made his stance loud and clear, which did not entirely sit well with Marcella. I'm not sure you're making the right decision, VS. She slowly responded. Perhaps we should explore this idea further with the board of directors. You're not the only person who has a say in the company. The Larkinson estate and the government own a fair chunk of the company. If my vote is added to the mix, then you've lost your majority. Ha! VS burst out. I'm not the naive little novice mech designer of before, old friend. That trick won't work on me. Regardless of how many shares I own, I'm the lead designer of this mech company. If I'm no longer around, the LMC will soon become worthless. He brazenly pointed his thumb at himself. Like it or not, I am the LMC. Chapter 1587 Old Friends. VS watched Marcella leave his office with a mixed expression. For old time's sake, he refrained from pushing back too hard. Yet his forbearance had its limits. His relationship with the Bright Republic had gone through a sea of changes. While he was not yet the equal of seniors in several ways, his specialty and his future potential was much more promising. VS thought that his allies would have recognized his new value the best, but evidently not everyone received the message. He had to offer a rebuke to that old coot who was used to treating people as pawns that he was already reaching the end of the board. The fantastic sales of the soldier product line and its increasing proliferation in the star sector already hinted at his great appeal. No other product in the market could match the benefits brought by his mechs. His transcendent messengers already transformed the Ilvain Protectorate, and now his soldier product line was about to take the Komodo star sector by storm. He was no mere pawn. Not anymore. If he was by himself, then the people at the top might have been tempted to strengthen their control over him. There were many ways for Senator Tovar, Flashlight, and other factions to exert pressure on him. If VS would just let himself get rolled over all the time, then how would he ever get rid of the shackles that bound him to petty officials and regional snakes? Fortunately, I'm not alone. Gloriana is my biggest talisman. Even though his girlfriend was a foreigner, her status was incomparable. Few Briters would ever dare to mess with her directly, let alone touch someone she professed to love. While her presence at Cloudy Curtain was rather awkward due to the heating Komodo War, as long as the Hexadric hegemony remained in contention, there was no way the government would dare to go too far. However, that did not preclude smaller actions and more indirect ways to influence him. Sending Marcella to convince him to repay the favors he received from the government certainly qualified. Though his business partner approached him with a smile, it did not change the fact that she convinced him to design a custom mech for someone he hated. Can I still trust her? He seriously questioned. Right now, the answer was no. VS highly suspected that she had been bought by Senator Tovar or Flashlight because of her relationship with him and her minority stake in the LMC. Someone like Marcella is a nobody in the eyes of the higher-ups. They don't have to put much effort into converting her to their cause. He learned an important lesson today. He had outgrown his old friends. Perhaps at the start, Marcella used to be a figure he looked up to. Her wealth, connections, experience, and capabilities were far beyond his reach. Back then, he needed to borrow from her strength to gain a footing in the mech market. Yet that was in the past. Now the tables were turned. VS succeeded in designing a mech that sold over 100,000 units a month. His products sold well in dozens of markets, and several variants derived from the original design also fared very well. In comparison, how did Marcella do? Though she had benefited hugely from her bet on VS early on, she was still the same mech broker as before. The only thing that had changed was that she invested much of the dividends she received in expanding her firm and setting up branch offices in many foreign states. All that is well and good, but at the end of the day, Marcella is still bound in Bentheim. Her network doesn't extend past her home planet. As the LMC continued to focus on expanding outwards, his old business partner became less and less relevant. The LMC's marketing department could already take over her role entirely with just a modest drop in effectiveness. Once his company got used to establishing relations and opening up markets on its own, there was no meaning in keeping Marcella around anymore. She should relinquish her 5% stake in the LMC, he muttered. Unfortunately, this was not the time to do so. For now, he had to let Marcella maintain the illusion that she still had the ability to influence VS and the direction of the company on account of their friendship. I should still send a signal to express my dissatisfaction, he mumbled. VS began to rub his clean-shaven chin while contemplating ways to change the status quo. He originally wanted to keep his head down and quietly design mechs, but the situation forced him to reconsider his approach. I should throw my weight around. He spent a few minutes to consider his options before settling for one of the plans he had prepared. He activated his comm and sent a quick summon to one of his subordinates. 15 minutes later, the door to his office opened to let in Captain Crinden. The Kinner walked all the way up to the desk before calmly sitting on the chair vacated by Marcella. You called, sir? VS nodded. How much progress have you made in your spy hunt? At this moment, I've identified over 100 suspected personnel that I'm reasonably confident are spies or informers. It's difficult to determine who they are answering to. Even with your cat's help, there is far too much data to comb through. Let's just get rid of them all. Pardon? Fire them all. I want to get rid of them immediately. Sir, let's not be too hasty here. Some of the suspected individuals occupy key positions in your company. Simultaneously terminating their employment will disrupt many operations and lead to preventable mistakes and interruptions. I don't care. VS roared and slammed his fist against his desk. We need to draw a line here. People are messing around with me, thinking that I'll just take it like a good boy. Well, no more. Though Crinden cautioned calm and suggested further deliberation, VS did not see the need to delay. He wanted to send a powerful message as soon as possible. To delay his actions for a few days would signal that he still had scruples. Crinden, while I respect your opinion, frankly I don't give a damn right now. I'm confident that the LMC is robust enough to weather this storm. There are so many capable people under my employ that I'm sure that there are plenty of replacements for the traitors I plan to get rid of. Even if some friction occurs, it's better than leaving these parasites in place. This isn't how the game is played, sir. Didn't we agree beforehand that we would depend on tact and patience to remove the suspect people from your company? Patience is a virtue, but too bad I'm a devil. VS smiled deprecatingly at himself. It's time to let the rest of the galaxy know that. Execute my orders, Captain. Crinden looked troubled, but he had no choice to obey. Very well, sir. I will work with Miss Calcy to see if the people on my list can be removed without any incident. Though VS clearly dismissed his subordinate, Crinden remained on his seat. What's the matter? There's one notable individual on the list which requires special attention. This person's position and influence in the LMC is exceedingly high. Who? Jake Altern, one of the longest-serving executives and the chief operating officer of the LMC. A small shock went through Ves as he heard the name. He slowly closed his eyes and began to recall the early days when his company still operated from a modest workshop in the suburbs of Freslin. The Larkinson estate bequeathed Jake to him in order to beef up the early management of the LMC. With the help of an old and experienced hand like Jake, the LMC grew from operating a single workshop to a major mech manufacturer that produced thousands of mechs in-house and many more through external partners. Ves never worried too much about Jake. As a Larkinson retainer, the most he might do was pass on information back to the Larkinson family. Tell me more. Right now, Ves needed to know whether Jake answered to the Larkinsons or to some other party. If the latter was the case, then Ves had no choice but to see another old friend out. Crinden activated his comm and projected some of the evidence he gathered. Mr. Altern initially did not come to my attention, but due to his high position in the company I diverted a lot of time in monitoring the actions of the LMC's top management team. My patience has been worth it, because I've caught Altern acting very suspiciously in several instances. In particular, his routine business trips to Bentheim, supposedly to manage the affairs of the LMC in the port system, are very concerning. The evidence his kin or spymaster gathered did not reveal a lot. Possible dead drops, innocent conversations with supposed business partners, odd movements, and more did not serve as definitive proof that Jake was communicating in secret. However, the prevalence of so many strange incidents suggested a deliberate pattern. Was he contacting the Larkinsons? Crinden shook his head. I've already ruled them out. It's a different party. After a lengthy investigation, which includes borrowing your cat's hacking ability, I've managed to ascertain the identity of the other party. Who? The Bright Republic's domestic intelligence agency. Spotlight. Ves snarled. How sure are you? There is always the chance that I'm wrong. Perhaps the other party is merely pretending to be Spotlight. Ves squeezed his hands, trying his best to remain in control. Regardless of that, this doesn't change the fact that Jake has betrayed the LMC. Did he? What's that supposed to mean? Ves narrowed his eyes. It's the same with your assistant Gavin. Jake is not only the CEO of the LMC, but also a loyal citizen of the Bright Republic. If an arm of the state requests his assistance, is he a traitor or a patriot? That was a difficult question that Ves still couldn't answer. Nonetheless, Ves had enough with dealing with this ambiguity. In his eyes, it was time to cut the Gordian knot. I won't tolerate this double-dealing anymore, Ves emphatically stated. I'll deal with Jake in person. You can let Kelsey deal with the rest. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Then go. Once Crinden left the office, Ves let out a tired breath and leaned over his desk. Flashlight and Spotlight wouldn't be pleased with his decision, he was sure. While Ves didn't blame them for trying to keep an eye on him and his company, that did not mean he would let their spies and informers in place once their double-dealing became known. It's time to clean up the rot and make a new start. I have to clean up my company to take advantage of the end of the Sand War and the start of the next mech generation. How many old friends and allies did he need to get rid of before everyone got the message? Just because he was young didn't mean he lacked the ruthlessness to swim with the sharks. Though Ves held several doubts, he did not regret his choices. Taking any action, even an ill-advised one, was better than taking no action. By responding proactively to the circumstances, he would let everyone know that he had teeth. The Bright Republic will always be my home, but that does not mean that I'll work selflessly for the state. I'm not like the other Larkinsons. Perhaps he was being selfish, but so what? He knew he would outgrow a third-rate state sooner or later. Once he became capable of designing second-class mechs, his value and earning potential exceeded anything the Bright Republic could handle. By then, his home state would have zero leverage over him. No matter what kind of agreements he made in the past, there was no way the state could continue to enforce their old rules. Chapter 1588 IC. Ves entertained the first guest to his office of the day. Appearing older and more weary than a couple of years ago, Jake Alton calmly trudged towards the chair and sat down with contentment. "Ah, what a comfortable chair," the old man sighed. "How have you been, Ves? We haven't spoken alone for a while." "I'm not doing very well right now," Ves replied while watching the chief operating officer like a hawk. "You see, I'm dealing with a thorny relationship with the state right now." Jake quickly frowned. "What is the matter, Ves?" "I don't have the patience to explain it to you, but in short, the state and certain powerful people think it's all right to push me around." "That's a very cynical view, Ves. If you haven't noticed, the Bright Republic is in the middle of a war for survival. The Sandman race has already annihilated the border states. Now that the Common Federation has fallen, our state is the next in line. It's not surprising, therefore, that the government and various factions are resorting to many means to save as many Brighters as possible. They're being very heavy-handed, Jake. So much so that my patience is wearing thin." The old man looked troubled at his words. Tough times call for tough measures. The Bright Republic is on a war footing. The comforts we've enjoyed in the past are no more. Every citizen has to make some sacrifices. Those who are wealthier and more capable must be ready to make even greater sacrifices. Because of duty, right? Ves directed a playful smile at his old friend. Because we are fighting for something greater than ourselves, Jake replied, sounding a bit more forceful despite his frail form. The LMC and you are in a position to do much good. You've already made a great contribution by developing the Desolate Soldier. Once you've completed the 2 variants in the pipeline, I'm sure the state will be intimately grateful for your help. I'm not so sure about that last part. I've been thinking that the government has taken me for granted for a while now. It's difficult to shed the impression that they are using me in the same way as before." Jake began to frown. "I think you're overreacting, Ves. While the government can come across as heavy-handed, they are shouldering an immense burden. The lives of trillions of citizens and refugees are at stake. How can anyone hold back in such a precarious situation? Saving lives is a noble calling, Ves, but it is never an easy one. I'm getting rather tired of hearing that. Everyone keeps lecturing me about duty, calling, and sacrifice, but what about me? Does anyone care about me at all, or do people just see me as a gullible fool who easily succumbs to manipulation?" "I wouldn't say that, Ves. You're a mech designer. You climbed your way out of a humble background and you have made many stunning achievements that allowed you to eclipse your peers. I don't think any brighter mech designer of your generation has shone as brightly as you. Even Edwin McKinney, that famous prodigy of yesterday, is still begging for scraps in the coalition. Now that the Komodo War has broken out, I think he's quite remorseful for abandoning our state." Ves crossed his arms and straightened his back. "That sounds nice and all, but I don't think that the people in power are treating me like an adult. Please, before you grow angry, think about what is going on. Your avatars of myth and living sentinels are risking their lives to fight the Sandmen. Aren't they fulfilling their duty? As mech pilots, they have an obligation to put their capabilities to good use. The situation is no different when it comes to you. As a mech designer, there is no expectation of you to risk your life." Ves chuckled at this remark. "I earned my combat awards for a reason, you know. And you got better after you've completed your service, right?" "I can't argue with that," Ves responded while scratching his smooth-shaven cheek. "I've fulfilled my obligations, though. Even if a great and terrible war is going on, I'm not a young and powerless apprentice anymore. I'm a journeyman with great influence and ability. I would be careful with your words. You're sounding rather full of yourself. Do you think any mech designer can achieve as much sales as me? I think I deserve a pat on the back. There's a line between confidence and arrogance. Young men like you who have grown a lot are always straying towards the latter. I've seen it many times in Larkinsons like you. The expert candidates in your family are especially prone to overestimate their abilities. I'm not a wannabe, Jake. I'm the real deal. Just like the expert pilots in our family, I have the strength to back up my confidence. The atmosphere had grown more and more strained. Jake started to sense some problems. In his memories, Ves had never been so blunt and forceful in his views. What's going on, Ves? Obviously, you didn't call me up to have a chat. I'll get to that. We're not finished with this discussion yet. Ves smiled in a compelling manner. How do you see the LMC in 10 years? The question came out of the blue. I don't know. It depends on the outcome of the wars that are currently raging in the Star Sector. Let's assume we've won the Sand War while the Hexers kick the Friday men out of the Star Sector. Then I would say that the LMC enjoys a bright future. While I'm not sure what Hexer dominance will mean in the Star Sector, your relations with Gloriana will probably be of great assistance. How big do you think my company can get? Jake paused for a bit. If your other products are just as promising as your Desolate Soldier design, then you have the potential to penetrate the entire Star Sector. Maybe you'll even find a way to break into the Hegemony's mech market. Who do you think is bigger at that time, my mech company or my home state? Such a question is moot. Companies and states can't be compared. No matter how fast the LMC grows, it will never be able to employ more people than the citizens of the Bright Republic. This apples and oranges comparison is extremely unfair. You haven't answered the question. Let me specify a bit further. Do you think there will come a time where the value of the LMC exceeds the gross domestic product of the Bright Republic? Jake frowned as he fell in thought. I'm an old man, Ves. I doubt I will live long enough to see that happen, but I admit you have the potential to do so. The only question is whether I will live to see that happens. It would be the proudest moment of my life. Since my company under my leadership has the potential to reach this point, don't you think there is something wrong about the Bright Republic imposing their demands on me? Potential is just potential. There is no guarantee that you will reach this promised future. Many journeymen that have made waves in their youth have fizzled out in their later years. In addition, anything can happen in between. You are not an esteemed senior or a powerful master. Right now, you still have a lot to go before you reach those heights. Until then, I suggest you remain humble and play the role that is expected of you. Only by working within the system will you be able to maintain your support. What if I don't necessarily need the support? Ves proposed. Everyone needs support. That is the way society functions. I don't think you're wrong, but some support is better than others. Though you just disparaged McKinney, I don't think he's made the wrong choice. He just made his move too early, that's all. I'm already starting to forge relationships with greater powers. Why should I let the Bright Republic hold me back? This time, it became very clear to Jake that this was a different conversation from what he envisioned. That sounds treasonous. Nothing so extreme. I just want to reboot my relationship with the Bright Republic, that's all. Doesn't it sound fair if the state actually affords me the treatment I deserve? Jake continued to look troubled. While your argument sounds reasonable, your rhetoric is disturbing. Some people call me the devil tongue. I'm aware. I thought you only reserved your devil tongue for your enemies. Ves looked sharply at Jake. That's true. A tense silence followed as a slow realization began to dawn on Jake. The old man closed his eyes and began to process the situation calmly. Ves allowed the COO the time to think through the situation. The old man eventually opened his eyes. Just to be clear, what turned you against me? Spotlight. Ves spoke out a single word. I see. Jake sighed. I see. I see. I see. You see, but you don't see. If you remained loyal, you would have made great achievements and leave behind an enduring legacy. Now, just as the LMC is experiencing another round of meteoric growth, I find out that you've been blind all this time. You know my stance on spies. Why did you ever think it was a good idea to associate yourself with Spotlight? Now that the truth came out, the COO looked at Ves in the eyes without any regret or remorse. I won't deny your accusations or make any excuses. You deserve better than that, Ves. All I'm willing to state is that we are both Brighters, and that has never changed. We all serve the Bright Republic in different ways. You could have stuck to your job description and served the Bright Republic by ensuring that one of its most promising mech companies is running smoothly. That's not enough for the state. The more the LMC grows, the greater its value to the state. It's impossible for organizations such as Spotlight to leave your company be. Some monitoring will always take place. Ves snorted. Don't make it sound as if you're innocent. Perhaps Spotlight only started off with some light requests, but what if they don't like the direction of my company? What if they come up to you one day and tell you to convince me to change my mind? I'm doubtful that such a thing would ever take place. As long as you don't pose a threat to the state, the intelligence agencies will never do anything drastic. Obviously, Jake did not know to what lengths that flashlight would go to achieve their objectives. From what Ves heard, Spotlight was a lot tamer than Flashlight. That did not mean that the former was squeaky clean. Ves preferred to assume that all spy agencies were threats regardless of what others have professed. Perhaps Spotlight's bumbling reputation was just an act. The Bright Republic wasn't as fractured as the Ves Kingdom. If his state's domestic spy agency was really so inept, then it should have been abolished a long time ago. For an agency that was meant to spy on its own citizens, the last thing Spotlight wanted was to gain notoriety. Even Ves had been tempted to dismiss the spies and informers of Spotlight when Crinden first brought them up. You don't have to make excuses for Spotlight. You've made your bed. Now lie in it. Ves spoke with a tone of finality. Both sides saw no further gain from continuing this conversation. Jake rose up with a heavy heart and looked at Ves with a forlorn expression. You grew up so much in these past few years. Almost a decade has gone by and you have already grown to be the pillar of the Larkinson family. It is amazing for me to be a part of your early growth. No matter what you think of me, the LMC will always be my pride and joy. Ves already diverted his gaze from the old man. You can tender your resignation by the end of the day. Don't do anything stupid. I wouldn't dream of it, Ves. I'll make sure to leave behind some notes, so that my successor to my position can start off right away. When Jake walked out of the office, Ves had a feeling that an era had come to an end. Chapter 1589 Polite Conversation. Ves stayed in his office. He already called ahead to inform Gloriana that he wouldn't be doing any design work today. Even though the militant soldier and the peaceful soldier had to be completed as fast as possible, Ves needed to be in the right mood. Both designs served as contributions to the state, but right now Ves did not feel very charitable towards the Bright Republic at this time. For this reason, he called Gloriana to join him in his office. When his girlfriend entered while clutching Clixie, Ves stood up from his desk and moved over to the sofas. There was no need to talk to his girlfriend as if he was holding a business meeting. You look Different, Ves. A lot has happened today. He spoke while reaching over to Clixie. Meow. The cat jumped in his arms and allowed him to caress her fur. Why don't you tell me about it? Gloriana leaned up next to him while gazing at him in the eyes. Ves briefly described what took place. He also shared his own thoughts. While Ves vented his frustrations and aired his tangled thoughts, Gloriana continually reassured him. Both of them grew more comfortable in each other's presence. To be honest, the Bright Republic and the people in power aren't acting unreasonably, she said. It is not ungrounded for them to ask some favors of you, especially in a time of great need. Though Marcella and Jake made the same argument, hearing it from his girlfriend forced him to reconsider his response. Do you think I'm overreacting? I think you are. That doesn't mean I think you're doing anything wrong. I know you well enough that you don't like to be controlled. Regardless of what you do, I'll always support you, Ves. The two shared a modest kiss. After some thought, Ves understood why Gloriana reacted that way. Unlike him, Gloriana had always been in the care of her mother and the Woden dynasty. As a valuable investment, she had always been treated well and never had been treated as an instrument. Her view on authority was much different from his own. While Ves desired to free himself from the control of others, Gloriana did not mind remaining under the control of the Wodens, as she never had any cause to rethink this relationship. Right now was not the time to ask whether Gloriana would choose him over the Woden dynasty. That would be unfair to her and put undue pressure in their relationship. Still, Ves wanted to make it clear that he would not follow in her footsteps. You're right, Gloriana. I don't want to be controlled. I want to take my destiny in my own hands. While I'm grateful for growing up in a nice state like the Bright Republic, both of us are meant for greater things. There may even come a point where we'll outgrow the hegemony. The hegemony will always reign supreme. Be serious, Gloriana. Think of what I can do. Think of what we can achieve together. Are you content with limiting yourself to a single-star sector? Why do you think that my state will be content with holding a single-star sector? Ves ruefully smiled. Let's not speculate on that. My point is that as mech designers, we should look towards marketing our products beyond the narrow confines of our state or region. In fact, we shouldn't constrain our ambitions to the local star cluster. Don't you think that everyone in the galaxy should get to benefit from our products? His words successfully entranced Gloriana. Her eyes sparkled as she imagined this vision of the future. Both of them knew that Ves wasn't talking nonsense. As long as they progressed to master and beyond, such a grand outcome would already be in reach. I share your dream, Ves. That said, I don't think I'll ever forget my family and my home state. I don't see anything wrong with sticking by your side while also remaining loyal to my roots. The two shared different thoughts on the matter. That was okay. A couple of disagreements wouldn't put their relationship under strain. Stay with me for the rest of the day, okay? Okay. Gloriana nodded. As Ves cozied up with Gloriana, a storm began to rage throughout the LMC. Over 100 well-placed people in the company were suddenly called to the offices of their superiors. The employees left the offices moments later with crushed or flat expressions. Regardless of how they took the news, their employment at the LMC had come to an end. Fellow colleagues received new instructions and made sure to accompany the fired personnel out of the company premises. Unlike Jake, Ves was much less forgiving towards these lesser spies and informants. He would give them no time to siphon away data or inflict some petty sabotage. They had to leave quite away, which shocked every other employee of the company. Don't forget. a manager said to his people as he watched a fired subordinate shuffle out of the floor. "We work for the Living Mech Corporation. Ves Larkinson is the only person we look up to. As long as you remember that, you won't go wrong." Similar situations happened throughout the headquarters and the manufacturing floor. The people that Crinden pointed out came from all walks of life and worked in all kinds of positions. Managers, receptionists, chief technicians, and more all received the boot due to a fateful decision from VS. In a way, the necessity of removing so many people from the company represented a failure in vetting the hires. However, both VS and Crinden knew that infiltration could never be prevented entirely. Spotlight and Flashlight would find a way to turn other employees into assets and insert some of their people into the LMC again. "I'm primarily sending a message with my actions," VS patiently explained to Gloriana. "By firing all of the spies and suspected people, I'm sending out a signal that I'm done with dealing with nonsense. I want to be treated seriously. I don't think the Bright Republic will let this matter rest. What's your endgame, VS?" "I have no idea. I'm kind of winging it, to be honest. It's a consequence of acting on my emotions as opposed to acting on rationality. I just hope that my message has been received." The days slowly went by as VS and Gloriana kept each other company. Along the way, Lucky phased into the office and began to ask for scratches. As the pair and their cats all enjoyed a good time, Gavin arrived at the office and entered with a hesitant stride. Boss." "Yes, Benny?" "There's an important call waiting for you." "Who?" "Senator Tovar." "Directly?" "Yes. He's waiting on the company line right this instant." "Well, it sounds like he doesn't want to wait if he's willing to talk to me remotely. You can go now, Benny. I'll take the call." Gavin meekly bowed and left the office briskly. "What's wrong with your assistant today?" VS shrugged. "He's probably affected by today's events." "You're about to talk to someone important now, right? Should I go?" "No. You can stay. If the good senator is willing to talk with me over the galactic net, then he won't be mentioning anything sensitive. I'd like you to listen in and show that we're in this together." Gloriana smiled brilliantly at VS. "I understand." He actually just wanted to use Gloriana's presence to restrain Senator Tovar. As long as someone as important as her was thrown into the mix, there was no way that old coot would do anything rash. Not that VS believed that the good senator would do something so stupid. It was enough for Gloriana to exert silent pressure by being present in the conversation. Once VS took a deep breath and centered his mind, he accepted the call. The projection of a stately old man came into being. He sat on a dignified, high-backed chair that seemed more in place in a solemn council room. Compared to before, Senator Tovar actually looked more spry despite the immense responsibilities he shouldered. This must be his light-prolonging treatment taking further effect. It always took some time for someone's body to adjust to the wondrous changes. "Ves Larkinson. We meet again," the man said simply. "Good afternoon, Senator. I see you have your lovely Amur with you as well. How are you today, Miss Woden?" Upon the senator's appearance, Gloriana went from clinging to VS like a lovesick girl to straightening her posture and adopting a noble demeanor. "I'm doing well, Senator. Your quaint little state is very lovely. Shame about the Sandmen, though." "Well, the Sandmen are only a temporary nuisance. I apologize if the Bright Republic is less hospitable than you anticipated." "Oh, it's hardly an issue. Your state is still faring pretty well." VS felt as if he was pushed to the side as Gloriana and Senator Tovar held a polite conversation. This was not what he intended when he let Gloriana stay. Ahem. Ves coughed. We should talk about more pressing matters. The senator nodded. Correct. A short pause followed. Since the senator did not wish to bring up the issue first, Ves decided to take the plunge regardless of how he came across. I just did some spring cleaning in my company earlier today. I've heard. An infestation grew under my nose. I was disinclined to address it until I got pissed. The senator kept a polite expression, revealing not a single hint of what he thought. It is generally a poor idea to act when you are angry. It is always better to take the time to cool your head. Ves already did that when Gloriana screwed him over by uploading a contentious recording on her combook page. This was because he cared about Gloriana. Even if she made him angry, he would never want to hurt her. Being firm with her was enough. It was different this time. I think it's better if nothing happens that makes me angry to begin with. Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect reality. Something awful always happens that ruins my mood for the day. The senator decided to stop beating around the bush. Is this about the commission that Mrs. Bollinger has conveyed to you? I apologize for the tone she adopted. Due to the controversial nature of the commission, I thought it was best to allow a friend of yours to explain the circumstances behind my request. In hindsight, that was a mistake. Ves chuckled under his breath. I think Marcella was very clear. Refusal was not an option. You simply assumed I would agree with designing a mech for someone who least deserves one. Please understand what is at stake, Ves. Our negotiations with the Bentheim Liberation Movement proceeded very arduously. There are a lot of interests involved, and each of them want their own needs prioritized over other needs. The deal I've helped negotiate is much more fragile than you think. Do you think it is easy to integrate mass murderers and lifelong terrorists back into society? That's not my problem. As a brighter, I would think it is. In any case, the initiatives that you dismiss as publicity stunts are vitally important to show that the former rebels can get along with loyal brighters. Each successful example is another step towards making Bentheim more secure. I won't deny that this sounds helpful, but I don't see why I have to work with Vincent Ricklin again. Even if he's become one of their spokespersons, you could have assigned any other mech designer to design his personal mech. Captain Ricklin insisted that you be the one to design his custom mech. In fact, he is very adamant about it. If he does not get his way, then he can pose a serious threat to the stability of the deal. Ves frowned deeper and deeper. What was this bastard up to? Why must Vincent haunt him after so many years of separation? Chapter 1590 Leverage. While Ves mainly took this course of action to vent his anger, he did not act aimlessly. What he truly sought was a realignment in his relationship with the Bright Republic. At the very least, he wanted people like Senator Tovar to change their view of him. Rather than being treated as a pawn who would automatically follow their orders without question, he wanted to be seen as an ally whose interests needed to be met. Ves had no illusion that this was a very difficult thing to do. Though Ves was already an adult at over 30 years, he was just an upstart baby compared to a legendary statesman who almost reached 300 years. Such an immense age disparity made many average people quail. How could Ves ever hope to match wits against a living relic who lived 10 times as much as him? Even if Ves believed he was capable of exceeding anyone in the star sector, he was just a young journeyman at the moment. Someone who lived this long and maintained their grip on power for so long could never be overcome. So Ves decided not to become his enemy. Even if he harbored resentment against the old man, neither of them had any reason to hate each other. Both sides had always used each other for their own purposes. It was just that Ves used to be so weak and trivial that he could only accept his role as a pawn. It was different now. Although VS only revealed a hint of his amazing potential, he believed he already had the qualifications to negotiate with the senator. From the moment he accepted the call, VS already knew that he had entered a negotiation. The outcome of this calm call would decide whether he could earn Tovar's respect as an ally rather than a pawn. As a mech designer, it's not proper to compel me to design a mech for someone I consider an enemy, VS softly spoke while embracing Gloriana. The senator, seated on his impressive high-backed chair, folded his leathery hands together. There is too much at stake, VS. If there was another alternative available, I would not have brought this commission to you in the first place. Don't you see that Vincent Ricklin is screwing us around? I doubt he's sincere. I believe you're wrong there. From what I have gathered, Vincent is quite a fan of your products. The release of your desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers has been the main catalyst for his request. I don't work for anyone. VS crossed his arms. You disappoint me, young man. I thought you would be better than this. I knew many Larkinsons who would never hesitate to do what is right for the Republic. Even if the mission itself is unpalatable, the gains are very clear. Is that not why you've accepted the commission in the end? I accepted it to repay some favors. Nothing more. That doesn't mean I'll tolerate another incident like this. I expect to have a say in the matter the next time you want my assistance. Senator Tovar slightly shifted his posture, making him appear a bit more imposing. You are still young and inexperienced. My views are incomparable to yours. Now that the Bright Republic is locked in the greatest crisis since the founding of our great state, we must let wisdom prevail. Humans aren't emotionless bots. Our feelings matter. My desolate soldier and its variants are all predicated on this belief. No matter how smart you are or how well you've thought out your plans, you won't be able to execute them if you can't inspire the masses. Even without your mech, we still have ways of controlling the population. While your mechs are helpful in suppressing unrest, they are not indispensable. Are you willing to bet on that? VS smirked. He had been waiting for this moment. Tovar narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of your words? Let me give you a demonstration. VS dramatically raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, he concentrated his mind and began to think about the desolate soldier model. He quickly made contact with the solemn guardian, who had grown considerably due to the feedback of the hundreds of thousands of mech pilots. While the solemn guardian was an independent spiritual product, it still recognized VS as its creator. When VS communicated a silent request to it, the spiritual product only hesitated for a moment before obeying its instruction. For the first time since their conversation, Senator Tovar showed an inkling of doubt. As long as the discussion was limited to words, the senator was confident he could remain in control. Even if VS gained the moniker of Devil Tongue, his rhetorical abilities were nothing in the eyes of a centuries-old diplomat and statesman. VS was very clear about this as well, so he came up with a means to fight against Senator Tovar where he held an insurmountable advantage. What is the meaning of your gesture? Tovar finally asked. Perhaps you should check the news or let your assistant inform you what is going on outside your accommodation. The senator turned to someone out of view of the calm projection. VS guessed that Tovar was probably speaking to Alistair Cordraith, his long-serving Benny. Though Senator Tovar kept an admirably stoic face, there was no way he could remain unmoved. The old man quickly turned back to the calm call. What have you done, young man? I only snapped my fingers, Senator. Nothing more. VS replied while continuing to grin. Shall I do it again? Without waiting for the senator's answer, he snapped his fingers yet again. At the same time, he gently issued another instruction to the solemn guardian. Everything should go back to normal now. Just 2 minutes had passed since the first and second instruction, but Ves knew that he had accomplished something incredibly impactful. The first instruction he issued was to make the solemn guardian withdraw its strength to any soldier mech on Bentheim. For 2 perplexing minutes, every desolate soldier, holy soldier and prideful soldier on the planet suddenly lost the bulk of their auras. This immediately alarmed all of their owners and mech pilots, and incited a considerable amount of panic. The constant presence of auras had formed a reassuring presence to much of the population. If the soldier mechs all lost this quality, the damage to everyone's confidence would certainly be great. Unfortunately, this stunt did not come without a price. Aside from disturbing everyone on Bentheim, Ves and the LMC also incurred a substantial hit to their reputation. So far, every authentic soldier mech had always been dependable. For their auras to weaken all of a sudden would make many people more hesitant about their reliability. Fortunately, Ves had already made some preparations earlier. He briefly glanced down to a secondary projection and pressed a virtual button. Very soon, the LMC transmitted an official notification to every soldier mech on Bentheim. The message simply stated that an unknown interference field disrupted the functioning of the mechs for a brief period of time. The LMC promised to study what occurred and patch the vulnerability as soon as possible. Hopefully, most people bought this excuse. The notification might even reassure the detractors of his mechs that they weren't infallible. As long as certain people believed that there was a way to sabotage or neutralize the auras, they wouldn't feel so threatened at his products anymore. For this reason, Ves willingly paid the price of this disruption. Of course, the main purpose of his stunt was not to feign weakness in front of his rivals and enemies. Instead, he wanted to prove that he had leverage. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Larkinson?" Senator Tovar asked with a bit more steel in his voice than usual. Ves figured he succeeded with his aim when he noticed the statesman's change in tone. "I'm a mech designer, but that does not mean we are limited to creation. What we give, we can take." As Ves spoke his daring statement, Gloriana quietly gazed at him with admiration. She had become more and more impressed at how confidently he stood up against this old man. Even though Camden Tovar was just a very old boy in her eyes, she knew she was far from his opponent. Only someone like her mother would be able to humble this long-living fossil. Naturally, this old fox wouldn't concede so easily, especially against someone as young as Ves. "I don't think it will do your reputation any good to strip the most important advantage of your mechs. Your customers bought your products with certain expectations in mind." Ves shrugged, brushing off the very real danger in Tovar's words. "Who knows what is responsible for the interruption? Perhaps a certain faction has grown jealous of the LMC's accomplishments and developed a countermeasure against our products. How do you think my huge customer base will react to such a revelation?" This was a naked threat. Ves didn't even care if he spoke these words over an unsecure comm channel. In fact, it would be better if other powerful factions came to know what might follow if they harmed his interests. "You are playing a very dangerous game, Ves." Tovar spoke directly. "There is no reason for you to lash out at us. We are just doing what is best for the state." Ves chuckled. "Please don't misunderstand my intentions. I have always respected you, and that has never changed. I merely wish you would reciprocate my feelings." "If you want respect, you have to work for it, young man. Acting disrespectfully is counterproductive." "I never meant any disrespect, sir. I apologize for coming across as such. I merely wanted to catch your attention." "You certainly have it." Tovar almost spat out. "Good." Ves smiled, taking no notice at Tovar's increasing discontent. To change his treatment, Ves needed to stand his ground and push back against the senator. This was very risky. If Ves pissed Tovar off too much, then he risked turning his greatest ally in the government into an incredibly potent threat. Once Tovar turned against him, Ves had no choice but to abandon almost everything he built in the Bright Republic. However, if he succeeded, then he could enjoy a completely different relationship with his benefactor and the government. An incident like before where the senator imposed an instruction on Ves would be a thing of the past. The payoff was worth it. Ves recognized that he needed a staunch ally in the government. While he already enjoyed a lot of support, that was because of other circumstances. Once the situation changed, who could say that he would still enjoy the same level of care? Everything was predicated around interests. Having spent some time with manipulative bastards like Senator Tovar, Ves learned that these types of people always paid attention to gains and losses. They were kind of like AIs in a sense. At their age, they never acted on emotion and impulse. Only cold hard benefits could sway their minds. When Ves thought about what he could offer to the good senator, he came up with one possible idea. Though tenuous and uncertain, it was the best he could offer to a man who already controlled some of the reins of an entire state. Let's not play this game any further, Ves. You youngsters are too crass. The senator spoke, apparently reaching the limits of his forbearance. What do you want? Ves laughed. I want many things, but let's not talk about that right now. Instead of focusing on what you can do for me, let's address what I can do for you. Tovar looked intrigued. Go on. I'm sure you're a very smart man, Senator. You're also known to be farsighted due to your distinguished age. I respect that, sir. I'm also sure that you have developed a comprehensive evaluation of me. Personally, I think of myself very highly. And that matters because... Ves leaned in and grinned. I happen to have a lot of vacancies in my design teams. Tell me, how many mech designers are in the Tovar family? Chapter 1591 New Deal. All of the gambits he employed so far culminated to this moment. Though Ves had taken some enormous risks, he believed that Senator Tovar was far-sighted enough to take the bigger picture into account. A short moment passed in silence as Senator Tovar steadily worked out the implications of what Ves had just said. Though Ves boldly inflated his own worth in front of Tovar, he had cause to do so. Not a single journeyman in his generation could match his prowess in mech design. His design philosophy alone was so remarkable that anyone with a brain could tell that Ves could make greater achievements in the future. The only complication was that the future was never set in stone. There was always an element of uncertainty involved in making assumptions of the future. Who could tell if Senator Tovar was optimistic about his trajectory? If the old man believed that Ves was unlikely to make it very far, then the response wouldn't be very good. As time stretched on, Ves tried his best not to show any hesitation. Maintaining a confident demeanor was essential in negotiations. If he showed any weakness, someone as formidable as Senator Tovar would instantly pounce. Fortunately, Gloriana was by his side. The presence of his girlfriend not only restrained the old man, but also boosted his confidence. Eventually, the senator finished his deliberations. Our Tovar family already maintains strong ties with several famed seniors. For example, Professor Ventag happens to mentor a number of promising descendants. While Ves hadn't spent any specific research on how many Tovars went on to become mech designers, they were sure to be involved. From what he knew of the Tovar family, they mainly engaged in politics, administration, and commerce. Since this was the Age of Mechs, any influence involved in the latter would never neglect the mech industry. Mech designers occupy such an important position in the economy of a state that the Tovars would definitely try to occupy a piece of the pie. Ves happened to memorize the identities of each senior mech designer in the Bright Republic. As far as he knew, none of them were Tovars. Even if allies such as Professor Ventag happened to be on their side, that was not as good as raising a high-ranking mech designer in the family itself. The amount of money and effort the Wodens put into turning Gloriana into a promising journeyman already signified how difficult it was to nurture a good mech designer. It wasn't difficult to nurture a random relative into an apprentice or something. It was an entirely different matter to raise a journeyman or senior. In truth, Constance Woden lucked out in the case of her daughter. Ves never asked how many attempts the Wodens had made to nurture a mech designer like her. There must be many apprentices in her dynasty who would never be able to surpass the extraordinary threshold because of the absence of spiritual potential. Considering how rare it was for someone to develop spiritual potential, Ves was not surprised to know that the Tovars failed to nurture their own high-ranking mech designer. I have great respect for every senior in our state, Ves responded politely. However, in my eyes, mech designers such as Professor Ventag have already approached the limits of their potential. Even if they are able to prolong their lives for a couple of 100 years, it's doubtful if they will ever be able to surpass their current ranks. I do not think these eminent mech designers will appreciate you for saying that, Tovar retorted with a frown. There are over 100 seniors in the Republic. Any one of them can achieve a breakthrough at any moment. How likely will that happen, do you think? Even if a senior from our state manages to buck the trend and go further, what are the odds that he or she will be a mech designer that is friendly to the Tovars? And you think you stand a better chance? Oh, I know I do. Ves grinned and boldly stretched his arm over his girlfriend's shoulder. The desolate soldier is a product of collaboration, right, Gloriana? Gloriana smiled and gazed at him in infatuation. Correct. Both of us have applied our respective specialties on the desolate soldier design. Our mechs wouldn't be nearly as exceptional if I wasn't involved. Normally, she wouldn't take pride over a relatively modest contribution to the design of a mass-market mech. Yet this was different. The desolate soldier design was the first product of her collaboration with the man she loved. Not only that, she also knew that Ves needed her support in order to strengthen his position in these talks. Ves appreciated that and kissed her on the cheek, which elicited a happy giggle from his girlfriend. Of course, Senator Tovar was not amused at their display of affection. What is your point, Mr. Larkinson? This was the second time the old man referred to Ves in that manner. Whether deliberately or not, the senator signaled that Ves had gained the right to negotiate with him on more even grounds. If you aren't confident in me, then why not place your confidence in Gloriana? Ves proposed. Second-class mech designers always enjoyed brighter prospects. The advantages they've received from birth and during their upbringing is very difficult to surmount. At the very least, I don't think any current seniors in the Bright Republic can equal Gloriana when she matures. The old man shook his head. Miss Woden is not a brighter. I know. She's with me. As long as we are together, we're a package deal. My students are her students. If I promise to do my best to mentor a student, my girlfriend will readily do the same. Gloriana vigorously nodded. If Ves can't meet his promises for some reason, I will certainly pick up where he left. Bringing in Gloriana must have taken Senator Tovar aback. The old man paused yet again as he stared at them with a powerful gaze. Ves waited patiently for the senator to make up his mind. He believed in his argument. It was very difficult to catch the attention of a future senior or master from a very advanced state. Even if Ves once managed to become apprentice to Master Olsen, his background heavily limited his future accomplishments. Without the expensive genetic treatments and augmentations that many second-class mech designers enjoyed, those who emerged from poorer states would always be a step behind. What Ves promised was different. Though he hadn't been explicit in his offer, he intimated that Gloriana and him would do more to nurture any potential Tovar mech designers under their care. Not even a man as powerful as Senator Tovar could get a master from the coalition or hegemony to accept one of his descendants as a disciple. Ves was different. One of his greatest shortcomings was his lack of subordinate mech designers. He welcomed any competent mech designers that wanted to work under him at the LMC. You think very highly of yourself. I think we have the capital to do so if the desolate soldier is a sign, Ves easily responded. He would never dare to act so confidently in front of Senator Tovar if he hadn't already proven himself. To a mech designer, designing a successful mech was the most direct way of demonstrating their value. The senator slowly tapped the surface of his wooden armrest. The man had to make a lot of considerations. No matter what decision he made, the repercussions would be great. Ves had steered Senator Tovar into making his own gamble. Was the old man confident enough in Ves and Gloriana's future prospects to entrust some of his Tovar descendants in their care? At this time, his fingers stopped tapping. Very well. You've convinced me to give you a chance. I will allocate 5 mech designers of my family to your company. Treat them well, and I shall do the same to you. Is that understood? I'll do my best to mentor them, but I'm no miracle worker. Ves cautiously raised his palm. We can't provide much guidance to mech designers that are too old and set in their ways. We also can't do much if your mech designers turn out to be spoiled brats. Beggars can't be choosers, young man. It is very problematic to gather these mech designers from their existing positions. Ves frowned. It sounded as if Senator Tovar expected trouble. I'll smack anyone around if they cause any problems in my company. Regardless of status or background, only competence matters to me. Will that be a problem? Tovar shook his head in dismissal. Do what you will. As long as you act within your limits, I will only pay attention to the result. That was such a flashlight thing to say. Ves shouldn't be surprised that Tovar expressed such a sentiment. He knew that the old man possessed a great amount of influence in the military intelligence agency. For that reason, Ves actually felt that the gap between him and Senator Tovar had shrunk a little. Though they were still very different people, Ves succeeded in transforming his relationship with the Tovars, and by extension the government. Before, the Tovars only looked out for Ves because he was a useful asset in their eyes. Now that Ves convinced the Tovars to place some of their mech designers under his wing, it was not proper anymore for them to treat him as a disposable pawn. No further words needed to be shared. A basic verbal contract with many implied terms had formed between them. Both of them nodded to each other, as if confirming their agreement. My assistant will be in touch. Senator Tovar spoke with a noticeably lighter tone than before. Due to the current circumstances, the mech designers I intend to place under your care might take a few weeks to arrive. Be sure to receive them properly once they arrive at your planet. I will do my best to welcome your men. Ves smiled. After sharing a few more platitudes, the call finally came to an end. As soon as the projection disappeared, Ves sunk back in his couch as if he lost all strength. That was nerve-wracking. Gloriana instantly dropped her formal posture and went back to acting like an adoring lover. She turned towards him and caressed his smooth cheek. You did really well, Ves. From what I can tell, you managed to convince the senator in betting on our ascension. Now that he has agreed to place some of his descendants under our care, he'll do everything he can to cover for you in the Bright Republic. This was what Ves wanted to accomplish. Though he initially wanted to get Senator Tovar to treat him differently, he realized that he wouldn't be able to gain respect if he didn't give the old man any concrete benefits. By making this promise, Ves automatically tied their interests together. If Ves encountered any setbacks, the Tovars would also suffer. If Ves achieved success, then the Tovars would also make some gains. This was the best way to achieve a stable relationship. From now on, his relationship with the Tovars no longer centered around his past services and associations with Flashlight and the Senator. Our new deal is a much stronger basis for an alliance, Ves happily spoke. He didn't necessarily make this deal for himself. If the Bright Republic became hospitable to him, then he did not object to moving to another state. What he truly wanted was to avoid any repercussions to the Larkinson family. If Ves fell out of favor for whatever reason, he did not wish his family to suffer in his stead. To put it bluntly, the Larkinson family was the strongest shackle that tied him to the Bright Republic. The Tovars would definitely watch out for the Larkinsons from now on. Even if his family hadn't been explicitly included in the deal, there was no way they would neglect it. So long as the Larkinson family was able to shelter under the umbrella of the Tovar family, Ves would have no more worries when it was time for him to embark on his grand expedition. Chapter 1592 Hedging. There's a big problem with the deal you just made with Senator Tovar, Gloriana remarked. If my home state ever loses the Komodo War, you'll instantly become a pariah. I know. Ves nodded gravely. Such a thought hasn't escaped the senator either. This is why my proposal was so precarious. If Tovar erred on the side of caution, he would refuse my terms because he would not want the Tovar family to develop any ties with Hexers. So by playing along with your deal, he essentially placed a vote of confidence in the hegemony. Ves shook his head. A wily old statesman like him would never be so simple. The Tovar family is a behemoth in the Bright Republic. Together with the other 4 founding families, they control many levers of the private and public sectors. Considering how our state often trades with the Friday Coalition, the Tovars must maintain at least some ties with them. Perhaps they are even more extensive than we think. That means that one of the reasons the Tovar family has agreed to put some descendants under our care is to hedge their positions, Gloriana concluded. That's quite clever, especially considering that it's unlikely that they maintain any ties to the hegemony. It couldn't be helped. The highly secular Bright Republic vastly preferred to treat with their own kind. Brighters and Friday men shared many common values, while the Hexers were so radically different that their beliefs directly clashed with every normal culture. In fact, one of the reasons why Ves doubted if Senator Tovar would accept his proposal was his scruples as a man. Almost everyone in the Bright Republic rooted for the Friday men. Senator Tovar and his powerful family should be no different. By supporting Ves, the Tovars actually went against their inclinations. This would definitely earn them a lot of flack, thereby reducing their standing among their peers. Evidently, Senator Tovar judged that this trade-off was worth it if he could gain some insurance. If the Friday men won the war, then the Tovars would only suffer some minor disfavor. With all of their existing ties to the coalition, they could easily take this hit. If the Hexers vanquished over their rivals, all of the existing powers of the Bright Republic would instantly be put in an awkward position. In this precarious situation, a single, strong connection to the hegemony put the Tovar family on a much higher position than the other powers. In fact, such an advantage might be enough for the Tovar family to become the premier influence in the Bright Republic, surpassing every other founding family who lacked this connection. Aside from hitching his wagon to us, this is the second benefit that Senator Tovar has secured, Ves confirmed. No matter which state comes out on top of the Komodo War, the Tovar family is guaranteed to survive and stay in power. For a patriarch responsible for ensuring the continuity of his line, this is an exceedingly important concession. Ves never aimed to appeal to Senator Tovar's charity or good impression of him. Only concrete benefits could make the old man use his influence to shield Ves and the Larkinson family. Just as Ves offered Senator Tovar an opportunity to hedge his positions, so did he receive the same opportunity. If the Friday coalition ever came out on top, then Ves and Gloriana would no longer be able to stay. As for the Larkinsons, Ves knew that many of them held too much affection for the Bright Republic to follow him into exile. To the Larkinsons that stayed, Ves was afraid that certain parties would scheme against his stubborn relatives. However, now that Ves secured the support of the Tovar family, they would hardly stand still and let the Larkinsons get bullied. As long as the Tovars covered for the Larkinsons, then Ves would not have to look back all the time when he finally left to explore the galaxy. "I'm doing this for my family," he whispered to his girlfriend. "It's not fair for them to suffer from my mistakes. Although I'm not sure if the Tovars will be able to keep their word in such an event, it's better than leaving the Larkinsons high and dry." As a Larkinson, Ves knew very well how deep his family's loyalty to the Bright Republic ran. The Larkinson ancestor himself fought and bled to help establish the state. Starting from this legendary figure, many Larkinsons fought and died in the name of duty. Many Larkinson mech pilots felt obligated to inherit the noble mission of their predecessors. Though Ves did not entirely agree with this noble mission, blood was thicker than water. Whatever he thought of these noble idiots, Ves still wanted to preserve their well-being. "I think it's pretty noble of you to look out for your family in this manner," Gloriana remarked with a smile. "It shows you care." Ves helplessly smiled. "I don't want to leave any regrets when we leave this star sector. I think it will be okay even if you're gone. After all, we'll be back after a couple of decades, right?" "Right." After this momentous day, the LMC slowly calmed down. As Ves and Gloriana resumed working on the militant soldier and peaceful soldier designs, the company soon recovered and operated just as productively as before. The Larkinsons appointed a new chief operating officer to take the helm of the LMC. Since they had been the ones to put Jake Alton forward in the first place, the elders felt quite remorseful that the man had betrayed V's trust. For this reason, the identity of the new COO surprised Ves a lot. As soon as he received the news while he was in the middle of refining the militant soldier's design, he instantly contacted Calcy. "What's the emergency, Ves? Why did you vote in favor of letting Raymond Billingsley Larkinson take over as COO?" Calcy looked puzzled. "Is there a problem?" "Raymond is a greedy prick." "Oh, your grandfather hasn't said anything of the sort. He, along with almost every other elder, has recommended Mr. Billingsley Larkinson as the new second-in-command of the company." That sounded weird to Ves. "Why so?" "The Larkinson family is afraid of repeating the past. They don't dare to put forth another retainer. They aren't satisfied with the candidates within the company, and it's out of the question to hand over this vital position to an outsider." "In other words, the Larkinsons are only satisfied with putting up one of their own in charge, is that right?" Calcy nodded. "They make up a very persuasive argument. While I was skeptical at first, Mr. Billingsley Larkinson happens to have the most qualifications. Not only was he in charge of the Larkinson Trust Fund for all these years, he has also put a lot of effort into preparing for this role. He has developed a very high understanding of the LMC, and he has also studied the mech industry in great depth." "And no one else is as qualified as this prick?" Calcy shook his head. "The Larkinsons are nearly unanimous in putting him in charge." "Are there any other alternatives?" "I've tried my best to find replacements, but it is not that easy to find a worthy replacement for Mr. Alton." As Calcy described some of the alternative candidates, Ves agreed that they did not seem up to par. Compared to Raymond, who evidently prepared to lead the LMC ever since the company became a mainstay of the family, everyone else would need too much time and effort to get up to speed. The LMC couldn't afford any paralysis, especially during a time of crisis. With the Soldier product line taking the regional mech markets by storm, it was vitally important for someone trustworthy and competent to. Raymond did not exactly fit that bill. Ves was not too narrow-minded to believe that Raymond was a good-for-nothing. The Larkinson family would have never put him in charge of their finances if he was bad in running an enterprise. It was the trust issue that troubled him a lot. Would Raymond make the same mistake as Jake? Probably not. Even if someone argued that there was nothing wrong with associating with Spotlight, the man knew better than to piss Ves off. What made Ves hesitate was his impression of Raymond as someone who was willing to engage in nepotism. Ves did not forget the time where Raymond solicited him for money in order to support his grandson who currently served in the Mech Corps. While Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was a promising expert candidate, that did not mean that Ves would allow anyone to cut in line. However, when it came down to it, this problem was not very severe. As long as Raymond did not enrich his pockets, then he was the best candidate that Ves could think of to take over as COO. Ves turned his attention to Kelsey. As the nominal CEO, she actually didn't do that much. Her only role was to ensure that the senior management remained loyal. While she failed to detect anything amiss with Jake, Ves did not blame her. Without someone like Crinden at her disposal, there was no way she could come out ahead against organizations like Spotlight and Flashlight. "I'll talk to Raymond when he gets here," Ves eventually decided. "If I think he's acceptable, then make sure to keep a very close eye on him. I don't entirely trust Raymond when it comes to managing our money." After passing on a couple of judicious warnings, he ended the call. Just like Vincent and the promised Tovar mech designers, Raymond still needed to arrive at Cloudy Curtain before he could go any further. Gloriana, who sat close by, couldn't help but make a remark. "You know, from what I learned about the Larkinson family, it should be possible for you to take it over." Ves firmly shook his head. "That's an awful idea. While most of the Larkinsons who have moved to Cloudy Curtain won't mind, there are also a lot of Larkinsons who want to stick to tradition. I'm fairly sure that many Larkinsons in active service will oppose letting a mech designer like me become the head of the family. That is simply not the way that our family is run." The Larkinsons technically didn't really have a head. They saw no need to appoint one because the family never did anything that required active leadership. Whenever the Larkinsons wanted to make any major decisions, they would just convene the steering committee and allow the elders to vote on various proposals. The day-to-day running of the Larkinson estate was left to a few trusted Larkinsons. However, none of them held absolute decision-making power. Despite the lack of someone who was in charge of everything, the Larkinsons never had any problems with that. The Larkinsons never involved themselves in anything big enough to require an actual head. However, now that Gloriana brought the topic up, Ves knew that the Larkinsons had changed drastically. His rise and the LMC's rise enriched the Larkinsons beyond their wildest dreams. With money, many things became possible. The Larkinsons already invested enormously in taking over and expanding a basic mech academy on Bentheim. Now they planned to double down on this venture by trying to gain permission to found an advanced mech academy. The issue with all of these initiatives was that the Larkinsons were beginning to play with the big boys. This might land them in trouble and force them into a crisis if they inadvertently encroached on the interests of a powerful influence. The slow and squabbling steering committee was unlikely to lead the Larkinson family through such a crisis. "Maybe you have a point, Gloriana," Ves murmured. "It's just that I don't think I'm influential enough in the family to gain enough acceptance." It was still something that he would keep in mind, though. Perhaps he should divert some time into sounding the opinions of the Larkinsons who resided in his cloud estate. Chapter 1593 Glow. The brief service interruption that happened on Bentheim confounded many people. It couldn't be helped. The auras that seemed to be perpetually active had gone dark all of a sudden. The consequences were drastic. Mech pilots who became used to the reassuring duty-focused auras of the desolate soldiers suddenly felt as if they were missing something essential. Bystanders who felt reassured in the comfort of the emotions evoked by the mechs all experienced a gaping void in their hearts. The repercussions of this 2-minute interruption was incredibly shocking. Even though the mechs quickly came back to normal, panic continued to run rife for a few days. The LMC received lots of calls despite publishing a notification that purportedly explained the phenomenon. Though many people bought the excuse, many more had begun to spread conspiracy theories. What if the LMC implemented a backdoor in their mechs? Such a question frightened many owners of the soldier mechs. How could they rest easy fighting the Sandmen when their mental support suddenly disappeared? Sales stagnated for a time. Existing owners of the desolate soldiers and prideful soldiers paused the deployment of their mechs in order to form a thorough inspection of the machines. Not a single investigation revealed anything amiss. The designs of the soldier product line were so simple that hardly anything could be hidden. Perhaps the ones who came closest to the truth were fellow mech designers. Several of them had already guessed that Ves possessed some means of controlling his products because of some unique property of his design philosophy. Although such a thing wasn't unheard of, it was exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the storm quickly passed after a few days. Hardly anyone remembered the incident after a week. The passage of time and the constant influx of news about the Sand War quickly dominated the headlines. The LMC soon returned to its previous trajectory. Sales had recovered and the complaints and questions about the incident died down. The interruption only happened once, after all. In fact, some people even started to become more appreciative of the auras. A Bentheim without auras was a Bentheim that had lost its soul. "It's very strange, boss," Gavin described with an odd expression. "I initially thought that the mech buyers on Bentheim would have held some lingering doubts about our mechs. Yet once people got a taste of what it was like to lose the glows, they became a lot more insistent on buying additional mechs, as if they wanted to have some spares around if one of their machines became defective for whatever reason." Ves could hardly explain this irrational behavior either. "Well, I won't turn down any opportunity to sell more mechs." Ever since Ves fired a bunch of spies, Gavin acted a bit more restrained than before. While the assistant did his best to seem normal, he inevitably betrayed some nervous tics. Every time he did that, Ves inwardly smirked. Though Gavin should have been swept up by the purge, Ves decided to spare his assistant. He didn't really have a good reason to do so. He just felt like keeping Gavin around despite his ties to Flashlight. After all, a proper Benny never answered to a single master. Fortunately, Gavin still remained as helpful as ever. "By the way, I think we should address how we should name the effects. No one has come up with a standardized term, and everyone is calling it by a different name. Most writers have taken to calling it a glow, while others refer to it as the soul of a mech." The assistant listed out a bunch of words used to describe the auras. Glow, soul, heart, feeling, domain, and even the word aura itself began to be associated with the influencing effects of his mechs. Of course, those who disliked the LMC mech used more disparaging terms. Calling the effect a brainwashing field was a good way to arouse vigilance in many people. It was for this reason that Gavin brought the topic up today. "I admit I neglected this aspect." Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he sat behind his desk. "Personally, I prefer to think of it as an aura, but in the context of my company's mission perhaps it's best to call it a soul." A soul implies that something is living in our mechs, Gavin warily pointed out. Are you sure you want to push this belief? Calling it a glow is a much safer term. Not only does it come with warm and positive connotations, it also reflects our brighter heritage. I considered that, but that's not what the LMC is about. What do the letters stand for? Living Mech Corporation. What is our motto? Living Mechs. Partners for life. Ves nodded. What do you think I've been working towards all this time? When I told you that I'm out to design mechs that live, I wasn't kidding. What you are feeling from my mechs is a form of life. Though I'm not entirely satisfied with calling it a soul, it's the best way to make the public understand that the reason why our mechs are different is because they each have a soul. Gavin was taken aback by his description. Even if he accompanied Ves for several years, he had never come in contact with the truth. As a normal citizen from the Bright Republic, it was very difficult for him to accept such an absurd statement. Yet, his time with the LMC already made it clear that Ves was capable of many feats. Gavin did not dare to dismiss this latest claim. There were still some problems, though. I don't advise you to call it a soul. Another reason why we stuck to calling it a glow is because it doesn't evoke negative reactions in different cultures. If we start calling it a soul, then the mech markets in certain religious states will react very violently at our claim. That sounds like a problem, yes. Ves furrowed his brows. As much as he wanted to propagate his vision for mechs, not every culture was receptive to the idea. To claim that a soul resided in a mech would result in a lot of backlash in states where people believed that the dead went to the afterlife. What if the LMC intercepted the souls of the dead and stuffed them into their mechs through conducting demonic rituals? Ves could scarcely imagine the backlash that might result. Calling the effect a glow was a much better alternative because it allowed for many different interpretations. By sticking to such a vague term, the LMC could adopt different messaging strategies. Ves sighed. All right. Let's settle for glow then. It's not the most accurate term, but it's the safest one out of all of the options. An aura was nothing more than an outward expression of spirituality. He had no problems calling it a glow, though inwardly he preferred sticking to the original term. After ending his daily meeting, he left his office and headed to his lab. As he entered, he noticed that Gloriana was in the process of lecturing the 4 Larkinson brats. Each of them listened to the woman attentively. All of the 4 future mech designers knew that they would never be able to reach her height at her age. Even so, that did not diminish their hunger at all. Each of them wanted to learn as much as possible from Ves and Gloriana so that they could fulfill their own dreams. As Ves quietly watched the lecture, Kedis quietly walked up to him. We've all been taking turns in teaching them. Do you think it will be useful? They're still too young. It's okay. I don't expect all of them to become successful. I'm content as long as one of them stands out from the crowd. He responded before turning his attention to her. You should pay attention to your own progression. You're already at the level of a seasoned apprentice in terms of knowledge, but you're no different from a novice in terms of practical experience. Kedis looked down. Hardly anyone wants to buy a swordsman mech these days. It's hard for me to motivate myself whenever I want to work on my own designs. Every mech designer has their ups and downs. Ves patted her shoulder. Even when you're struggling to come up with any ideas, you have to develop some persistence. If you are too dependent on ideal conditions, you will never be consistent. A true professional can do their job regardless if they are down or depressed. She nodded. I know. I am trying my best, but it's really difficult to get any work done when I don't have any hopes of selling any mechs. Though Ves hadn't spent too much time on inspecting her work, he knew that she was making a fair amount of progress. She had already become reasonably versed at designing variants. It would only be a matter of time before she was ready to design her first original mech. How is your design philosophy following along? Her eyes burned with determination. It's still the same, more or less. I haven't given up on my principles. I want to develop a sword that is sharp enough to cut anything material, and I want to design a mech that is worthy enough to wield such a sword. Ves could sense the sincerity in her words. She was just as passionate as before, which alleviated some of his worries. I don't know if your path is correct, but it's the most suitable one for you. As long as you're happy, you won't regret your choice. They began to discuss some of her recent designs. Since Ves had been absent for a year, he wanted to make it up by guiding Kedis forward. Of course, he didn't straight up tell her how she should do things. It was best for her to develop the ability to come up with her own solutions. For that reason, it was enough for Ves to point out the places where she needed to pay more attention. You're so good at spotting problems, she said in admiration. That's the benefit of having a lot of practical experience with mechs. It's not enough to work with numbers and schematics all the time. You need to get your hands dirty and spend some time in the workshop or manufacturing facilities. In truth, Ves wasn't talented in this aspect. He simply cheated his way up by accumulating several helpful sub-skills from the system. Without access to the system, there was little hope that Kedis would reach this level of proficiency in spotting problems. It wasn't entirely necessary, though. Most mech designers already made do with average vision for faults. They merely relied on simulations and prototype testing to unearth the problems they failed to spot in the earlier design phases. As Gloriana continued to teach the Larkinson seeds, Ves patiently enlightened Kedis with some of his valuable insights. He took care not to impose too much of his own beliefs on her. Instead, he merely opened some doors for her that she could explore at her own leisure. How should I progress my design philosophy? She asked. No one ever gives me a straight answer. Ves shrugged. That's because it's different for everyone. It's a journey of exploration, and no one can tell you whether you're heading in the right direction. Everyone encounters different problems. The solutions you develop will form the basis of your toolbox. Of course, you won't be able to do much at the novice and apprentice stage. Though Kedis looked discouraged, she was still young. Ves did not expect her to become a journeyman anytime soon. Unlike her, both Ves and Gloriana benefited from various powerful advantages to accelerate their progression. While it was true that Ves empowered Kedis by feeding her with a bunch of attribute candies, that was not enough to narrow the gap. Perhaps the only way she could catch up was to become a guest user of the system. Ves did not consider this option for the time being. Chapter 1594 Farming Settlement. After Ves struck a new deal with the Tovars, the benefits of strengthening their relationship soon became clear. The LMC's regulatory burden decreased. Permits were granted faster, and inspections became less frequent. These sounded minor, but to a company as huge as the LMC, they were very welcome. The Tovars also allowed the LMC to transact with exclusive wholesalers and suppliers of raw materials. Some of these companies were owned by the Tovar family. Others maintained long-standing ties with the founding family. Whatever the case, the LMC managed to enter this circle. This meant that the LMC not only gained access to cheaper materials, but also didn't have to worry as much about unanticipated shortages. Another benefit of the new deal was that his refugee recruitment quota had tripled. He could hire a lot more gems in the rough than before. Ves had already tasked the LMC to go through the list of refugees that the Bright Republic recently settled on Cloudy Curtain. Among the billions of refugees, there were many treasures hidden in the crowd. The government had no time to look up their identities thoroughly, so the refugee database was far from complete. Nobody believed it was accurate. With many official records and databases gone, it took too much time and effort to verify the statements made by the refugees. Perhaps a self-proclaimed journeyman mech designer turned out to be nothing more than an apprentice. Perhaps the lead programmer of a famous software company was a hacker who committed identity theft. Perhaps a former military mech officer with a stunning record was a pirate leader who got mixed in with the refugees. In short, the refugee database couldn't be trusted at all. It could only be used as a reference. In order to be sure that they hired the right people, the LMC organized several trips to the farming settlements in order to investigate the refugees up close. Ves decided to accompany one of the visits. He boarded a shuttle which flew to a distant farming settlement. The reason for stopping by this specific settlement was because it supposedly held an exobiologist. And not just any exobiologist, but a brilliant and talented one. As Ves reviewed the exobiologist's flimsy registry data, he frowned a bit. "I'm not sure whether this fellow is the real deal," he muttered. "We've confirmed that Dr. Lupo Guernica really exists," Gavin replied from the opposite side of the shuttle. "We found mention of him throughout the galactic net. We found reliable sources that confirm that he has graduated with a degree in exobiology." Ves looked up from the data pad. "He also appears to be a cooking enthusiast who participated in several cooking contests and wrote his own cookbook. It sounds rather strange to me that Dr. Guernica is both a biotech expert and a chef." Though the combination sounded dubious, it was not enough to dismiss Lupo as a blowhard. The proof they found on the galactic net was reliable enough to take this refugee seriously. If this exobiologist was the real deal, then Ves would be happy to take him in. Not only did he graduate with distinction from a renowned university from a fallen border state, he also acquired a broad array of skills. Though he mainly appeared to be an exobiologist, Dr. Guernica also dabbled in various other biotech fields. Ves saw a lot of promise in this man. As long as he could convince the doctor to study implants and human augmentation, he might be able to become proficient in implant surgery. It was very difficult for Ves to recruit a biotech expert who specialized in implants. It was even harder to get his hands on a qualified implant surgeon. The field of augmenting human capabilities was so complex that many doctors and biologists simply weren't good enough. Ordinarily, someone as capable as Dr. Guernica would never be available. Companies scouted talents like him in their first or second year of studies and offered them juicy preliminary employment contracts. After they graduated, they instantly disappeared from the public. Now, all of those arrangements were moot. Entire states had fallen. Many local companies and institutions fell as well, thereby freeing up a lot of valuable experts. "What do you think, Nita?" Ves asked his bodyguard. "I have nothing to add, save that we should be thorough in testing his capabilities," the tall woman said. "It's rather odd that he's still available." That was true. Ves was not the only employer who wanted to recruit some local refugees. Many of the most promising refugees received multiple recruitment requests. If that ever happened, the government randomly allocated a winner who received the right to approach a specific refugee first. The LMC already requested to recruit a couple of hundred highly skilled refugees, but only received permission to approach a fraction of that number. To fill up its quota, the LMC had no choice but to consider other refugees. Soon enough, the shuttle arrived at a farming settlement situated in the middle of nowhere. As Ves exited the shuttle, he briefly glanced at the mechs of the avatars that escorted him before studying the settlement. "These houses actually look pretty decent," Ves remarked. "It was much better than before," Gavin noted. "The refugees used to live in metal boxes that were barely habitable. A lot of riots and social problems followed because the living environment was really depressing." The houses in front of them might not be as classy as the ones in Freslin, but they looked much more pleasant than the industrial housing that they expected. The brightly colored pastel walls and fiery red roofs gave the impression of an idyllic village. If not for the lack of history and culture on the streets, Ves might have been convinced that it was older than a couple of months. Of course, Ves spotted plenty of incongruities that revealed the very cheap and hasty nature of the construction effort. He could immediately tell that the construction companies hired to build these pleasant houses had cut a lot of corners. Well, let's get inside and find our exobiologist. We should also take a lot at the other hires in this settlement. Ves, Gavin, Nita, Lucky took the lead. Accompanying them was a group of guards as well as some administrative personnel to vet the recruits. Once this procession entered the settlement, they immediately attracted attention. In fact, the refugees already gawked at their shuttles and their mechs. Clad in basic, machine-washed clothes, their hopeless gazes gained some light as they admired and envied the well-dressed visitors. None of the refugees approached. Public order was very strict in the settlements. After the outbreak of several riots, the government deployed a lot of humanoid patrol bots to prevent any further trouble. Due to limited manpower, only a couple of officers and administrators ran the farming settlements from a central office building. Ves first paid a visit there. He briefly met with the mayor and discussed some of the formalities. Once that was over, they exited the office building and headed to the outskirts of the settlement. Numerous refugees had come out of their homes to peek at the newcomers. The contrast between their attire and demeanor was simply too vast. As Ves carried Lucky on his shoulder, he couldn't help but notice that most of the refugees looked broken. They had lost almost everything. Their jobs, their relatives, their confidence, their dignity, and their home state were no more. Only the kids showed some signs of life. They happily chased each other or cast their curious gazes at the tall mechs in the distance. Their liveliness resonated with Ves. Even in the bleakest of times, life still found a way. We should do something to cheer these refugees up, Ves suggested. Benny, why don't you see if we can apply to place some desolate soldiers at these settlements? There are too many refugee centers and settlements, boss. We'd have to output thousands of them just to cover all of the settlements around Freslin. All of those mechs are better put to use in other places, such as the battlefield or stabilizing the moods of productive citizens. Ves sighed with regret. You're right. It's too wasteful to deploy my mechs to cheer up these refugees. They didn't really have any jobs except assist in the cultivation of fast-growing crops. Even then, the farming bots and machines did most of the work. It hardly mattered if the refugees regained some hope. Once they passed the outermost circle of houses, a vast field of cultivated crops entered their sight. Ves knew that each of the plants weren't very palatable on their own. Instead, they had been genetically modified to be incredibly nutritious and suitable to grow under the local circumstances of this farming settlement. Ves knew that the harvest would be sent to an industrial food processing plant. There, the harvest would be mixed with other crops and ingredients before turning into freshly made nutrient packs. This was the fastest, cheapest, and most efficient way to feed a large amount of population. While the Bright Republic wouldn't be running out of food anytime soon, it was best to take care of the food problem early. As Ves approached a depot of some sort, he stumbled across a very foul air. Ugh! Gavin gagged. What is this smell? Are the refugees treating the fields as their toilet or something? The smell came from the soil and from the flying platforms in the air that dropped some very foul-looking matter onto a distant field. Fortunately, Ves was made of sterner stuff. Buck up, Benny. Where do you think the plants get their building blocks? They're so fast-growing that they'll quickly deplete the nutrients in the soil after a couple of harvests. The fields on Bentheim required a lot of fertilizer to grow enough crops to feed a lot of refugees. The bulk of the fertilizer had been shipped from Bentheim. Due to haste and necessity, the fertilizer had only undergone minimal processing, which meant that it wasn't possible to make it smell any better. Once they reached the depot, Ves talked with the manager who led the group to what appeared to be an improved lab. No, no, no! A man with stringy brown hair and dressed in a soiled white lab coat yelled at a lab machine. Why are my babies so inconsistent? It must be the fertilizer. Why do those stinking farming consortiums mix up the fertilizer from so many different sources? Ves instantly had a bad idea about this. Nonetheless, he needed to make sure he got the right person. Dr. Guernica? The man turned around and took in the sudden arrivals with a sharp expression. Ves became disconcerted when he recognized the man's gaze. It was the look of someone who was fanatical about their research. Ves had seen it before in people like Dr. Jutland and the Skull Architect. That was not good news. You're the big-shot mech designer who wanted to hire me, aren't you? The doctor probed. Yes. Ves stepped forward and tried his best to recover his poise. He couldn't afford to show any weakness against these types. I'm interested in employing a smart and versatile biotech expert. You happened to catch my attention, so I decided to take a look and see if your record is accurate. Call me Lupo, the man said. And yes, my record is very accurate. You can test me if you want. Please don't mind if we do. My subordinates will examine your knowledge and skills. Lupo seemingly forgot about his experiment and began to grin at Ves. Before we continue, please answer this question. Are you rich? Though the question came out of the blue, Ves decided to humor the man. I'm a journeyman mech designer. My mech company sells over 200,000 copies per month. I think you're smart enough to figure out the rest. Ves could practically see the credit signs in the exobiologist's eyes. I have another question. Sure. Do you need a chef? What? Chapter 1595 Home Invader. After an odd question and answer, Ves waved his subordinates forward in order to conduct an examination. Though Ves was pretty convinced that Dr. Lupo was a genuine exobiologist, he still wanted to be sure. This guy is a real piece of work, Gavin quietly muttered. Didn't you notice that he talked more about cooking than actual science? It's actually mixed, Ves corrected. Dr. Lupo appears to base his research on developing recipes. I'm actually intrigued with what he attempts to achieve. He's crazy! How can he possibly develop a recipe that can improve someone's genetic aptitude? I've never heard of such a thing. Ves agreed with Gavin's assessment. No one had ever succeeded in altering someone's genetic aptitude for mech piloting. If the best researchers of the MTA failed to make any breakthroughs, then how could a mere exobiologist from the galactic rim do any better? Nonetheless, Ves did not look down on Dr. Lupo for that reason. Having an impossible ambition was very admirable in his eyes. Just like many mech designers, Lupo wanted to change the galaxy with his dream. His was just a lot more difficult to achieve than other ambitions. As Ves watched Lupo undergo various tests, he thought back on his meeting with Old Man Terrence. Both of them wanted to unlock humanity's potential in similar ways. They both focused their research on finding a way to make genetic aptitude less restrictive. Old Man Terrence wanted to make genetic aptitude irrelevant by developing a neural interface that worked with norms. Dr. Lupo wanted to give norms the opportunity to become mech pilots by improving their genetic aptitude through a special diet. No matter how unrealistic these dreams sounded, Ves regarded them as noble callings. Even if it was almost certain that they would fail, there was always a chance of success. Just one ambitious dreamer had to succeed in order to make an incalculable contribution to humanity. Enabling norms to pilot mechs would definitely transform human society by giving everyone access to mechs. While some people might argue that allowing more people to pilot mechs was a very bad thing, Ves did not think so. As a mech designer, he welcomed any attempt at expanding the market for mechs. The more people became capable of piloting mechs, the more mechs he'd be able to sell. As for what all of these enthusiastic norms would do with their destructive toys, that wasn't his problem. "It seems like Dr. Lupo is doing fairly well in the tests," Ves remarked. From how deftly the exobiologist completed the tests, and how satisfied the examiners behaved, Lupo must be a real talent for his age. That was good. This trip wouldn't have been for nothing. Of course, there were still some issues. "I don't know, Ves. Dr. Lupo's attitude isn't very stable. He kind of reminds me of you sometimes." Ves smiled sardonically. "That's not necessarily a bad thing, Benny. I think he's merely eccentric." To be honest, Ves held some of the same misgivings. He could see the touch of crazy in Dr. Lupo's words and expressions. The refugee scientist was clearly passionate in his research to the point of obsessing over it night and day. To Ves, it was akin to encountering a shadow of Dr. Jutlin. The mere thought of it sent a shudder through his body. However, as someone who was very passionate about his own work, Ves knew that these types of people were often brilliant. Perhaps they might not be able to fulfill their dreams, but they were definitely capable enough to make other great accomplishments. Ves would not easily let such a person go. The only issue that really worried him was loyalty. Their brief meeting did not allow Ves to get a good grip on Lupo's commitment to working for him. It sounded as if the refugee just saw Ves as a source of funding. That could be good or bad. If Dr. Lupo only cared about his research, then he wouldn't have any other needs other than sufficient funding. Since Ves happened to be good at making money, he could easily keep this talented exobiologist in line. The downside was that other people could easily poach Lupo away by offering even more money. Other than that, there might be more to Dr. Lupo than what he appeared on the surface. Ves would not entrust his life to the man until he thoroughly vetted the exobiologist's loyalties. For now, Ves just wanted to secure this man quickly and bring him over to the LMC before others cast their eyes to the doctor. "What do you think, Lucky?" Ves asked the cat perched on his shoulder. "Meow. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult?" "Meow. Did Gloriana spoil you rotten with her exotics or something?" "Meow." Ves regretted asking for Lucky's opinion. Time passed by as Lupo demonstrated his breadth and depth of knowledge through various means. 2 hours later, Ves received the results. He quickly perused them and nodded in satisfaction. While he's not capable of performing implant surgery, his foundation and intellect is quite good for an exobiologist. Though Ves wasn't versed in the biotech sciences, he inferred that with Lupo's broad knowledge, it wouldn't be much of a stretch for him to get his foot in the door. Unfortunately, it would probably take years of focused study before Lupo became a qualified implant surgeon. Ves couldn't wait that long. The sooner he installed the Archimedes Rabal in his mind, the sooner he could go back to acquiring new sub-skills. "Dr. Lupo isn't quite what I sought for," Ves concluded with a touch of disappointment. "He's still useful in many other ways, though. I think I can already make an early start in forming my exobeast reserve." Since his adventure on Felixia, Ves had soured at the thought of tracking down exobeasts with spiritual potential in person. Rather than getting involved in a life-and-death battle against a powerful exobeast, Ves would rather buy them from the market or hire others to capture them in the wild. With an exobiologist like Lupo in charge, Ves would be assured the creatures wouldn't die before it was time for him to harvest their spiritualities. Of course, all of this required a lot of setup. Lupo would have to hire caretakers and exobeast handlers to keep the dangerous lifeforms under control. Once the doctor returned from the test, Ves made his offer. Interesting. Lupo fell into thought. What is the purpose of this nature reserve? Why do you keep these animals around? For research and inspiration, Ves blandly replied. Due to my specialty, I can gain a lot if I observe various powerful organic lifeforms. I can gain even more inspiration if I witness their final moment. The mechs I design are partially inspired by these magnificent creatures. So, you don't need their meat? Ves blinked. Not really. Let me process their meat then. Lupo erupted into a grin. I'll cook some of the greatest meals in your life if you allow me to use their meat. Both Ves and Gavin were taken aback at the exobiologist's fervent response. That is acceptable, Ves reluctantly answered. They began to negotiate the terms of Lupo's employment. Strangely enough, Lupo hardly cared about all of the clauses that Ves insisted to be put in the contract. Aside from the standard ones that relate to leaking proprietary research data and sabotaging assets, Ves also managed to squeeze in other favorable terms. Though Ves could not prevent Lupo from quitting and leaving at any time, the exobiologist would have to pay a very heavy price if he wanted to depart before his contract was up for renewal. Ves couldn't help but smirk when he turned around. Snatching these obsessive scientist types was trivially easy as long as he could provide them what he needed. I think we're done here, Benny. Let's return. With Lupo in tow, they slowly exited the depot and exited the fields as fast as possible. As soon as they reached the houses, the odor instantly disappeared. The government installed some kind of equipment that kept the awful smells away. We're finally back to civilization. Gavin breathed the filtered air in relief. They took the same route back to the landing zone where their shuttle awaited. As they crossed the village, Ves began to frown before slowing down his pace. His entourage all slowed down as well. What's wrong, boss? There's something odd here, he murmured before turning to Nita. Have you sensed anything odd? Nita shook her head. I'm not smelling anything notable at the moment. Ves turned to Lucky and began to whisper some instructions to his cat. Meow. The cat jumped down from his shoulder and began to sprint into a street. The refugee kids that had been following them from a distance began to yell and chase after the fancy-looking mechanical cat. What's the matter? Gavin repeated. Shh. Ves raised his palm. Since we're already here, let's not leave so soon. I think I'm in the mood to pick up another recruit. What about Dr. Lupo? Just send him and some people back to the shuttle. As Dr. Lupo and a portion of his people returned to the shuttle, Ves and the rest remained in the village. Ves pretended to act casual while casting his senses outwards. After catching a very subtle sensation, he smoothly turned towards the street where Lucky had run after before strolling forward. They spent 10 minutes of meandering through the streets before Lucky returned. The cat halted a few steps before Ves. Meow, meow, meow. Good job. Lead the way. Ves and the others continued to stroll forward as Lucky padded forward with a raised tail. Though they looked incredibly silly, Ves didn't care. The more he walked, the stronger the sensation. Eventually, they reached one of the many identical pastel houses. This one happened to be a smaller unit meant to provide space for a single occupant. Ves carefully knocked the door. Dot? Nobody answered. Ves knocked the door again. Nobody answered. Maybe nobody's home, Gavin suggested. I'm pretty certain someone is home, Ves muttered. Instead of knocking a third time, he activated his comm and sent a brief message to the mayor of the settlement. Half a minute later, Ves received a reply. Shortly after that, a click and a chime sounded from the front door. Ves stepped forward and the door automatically slid open. The mayor had unlocked the door upon his request. Before he went any further, he turned around and looked at his entourage. His guards alone amounted to 12 men. Entering a refugee's household with so many intimidating people wouldn't send the right idea. I'll only take Lucky and Nita inside. As for the rest of you, please wait outside. Though Gavin looked rather cross for being excluded, Ves had no need for a Benny this time. Once Ves, Lucky and Nita entered the home, the door automatically slid shut. Soft footsteps sounded out from the stairs. A haggard-looking middle-aged woman descended from the upper floor. Her dull eyes swept over them with hardly any emotion. Outsiders! I did not invite you here. Leave! Ves stepped forward. Please hear me out, madam. Can we sit and talk? No, the woman flatly replied. Despite her objection, Ves pretended not to hear it. He picked up Lucky and calmly stepped over to the cheap set of couches in the living room. Seeing that she could not get rid of this well-dressed intruder so easily, the resident of the home reluctantly followed suit. As both of them sat down, Ves tried to offer a reassuring smile to the woman. You have a good physique. I can tell you're a mech pilot. I'm far from my prime. Even so, you are still a warrior, are you not? The woman turned away from Ves, as if ashamed of her past. Even though the mech pilot looked no different from any other refugee in the settlement, Ves treated her with the utmost respect. This was because his spiritual senses detected something remarkable inside her head. This bedraggled, defeated-looking woman turned out to be a bona fide expert pilot. Chapter 1596 Collapsed Will. An expert pilot was one of the top mech pilots of any state. Capable of resonating with special materials added to expert mechs, they were able to achieve reality-bending feats with the force of their will. Each mech pilot who advanced to expert candidate, the precursor of this rank, always received favored treatment from the state. They were both treasures and strategic weapons. States with more expert pilots than their neighbors always gained a significant advantage in any conflicts. Regular mech pilots always worshipped strength. The presence of a friendly expert pilot fighting by their side always boosted their morale. On the other hand, facing an enemy expert pilot in combat was deeply demoralizing. It was nigh impossible for normal mechs to defeat an expert pilot equipped with an expert mech that complemented their strengths. Ves knew this very well. Not only had he heard all kinds of stories about the Larkinson expert pilots in his youth, he also had the distinct pleasure of seeing the ground forces of the Vandals and Sword Maidens wiped out by Venerable Foster. As long as the expert pilot and expert mech were strong enough, mortals ceased to pose a threat. He heard stories where mech armies numbering hundreds of thousands of mechs collapsed due to fielding too few expert mechs. While most expert mechs still possessed distinct weaknesses and limitations, it was far too hard to cope with them. Faster, tougher, longer lasting and more durable than any standard mech, they could always choose the terms of battle. If the foes they faced threatened to overwhelm them, the expert mechs could simply choose to withdraw or engage in guerrilla tactics. Even if a single expert mech faced an entire mech regiment, As long as the latter did not field an expert mech, the mech regiment was destined to be wiped out. It might take weeks, but as long as the expert mech retreated and resupplied without issue, the numerically superior force could only wait for death. Considering their immense battle prowess and inspirational value, expert pilots should never be left alone and neglected. Since force of will was an external expression of spirituality, the MTA eventually managed to find a way to detect its presence. In fact, the MTA continually refined their sensors to the point where it could be measured along the Lovere scale. Let alone expert pilots, expert candidates should never be able to escape detection. This also made them exceptionally poor at stealth operations. It was far too difficult for them to sneak around unless their force of will revolved around hiding their presence. Yet the reality in front of VS shattered his misconceptions. The Bright Republic somehow rescued a genuine expert pilot only to dump her on this random farming settlement on Cloudy Curtain as if she was a discarded good. What the hell was wrong with his home state? Was it too much to ask that the government scan the refugees for the presence of force of will just like they did with scanning for weapons, diseases, injuries, health problems, and so on? Yet, as VS discreetly studied the woman sitting opposite to him with his spiritual vision, he slowly figured the reason why she escaped everyone's attention. First, she was a fairly weak expert pilot. The refugee was weaker than any other expert pilot he had seen, including Venerable Sia. Ordinarily, that wasn't an issue, as a newly advanced expert pilot still lit up like a beacon in sensors designed to detect resonance. The problem was that the woman's force of will appeared to have collapsed. Yes, collapsed. Every expert pilot that VS had met possessed a strong, overarching will that they had merged with their spirituality. The blending of will and spiritual energy produced a powerful field that acted on both people and material, that specifically resonated with its properties. It was actually similar to the glow of his mechs, but with actual force. This was the basis of an expert pilot's application of strength. The empowered auras or energy fields they radiated acted on their mechs, thereby achieving selective resonance that resulted in powerful resonance abilities. Yet what happened if a force of will stopped radiating an energy field? What if the will that formed the core of their spiritual strength had weakened to the point of starvation? What if an expert pilot lost faith? Something like this almost never happened, but that did not mean that it was impossible. An enormous defeat, the death of loved ones, or the collapse of her home state were some of the many possible reasons for the woman's descent into despair. Once an expert pilot fell into this pit, they ceased to be strong. With their force of will rendered inert, there was no way they could use their strength to empower their mechs. An expert pilot without resonance was just a very skilled mech pilot. While they still retained their superhuman level of skill and insane learning ability, they were as frail as mortals. The woman's force of will was so silent and listless that sensors couldn't detect it anymore. If not for his exceptional perception of spirituality, he wouldn't have detected a trace of this buried treasure in this forgettable farming settlement. Though her force of will had grown inert, she still carried the unmistakable presence of an expert pilot in his eyes. It was just that her abnormally subdued and defeated demeanor caused her to be overlooked by those who hadn't come into contact with expert pilots. Trying his best to maintain composure, VS carefully tried to engage the woman in conversation. "My name is Ves Larkinson. I'm a journeyman mech designer from the Bright Republic. What is your name? Where do you come from? How long have you been stuck in this settlement?" "I come from a military family with a long history of service. We are famed for producing expert pilots every generation." The woman refrained from speaking. Instead, her dull eyes bore down on him as if she was dead and nothing else mattered. His smile grew increasingly more brittle at the lack of response. If she was anyone else, Ves would have prodded her more directly. Yet, in the face of an expert pilot, he had to tread exceptionally carefully. Since he found a lost and unclaimed expert pilot in the wild, he was determined to have her as his own. He would not allow anyone to snatch this treasure from his nose. The Bright Republic could never find out. Having learned his lesson with Janzi, Ves tried to avoid giving any sign that he believed that the woman was an expert pilot. Ves merely babbled on a bit about himself and the Larkinsons. He referenced his family expert pilots rather frequently, though that shouldn't arouse any suspicions from the monitoring system that was doubtlessly built into this house. Seeing as the expert pilot was giving him the silent treatment, Ves paused his chat to look up her record through her calm. Divya Stark. Former military mech pilot. Former mercenary mech pilot. Citizen of a fallen state. Participated in the Sand War. Member of a mercenary corps which suffered defeat and annihilation in a battle against the Sandman race. Traumatized. Demoralized. Suffers from depression. Deteriorating physical condition due to lack of training and nutrition. Body suffers from chronic pain as a result of lingering battle injuries. In queue for physical treatment and therapy. Estimated wait time, 633 days. Unresponsive to AI-driven psychiatric treatments. Unresponsive to local group counseling sessions. In queue for in-person psychiatric treatment. Estimated wait time, 1,253 days. Declared unfit for combat. Divya Stark needed help. That had become clear to Ves. Sadly, due to the immense flood of refugees, the government's resources were far too strained. Providing intensive care and treatment to refugees was a luxury the government could not afford at this stage. Ves tried to refrain from grinning. The Bright Republic completely neglected the opportunity to approach Divya Stark and convert her into fighting on its behalf. How could he miss such an exceptional opportunity? He had to fill in the void right away before the government got wise. Madam Stark. He shifted his tone. As a brave and heroic veteran in the ongoing Sand War, I cannot allow you to languish in this boring refugee settlement. Why not come with me and allow me to arrange treatment and rehabilitation for you? The Bright Republic needs your strength. Humanity needs your strength. Though Divya Stark remained unmoved by his offer, he noticed a couple of minute reactions from her listless force of will. Calling her a brave and heroic veteran evoked a negative response. Mentioning that humanity needed her evoked a positive response. Though her fluctuations were faint, it was enough for him to get a read on her. Through the conversation, he already spent a lot of time to figure out the properties of her force of will. Its final response was the most telling. For just a single instant, her force of will showed signs of coming alive. Then, her despair quickly reasserted itself, crushing her hopes and dreams before they even had time to develop. His frown grew deeper as he witnessed what had happened. He could tell it wouldn't be easy to solve this problem. Stark's condition reminded him much of William Urbish's cowardice. The latter's fear of fighting actual opponents was so deeply rooted that it made him unfit for combat. Now that Divya Stark suffered from something similar, it wouldn't be easy to restore her to her prime. From what Ves heard about expert pilots who lost their heart, it was very hard for them to regain their strength. They needed to undergo a long period of counseling and rehabilitation. No medicine or treatment guaranteed success. They had to rediscover their reasons to live and fight. That might take years. The worst part about this was that success wasn't guaranteed. Expert pilots tended to be the strongest-willed humans in the galaxy. They were very clearly a notch above in this aspect. For them to suffer such a severe setback that caused their will to collapse was often enough to drive regular mech pilots to suicide. Did he have to resort to spiritual surgery in order to mend her crippled force of will? Ves minutely shook his head. That was too risky. The unusual condition of William Urbish after he underwent his treatment was enough for Ves to know that messing with people's minds and spiritualities was exceedingly dangerous. He could not afford to ruin an expert pilot beyond redemption due to performing hasty, untested spiritual treatments. He decided to figure out a solution later. For now, he wanted to secure this buried gem and prevent anyone else from picking up this immense bargain. Have you considered it, Madam Stark? Get out, she whispered. Ves shrugged and turned to Gavin. Motioning him to step forward, he whispered some instructions in his assistant's ear. Go set up a charity organization in my name. Let's call it something pleasant such as the Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans or something. I don't care how many bureaucrats you bribe, but get it up and running as fast as possible. Once you've set it up, announce that we will be taking 10 random veterans of the Sand War among the refugee population and invest in their treatment. A charity? You! Have you gone insane? Gavin puzzlingly whispered back. Just do what I say, Benny. Make sure that Ves Stark is among the first beneficiaries of my charity. Set aside a budget of 1 billion bright credits to show that I'm committed to this venture. I don't think Ves Stark looks willing to accept your generosity. Ves chuckled under his breath. She doesn't have any say in the matter. They proceeded to set up the so-called Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans within an hour. With the LMC's immense influence in Cloudy Curtain, it hardly took any effort to turn it into a real, certified charity organization. Now that the foundation became a recognized entity, Ves began to apply his influence to the mayor of the settlement and elsewhere. He quickly explored the settlement and picked out 9 random mech pilots that desperately needed treatment. He even gave up 10 slots in his recruitment quota to gain permission to take them away. He ordered a shuttle to pick them all up and bring them back to the mech nursery. Though the veterans he selected were more than willing to receive free treatment and rehabilitation, Ves Stark was a different story. This was where his foundation came in. If Ves wanted to take Ves away by force, then he wouldn't be able to do so. Yet now that he founded a charity, he could easily use it as an excuse to bring this unwilling mech pilot away for the greater good. Though everything sounded a bit dubious, the mayor of the settlement and the officials in charge of managing the refugees didn't care. They were so overworked that they could hardly spare any thought to the wishes of a single refugee. Ves Stark had fallen into his hands. Chapter 1597 Ves the Philanthropist. Naturally, Ves Stark objected to being taken away by a stranger. She wanted nothing more than to wallow in her depression in her bare and lifeless accommodation. She even fought back when a pair of guards from the Avatars of Myth arrived to take her away. Of course, expert pilot or not, without her mech and force of will, she was no match against armored guards. A spray of sedatives in her face was enough to knock her out. Take her away, boys, Ves instructed as he watched his guards put her on a floating stretcher. Make sure not to harm her or allow her to hurt herself. Restrain her if needed. I'll take care of all the repercussions. Though his insistence on treating an unwilling patient seemed odd, Ves didn't care. This was an expert pilot. An undetected one, at that. No matter how far he had to go, he was determined to claim her as his own. As for pissing her off, Ves would deal with it later. He was confident he could melt her animosity, as long as he found a way to reignite her will to live. As Ves and his entourage boarded their own shuttle and left the farming settlement, they spent some time in fleshing out the charity. What's so special about that refugee? Gavin couldn't help but ask. You clearly set up this charity solely because you wanted to recruit her. What makes her worth all of this effort? Ves smirked at him. As a Larkinson and a mech designer, I have a good eye for mech pilots. While she's far from her prime, I can already tell that she can be an asset to me. She's very special, so I want my charity to give her the highest care that we can provide in-house. You're not planning to send her to a medical center? I'm not letting her go, he stated. Make sure to beef up our treatment capabilities. If the medical facilities of the LMC, the living sentinels or avatars of myth aren't enough, then we'll set up a separate facility. Please expand the charity and make sure that it has a fully qualified staff and all the necessary equipment to treat wounded veterans. The Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans had been set up so hastily that it didn't even have a director or a single employee to its name. It was literally an empty shell that existed only in the databases. During the flight back to the mech nursery, Ves and Gavin called numerous people to turn the foundation real. From contracting a construction company to erect a headquarters in a matter of days to hiring dozens of doctors, nurses, and administrators, Ves and subordinates worked frantically to turn the foundation real. Even without asking assistance from the Tovars, his existing influence was already strong enough to smooth over any bureaucratic hurdles that could delay the operation of his charity organization. Within a day, Ves easily managed to obtain the countless permits, medical licenses, and certifications required to run a legal charity in the Bright Republic. Certainly, no one thought much about the foundation. Everyone else thought that Ves was merely engaging in an act of noblesse oblige to enhance his reputation. Being known as a philanthropist was a good way to sanitize one's standing in the public. Even the biggest scumbags in the galaxy could turn into generous do-gooder after a decade of investing in good works. It didn't even matter if the money spent on redeeming their reputation was earned through death and fire. So long as the crime happened earlier than the act of generosity, then the notoriously forgetful public would inevitably forget about the former. Ves knew that a lot of members of society engaged in charity for that reason. Though running a charity was a significant burden, nobody begrudged the money spent on this venture. Philanthropy was one of the few ways where wealthy people could directly convert money into reputation. They didn't need to spend any further thought on their charity. As long as they put the right people in charge, the charity practically ran itself. Of course, a charity could also explode in their owners' faces if they put the wrong people in charge. Stories of mismanagement, embezzlement, and abuse ran rife in the news. To prevent his Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans from erupting into scandal, Ves needed the right director to take the helm. Since your charity is centered around healing veterans, why not put a Larkinson in charge? Gavin suggested. Ves already considered this suggestion for a while. I'm not sure. It's a good idea on the surface, but the best ones to put in charge are the older veterans in my family. I don't want to appoint a director I can't control. He wanted someone principled enough to run the foundation well. He wanted someone flexible enough to keep Devia Stark in their care despite her vehement objections. Keeping an expert pilot captive against her will was very problematic, after all. Fortunately, her force of will had practically become brain dead, so the sensors built to detect resonance strength wouldn't sense anything remarkable. Even so, if not for his supposedly benign intentions, he would never get away with treating someone against his will. As Ves considered various names, he realized that he didn't really have a close ally and confidant within the family. Though he was close to cousins such as Melker and Melker, all of them possessed their own principles. They wouldn't compromise their beliefs of what was right in order to help Ves perpetrate something iffy. Ves rubbed his head in thought. It was impossible to get what he wanted. The best he could do was to select a sycophant and impose strict restrictions on where the Foundation's money should be spent. "I'll find someone when I get back to the Cloud Estate," he muttered. "There are so many retired Larkinsons hanging around in my home that one of them is bound to be interested in running a foundation." For now, Ves had no worries about Devia Stark running off due to the necessity of treating her lingering battle injuries. Though they weren't life-threatening, they still caused significant pain. Perhaps one of the reasons why Stark remained so locked in despair was because her injuries continually tortured her without reprieve. In order to liberate the woman from her pain, the doctors employed by the avatars of myth chose to put her to sleep. This bought Ves some time to strengthen his excuses for keeping Stark under his care. Unfortunately, he had so much to do that he could hardly spend enough time to fulfill all of his responsibilities. Between leading the LMC, working on the remaining 2 variants of the Desolate Soldier, preparing for his next design project, making arrangements for Dr. Lupo, setting up the Foundation in absence of a director, Ves was desperately short on time. He even stopped sleeping entirely in order to keep up with his work. After another sleepless night, Ves wearily dragged his body to the dining room at his mansion at the Cloud Estate. "You're running yourself ragged, Ves," Gloriana remarked with concern. "You have subordinates for a reason, you know. Why don't you delegate your responsibilities to others?" Ves waved aside her concerns. "It's okay. It'll be better soon. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson will soon arrive and be able to take the reins of the LMC. I've already interviewed enough retired Larkinsons at the Cloud Estate to make my final selection on the choice of director for my charity. The militant soldier is soon ready to enter the prototype phase. You should still take a break, though. I haven't seen anyone who works as hard as you. Even I never skip my beauty sleep." As the 2 lovers argued about his sleeping habits, their first breakfast dishes arrived. While Ves stoically began to shovel what appeared to be a bowl of oatmeal into his mouth, Gloriana froze in shock. "Wait a minute. This is not supposed to be on the menu." Confusion radiated from Gloriana as she inspected the strange bowl of oatmeal. It looked so abnormal that she instantly suspected that something had gone amiss. She placed a hand on Ves, stopping him from eating his meal. "Did you replace the chefs I brought here?" Ves looked puzzled. No." She slammed her palm next to her bowl of oatmeal. "Then how do you explain this travesty? This isn't made by your chefs?" "No!" Gloriana shrieked and pointed at their bowls. "Just look at these bowls! Where are my 6-sided bowls? And oatmeal? I've never added this plebeian course to our breakfast menu." Ves frowned and looked at his half-empty bowl. "I can't say much about the taste, but it's very filling. It kind of reminds me of a nutrient pack." "Erg!" Gloriana practically tore her hair in frustration. "Guards! Inspect the kitchen and bring the chef before me. I want to see who has the temerity to ruin my perfect breakfast." Moments later, the guards of the Glory Battalion dragged a familiar-looking man in the dining room. Dressed in a lab coat but wearing a chef's hat, Dr. Lupo looked completely fearless as he was being held by the arms by a couple of well-armed guards. "You! Who are you? Why are you in my kitchen?" The exobiologist smiled. "Why, I'm Mr. Larkinson's new chef. It was my turn to cook breakfast for the 2 of you today." Ves scratched his head. "I don't recall assigning you as my personal chef." "Oh? But that's not what my contract says. You even confirmed my assignment as your chef just yesterday. Don't you recall the document you signed?" "If I recall, I signed a paper related to your new lab." Ves frowned. "I slipped in something extra." "Oh." Due to his immensely packed schedule, Ves didn't have the time to read every document. He merely skimmed them before putting his virtual signature on them in order to move on quickly. His negligence caused Gloriana to become upset. She glared at both him and Dr. Lupo. "Kick him out! I don't want to see this clown again!" Wait! Lupo shouted. "You're making a big mistake here. I'm not just a chef. I'm an expert in nutrition. Mr. Larkinson, how did you enjoy your first course? I made sure to import the most nutritious ingredients, especially for my new boss here. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Larkinson? That is a sign that the enriched ingredients are already working to reduce your fatigue." "Hold on for a moment." Ves raised his palm. "Don't bring him away just yet. He's my employee, not yours, Gloriana." Even if the Glory Battalion guards dragged him away, Ves could just bring him back. There was no point taking Dr. Lupo away for that reason. Though Gloriana was not amused, she reluctantly relented. "Halt! Let's hear what he has to say." When the guards released the man, Dr. Lupo bowed in gratitude. "Thank you. It was difficult to persuade your chefs to stand aside. I had to waive the agreement that Mr. Larkinson signed in their faces in order to gain access to the kitchen. I mean no offense, Miss Woden. Give me one reason to refrain from convincing my boyfriend from kicking you out." Gloriana crossed her arms. "Just look at Mr. Larkinson right now." When Gloriana turned to Ves, he had already slurped the final spoonful of oatmeal. I couldn't resist," Ves lamely explained himself. "Do you see how much he enjoys my craft?" Lupo grinned. "My dishes are products of science. I didn't just feed him with high-quality ingredients. As a specialist in nutrition, I treated each and every ingredient according to his unique physical and genetic conditions. Your meals are completely suited to pepper you up and bolster your health. Just sample my oatmeal if you want proof. Don't worry, they're completely safe." "You should really have a taste," Ves urged his girlfriend. "It's really delicious." She didn't immediately sample her oatmeal. Instead, she whipped out her multiscanner and made sure that it didn't contain any toxins or other dangerous substances. Only then did she lift a spoon to her lips. The moment she tasted Lupo's oatmeal, her eyes widened in delight. Chapter 1598 Sixth Offspring. Gloriana's personal chefs were highly trained and acclaimed in their craft. Their ability to manipulate ingredients and develop tasteful and sophisticated dishes was unsurpassed on Cloudy Curtain. Dr. Lupo, the new chef and exobiologist that Ves recently recruited from a refugee settlement, possessed different strengths. While he was not as adept in the culinary arts as an elite second-class chef, he was a very capable exobiologist. As a fully fledged biotech expert who specialized in nutrition, he created and modified his own ingredients. This gave him an unsurpassed ability to cook meals that were extremely delicious, nutritious, and fulfilling. Perhaps his biggest value was that he could study a person's precise physical and genetic condition and use the results to tailor the ingredients for maximum benefit. This was such a new concept to Ves that he quickly became intrigued. According to Dr. Lupo's boasts, his food was so beneficial that they could strengthen someone's health, appearance, and longevity over the long term. However, something like this sounded too good to be true. Ves soon became skeptical at Lupo's outlandish claims. "How much does your food actually affect our health? How many years longer will I live if I keep you on as our chef?" Lupo smiled sheepishly. "I'm still in the early stages of my research. For now, I've only started with studying ingredients that are already known to be nutritious and applied my own tricks to them. It will take some time and a lot of funding for my original research to bear fruit." "In other words, you're far from a senior in this field, is that right?" I'll become an authority in the field of nutritious solutions sooner or later. Believe in me, Mr. Larkinson. Ves shrugged and turned to Gloriana. What do you think? As long as Lupo doesn't poison us, I'm inclined to give him a chance. While she looked troubled, she was sober enough to recognize Dr. Lupo's value. After a moment, she came to a decision. I'll allow him to work in the kitchen as long as he's limited to ingredient preparation. I want my chefs to do the actual cooking. That sounded fine to Ves. He even added another suggestion. I'll also assign some guards to pay extra attention in inspecting the meals. The guards from the Avatars and Glory Battalion already subjected all the meals reserves for Ves and Gloriana to rigorous scans. To Ves, such a precaution was hardly necessary. His metabolism was so abnormal that he could easily digest most types of exobeast flesh without any problem. Unfortunately, Gloriana was not as robust. Though her extensive genetic modifications and other augmentations made her much less susceptible to poisons and other toxic substances, she was much closer to a baseline human than her boyfriend. If someone as smart as Dr. Lupo really wanted to kill Gloriana by poisoning, then he just had to develop an ingredient that was deathly without tripping any alarms. This was why Ves posed an additional demand to Dr. Lupo. Don't use any customized ingredients without verifying their safety and effectiveness in lab conditions, he ordered. I'll make sure my guards are capable of distinguishing between authorized and unauthorized ingredients. What? That will take weeks, if not months. Shut up. You'll accept this term, or you can kiss your generous budget goodbye. Dr. Lupo had no choice but to acquiesce. Though he didn't know Dr. Lupo for long, Ves already figured the man out. He was just like any other obsessive researcher. As long as he enjoyed enough time, funds, and facilities to pursue his research, he would agree to anything. The extensive background check that Crinden performed on Lupo did not identify anything worrisome about his loyalties. His previous school and employer were normal companies that no longer existed once the Sandmen overran their facilities. Lupo also didn't appear to share any relations to fringe groups such as the Five Scrolls Compact. While Lupo's obsessive tendencies strayed fairly close to uncomfortable territory, he was not as extreme as Dr. Jutland. Since Ves required the services of a high-caliber exobiologist, he was inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt. He just had to make sure to curb Lupo's enthusiasm with sufficient checks and balances. Once this morning incident ended, they commuted to the Mech nursery. There, Ves and Gloriana first paid a visit to the Avatar's recently upgraded medical facility. Ves paid careful attention to Devia Stark's ongoing physical treatments. We have made fair progress in treating our patient's injuries, a doctor reported to Ves. She should be ready to wake up within 2 to 3 weeks, depending on any complications or adverse reactions that might arise. Take your time and be thorough. Madam Stark is one of the first beneficiaries of my charity. I don't want any of the veterans I've selected to die under our care. Is that understood? The doctor gulped. We shall do our best, sir. As the doctor moved away to supervise Stark's ongoing treatment, Gloriana turned to Ves in confusion. I didn't object to your decision to start a charity. I think it will do good in increasing your reputation, which will only make you more pleasing in the eyes of my dynasty. I'm just unsure why you've diverted some of your precious time to check up on this refugee's condition. Devia Stark is not just a pity case, Gloriana. She's a future asset. Don't you see? Gloriana peered through the transparent wall and studied Stark's unconscious body for a few seconds. She must have been a decent mech pilot in her prime, but she hardly appears to be exceptional now. Her injuries and lack of physical conditioning has deteriorated her body so much that she's not fit to pilot mechs. While I can't judge her skill and mental state, they are bound to have degraded as well. While this wasn't a strict rule, a mech pilot's health was roughly correlated to their piloting ability. A mech pilot with a healthy body could bear a lot more strain. A fit and healthy body not only enhanced a mech pilot's fluency in combat, but also allowed them to maintain their peak condition longer. As mech designers, both of them already knew this. In fact, both of them were also much more capable of assessing mech pilots than other mech designers. Ves grew up in a military family with lots of mech pilots. Gloriana systematically studied the mental and physical properties of mech pilots in order to advance her design philosophy. Yet even after several minutes of studying Ves Stark's medical data, Gloriana soundly dismissed the refugee as an ordinary wounded mech pilot. "I don't see what you like about this mech pilot," she frowned. "Some of the other veterans you've rescued from the refugee settlements are much more promising. They only require a month of rehabilitation before they're ready to join your avatars or sentinels." Ves cared nothing about the 9 other wounded veterans he wasted his valuable recruitment quota on. Their only purpose was to give his charity something to do and obscure his reason for forcibly taking Ves Stark away. "There is more to Ves than you realize. Perhaps you should study her more carefully." Gloriana shook her head. "You have some odd hobbies, Ves. You're not the only one who is busy. I don't have time to waste on this pet project of yours." Inwardly, Ves sighed. Gloriana's inability to discern Stark's true potential was a very hopeful sign that he could keep this treasure in his possession. Crippled or not, a real expert pilot was simply too valuable. Even if Stark opened her mouth and claimed that she was an expert pilot, with her inert force of will, not a single resonance detector would be able to prove her claims. Ves had already checked. She was so incapable of exciting her force of will that she was even weaker than an expert candidate. This meant that in everyone else's eyes, she was no different from a mortal. Though expert pilots were often seen as superhuman demigods, their physical bodies were no different from regular humans. Most of the time, a state invested in an expert pilot by paying for a significant amount of expensive genetic treatments and augmentations. However, Stark appeared to be a clear outlier, as she seemed to be a pure baseline human. That puzzled Ves a bit. How could any state, even an impoverished border state, neglect their expert pilots? Had this woman somehow advanced to expert pilot under the noses of everyone? Whatever the case, Ves was determined to solve this puzzle sooner or later. As the pair left the Avatar base, Ves asked a question to his girlfriend. "Have you ever worked on an expert mech?" "Not really." She shook her head. "What does that mean?" "While I haven't had the privilege of contributing to the design of an expert mech, I did enjoy an opportunity to assist in the design of one," she explained. "I mostly helped with testing, verification, and number crunching. It was an amazing experience. If the intended end user of the expert mech wasn't my older brother, the lead designers would have never allowed me to participate in this project." "Ah, I recall that your older brother is an expert pilot." "Yup. Brutus has always been the closest brother to me. I love him very much. It's too bad he's not happy about being born as a boy. He's always been obsessed about proving himself. That's probably why he managed to break through to expert pilot." Just like any other proper hexer, Constance Woden had 6 children. Gloriana was the youngest and the apple of her mother's eye. As a woman and the 6th child, she enjoyed a level of pampering incomparable to her other siblings aside from the firstborn. What Ves found very remarkable about her branch of the Woden dynasty was that Constance managed to raise both an expert pilot and a journeyman mech designer. Although the expert pilot was a man who was a few years older than Gloriana, it was still an impressive feat that provided Constance with a lot of acclaim. Hexer society regarded her as a model mother. Every child of hers went on to become exceptional in their chosen vocations. What makes an expert mech an expert mech? Ves asked. Besides the obvious, that is. Gloriana wistfully sighed. Expert mechs are very fascinating to me. You could say that my specialty is already geared towards designing expert mechs. It's impossible for expert pilots to leverage their abilities with a standard mech. Even if they're put in the cockpit of an expert mech tailored to someone else, they're only able to display a fraction of their potential. Expert mechs are custom mechs by definition. Exactly. She nodded. It's a shame that low-ranking mech pilots aren't as valued. It's always been my dream to give every low-ranking mech pilot the opportunity to buy a mech tailored to their piloting ability. There are way too many mech pilots to service them all, Gloriana. At most, you could develop a base model with a lot of adaptability. You could then develop a very advanced software suite that would accept all kinds of input about the mech pilot and let it churn a modified mech design that somewhat fits the customer better. She smiled ruefully at him. I've already thought about that. It's a potential solution, but way more complex than you think. A software suite can't possibly be as good as me in customizing a mech. Even if I somehow develop one that is, I'm not sure that it's wise for me to release it. Won't I be making myself obsolete if I do? I think there's much more to mech design than that. You'll doubtlessly be able to explore a way to distinguish your mech designs outside what an automated design suite can do. As someone who already handled a Terran auto designer, Ves knew what he was talking about. No matter how good these nifty software could get, they could never completely make a human mech designer redundant. Chapter 1599 The Sanctity of Duty. While Ves worked himself to the bone at Cloudy Curtain, elsewhere the Bright Republic began to enter the direst period of its existence. The full might of the Sandman race began to push against the defenses of the Bright Republic. Sandman fleets began to batter the star systems at the Bright Republic's border with the former Coman Federation at a frightening frequency. Even if the star system was only home to a couple of million people, the Mech Corps and the various auxiliary forces tried their best to hold the line. As long as the systems at the border held, the more populated and strategic systems came under much less threat. Intermediate star systems with populations in the billions simply couldn't be evacuated in a matter of months. In addition, allocating valuable ships to evacuation would not only waste valuable shipping capacity that could be used to supply the front lines, but also render a very valuable star system useless. For these reasons, the state had long ago decided to commit minimal resources towards evacuation. The only time when it would do so was if the situation had become unsalvageable. The only case where evacuation was warranted was emptying out the rural star systems at the border. With populations ranging in the hundreds of thousands to a few million people, it didn't take too much effort to lift them elsewhere. The state contracted many transportation companies to evacuate as many people from the border systems as possible. As for the more populated star systems where over 100 million people resided, the Bright Republic did not consider the trade-off to be worth it. While it was possible to empty them out entirely, it would take at least a few months to accomplish such a major operation. It cost too much to pull these people out. Instead, the war planners decided to double down on these vulnerable star systems by fortifying them to an insane level. A considerable amount of defensive platforms surrounded the populated planets. Every major city on the surface had undergone significant transformations to make them more sandproof. Even if the Sandmen managed to make landfall, they could still be beaten off by landbound mechs supported by a considerable amount of turrets and defensive emplacements. Due to the importance of the border systems, the Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps stationed entire mech regiments and starfighter regiments at these places. With thousands of mechs and thousands more starfighters ready to defend the Republic at its doorstep, the Sandman fleets failed to break through. Nonetheless, the defenders didn't grow complacent. The frequency of intrusion increased to the point where multiples of Sandman fleets arrived at the fortified border systems every day. The battles began to grow heated. Enormous laser strikes and multitudes of ballistic shells slammed against mechs and Sandman vessels alike. To the Sandmen, a scary amount of Sandman vessels perished every day, yet more arrived to keep up the pressure. To the Briters, attrition had begun to take its toll. Each battle, a handful of mechs and starfighter never returned. At most, the salvaging parties managed to collect the scraps that had flung away once a powerful laser beam punched through a fighting machine. Perhaps the only consolation was that the constant reinforcement of starfighters at the front alleviated the pressure on mechs. With the cheap and flimsy starfighters acting as cannon fodder, the valuable mechs which still served as the mainstay of the Bright Republic's military lasted longer. Though it seemed grossly unjust to sacrifice a multitude of starfighter pilots to preserve the life of a mech pilot, the Bright Republic had no choice. Against a basic Sandman fleet, the performance of a starfighter did not deviate too much from the performance of a mech. For example, at one star system, several mech companies joined forces with an entire starfighter regiment. The force adopted a grand formation of 400 mechs surrounded by 2,000 starfighters. Facing a combined fleet of 6 Sandman motherships and 36 Sandman escorts, the mechs and starfighters pounded the motherships one at a time. The fact that the Sandman admirals began to join forces instead of ignoring each other was another detrimental evolution. Even though the states that had fought against the Sandmen before had significantly reduced their numbers, the surviving Sandman admirals constantly grew wiser and more adept at warfare. When several of them moved as one, defeating them was not so simple anymore. Fire! Thousands of shells and kinetic projectiles slammed against a single mothership. The Sandman vessel shuddered as significant chunks of sand and exotic materials flew out in different directions. A gaping hole had formed which the Sandman mothership frantically tried to heal. Fire! Yet before the gap could be closed, thousands of rounds landed in the same hole, deepening the cavity and inflicting much more damage to the amalgamation. Though the Sandman motherships and Sandman vessels struck out their lasers with fury, only a handful of starfighters and 2 unlucky mechs got hit. Fire! The valiant defenders quickly battered Sandman mothership into pieces, giving no time for the Sandman admiral to evacuate. Dead? A victorious roar rang out in the communication channels of the starfighter and mech units. The fall of a Sandman admiral meant that its 6 escorts quickly lost control. Without high-level direction, the escort vessels drifted away from the combined Sandman fleet as they chaotically pursued different directions. If the remaining Sandman admirals gained some time, then they would have been able to convert these orphaned Sandmen. Yet that took time. The defenders weren't stupid enough to give the surviving Sandman admirals the time to beef up their numbers. Attack! 1 down, 5 to go! For the Bright Republic! We are the light in the dark! The sight of so many mechs and starfighters resisting the combined Sandman fleet appeared incredibly valiant to the scouting ships assigned to record the battle in extensive detail. The visual particle generators that the Bright Republic's forces adopted caused the performance of the machines to appear much more stunning. Wherever the stripes of humanity flies, the flame of civilization will never be extinguished. The thousands of starfighters and mechs flying backwards as they fired their weapons at the advancing Sandmen each released an iconic trail. Combined in an immense mass, the stripes combined in an enormous, semi-coordinated pattern that was shaped in the form of a torch. The symbol of the bright republic lit up the surrounding space. With the base of the torch depicted in white, and the oversized flame depicted vividly like actual fire, this humongous lifelike torch inspired every citizen that was watching the battle on the surface of the fortified planet. As long as one hand remains to lift up this torch, the bright republic will never falter. Hope sprung from this majestic sight. Almost no panic had spread on the surface of the planet since the Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps began to play around with the stripes of humanity. Even though the vapor trails served no actual purpose in battle, when used creatively, they served as excellent means to keep hope alive. The Valari Starhawks have promised to protect the lives of every civilian. Not a single innocent must come to harm. This is our promise. The 1st Valari Starhawks of the 4th Bentheim Division put up a valiant defense. After the fall of the first Sandman mothership, the second one fell at the cost of sacrificing a bunch more starfighters and mechs. The immediate reduction in effective Sandman forces caused the pressure on the human forces to decrease. With the disparity in numbers widening, the outcome of the battle had already been set. All 4 remaining Sandman admirals perished one after the other, and their orphaned escort vessels easily succumbed against the organized human starfighters, which impeccably whittled them down at their leisure. Standing by in the cockpit of his recently developed expert mech, Captain Ves Larkinson witnessed the end of the battle with a touch of relief. His glittering Comet expert mech remained in the hangar bay of the fleet carrier throughout the battle. His intervention wasn't needed this time. An unsettling emotion soon affected his mood as he looked at the stripes of humanity. Since when did the military turn into a giant circus troupe? He knew the origin of the stripes of humanity which inspired every human in the states swept up in the Sand War. His cousin's gimmick looked so mesmerizing in the battlefield that every participant in the Sand War quickly adopted the cheap module that generated the stripes of humanity. Many Larkinsons took pride in this accomplishment. Ves Larkinson managed to influence the direction of the Sand War with a single invention. Along with the sudden proliferation of the desolate soldiers, the reputation of the Larkinson family had skyrocketed to the forefront of everyone's minds. The amount of attention that the only successful mech designer of the Larkinson family sucked up was so immense that every other notable Larkinson had become side characters all of a sudden. Ves Larkinson did not mind the lack of focus on him. He was an expert pilot, and his will was incredibly firm. He did not chase after fame, glory, honor, or reputation. He merely wished to do his duty and protect the bright republic. He wanted to continue the legacy of his predecessors and stay true to the name of the Larkinsons. Yet thinking about duty quickly caused his face to sour once he thought about those newfangled desolate soldiers that were taking the state by storm. More and more private sector outfits began to field these middling mechs. Ganso saw nothing special about them. They were cheap, flimsy machines that performed no better than any other comparable mech in the market. Their only merit was their so-called glow. Having approached a couple of desolate soldiers during shore leave, Ganso's feelings on this popular new mech model had grown more complicated. What is up with those weird mechs? Though he heard some conspiracy theories about the new mechs, Ganso personally didn't buy them. He believed in the MTA. Since the powerful association allowed the desolate soldiers to be sold on the open market, the mechs were obviously not as harmful as everyone feared. The actual reason why Ganso did not welcome their introduction in the market was because of how easy it was for their glows to inspire duty. Duty must come from the heart, Ganso stated his beliefs. When duty can only be compelled through the use of a tool, can it still be regarded as duty? In his own perspective, the so-called glow that inspired duty was nothing more than an abomination which turned the people affected by them into sheep. Their mech pilots most of all became a lot more obedient to their superiors, to the point where they didn't object to being treated as cannon fodder. They also behaved disturbingly orderly, as if they were nothing but virtual intelligences that followed their instructions to the letter. "Are they still even humans?" Ganso muttered in vexation. The proliferation of desolate soldiers cheapened the sanctity of duty. By making it so easy to induce, true soldiers and warriors got mixed up with amateurs who only persisted in battle with the help of artificial courage. Everything was starting to become more and more fake, and it was all the fault of Ves Larkinson. Even if Ganso had no intention of piloting his cousin's mechs, he simply couldn't escape the richest Larkinson's influence. Yesterday it was the desolate soldiers. Today it was the stripes of humanity. What would his greedy and power-hungry cousin push into his face tomorrow? Through his connections with the higher-ups, Ganso already got wind that his cousin would soon release a military variant of his desolate soldier design. Once that happened, the Volari Starhawks might very well field a number of those mechs, even though the Starhawks absolutely didn't need any additional encouragement. Just the thought of it increased Ganso's frustration. "If not for this stupid crisis, I could have forced the steering committee to make a choice by now. It's not enough for VS to corrupt the Larkinson family." How long would it take for the Larkinsons to become known for their mech designers rather than mech pilots? "Our heritage and traditions must be preserved, one way or another." Chapter 1600 Natural Counter. Not a single Larkinson remained unaffected by Ves Larkinson's meteoric rise to prominence. Now that he designed an incredibly popular mech and earned an immense amount of money, the Larkinson family no longer resembled the Larkinson family of the past. While the changes provoked a lot of discussion among the Larkinsons, the Sandman crisis occupied most of their time. Whatever Ganso and his faction of like-minded Larkinsons thought, defending the Bright Republic came first. Many other fortified star systems came under threat. While the Sandmen dispersed their forces along the entire length of the border, their numbers seemed inexhaustible. If not for the first and second line of defense slowing down the Sandman offensive, the Bright Republic wouldn't have been able to bolster the defenses of the border system. Along with the plentiful amount of orbital defensive platforms, the gradual reinforcement of starfighters granted the overextended mech corps a great amount of relief. Casualties among mech pilots had plummeted, even though their lives had only been preserved at the cost of the lives of hastily trained starfighter pilots. The Bright Republic didn't care. The state could draw from an immense pool of manpower to replace the lost starfighter pilots. By simplifying the designs of their starfighters and automating many complicated functions, even an office worker could be turned into a suitable starfighter pilot. Though their training standard was barely better than a kid who casually played an immersive starfighter game, that was enough to resist basic Sandman fleets. Yet, what if the Sandman fleets adopted a different configuration? What if the Sandman admirals that followed their directive to sweep through human space became more inventive? In one star system defended by the Apocalypse Heralds, a humongous Sandman monolith advanced indomitably towards a planet populated by billions. With so many lives at stake, the Apocalypse Heralds were just one of many forces assigned to defend this critical border system. Yet the immense firepower unleashed by their numerous medium to heavy artillery mechs caused them to take on the leading role in this battle. Unleash the apocalypse on the Sandmen. Let them know that their extinction is at hand. The Apocalypse Heralds modified their powerful heavy mechs to better cope against the aliens. All of their laser weapon mounts had been removed and replaced by kinetic or ballistic weaponry. Though it was very cumbersome to modify so many heavy mechs, the Apocalypse Heralds employed sufficient mech technicians to transform all of their mechs in time to defend against the main waves of Sandman intruders. With the help of their immense ammunition capacity, their ranged mechs had become the worst nightmares of many of the Sandman fleet that intruded in this star system. "We are the bane of the Sandmen! We are the doom of every alien!" Ever since a detachment of Apocalypse Heralds arrived at this border system, the Sandmen never managed to cross into the inner system. The heavy mechs unleashed such prodigious firepower that not even the biggest Sandman mothership could last against weapons powerful enough to annihilate entire asteroids. Unfortunately, this time was different. The latest Sandman fleet to barge into this border system adopted a very different configuration. Not only did the fleet combine the strengths of at least 9 Sandman admirals, they all adopted a different configuration. "The Sandmen have adopted a swarm configuration. Damn it! There's too many of them. My sensors can't even track how many of them are buzzing around." An immense swarm of small, shuttle-sized Sandman drones advanced relentlessly towards the inner system. The first defenders already tangled against the swarm, but aside from swatting a large number of inconsequential Sandman drones, they failed to affect the overall strength of the swarm. Only until the defenders consolidated their forces did their attacks begin to hurt the Sandman swarm. Yet their preliminary success did not cheer up the mech and starfighter pilots. Instead, a feeling of creeping doom built up in their hearts as they waited for the inevitable. This was not the first time humanity encountered the swarm configuration. Different from basic Sandman fleets, the swarm accelerated much faster than normal. One of the lessons that Sandman admirals learned when fighting against human forces was that speed mattered. The faster they moved, the easier it was for them to engulf the mechs, starfighters, and carriers that hindered their invasion. Another lesson they learned was that this was no time to conserve their energy. As a race that depended highly on energy, inexperienced Sandman admirals tended to be very conservative in their energy expenditure. Even as their Sandman motherships fell apart, they were highly unwilling to waste more than 50% of their energy reserves. The story was different once they faced how difficult it was to defeat their human opponents on the battlefield. If the Sandmen didn't put in their full effort, then they could forget about winning the battle. The Sandman swarm the Apocalypse Heralds and their allies faced today held nothing back. Even if the swarm depleted 90% of its energy reserves, it could easily recoup its losses by devouring the rich energy sources of the highly developed planet orbiting the inner system. Wait for it! Get ready, men! The real fight starts at any moment. After an agonizing wait, the Sandman admirals finally issued their latest command. The entire swarm unleashed a swathe of weak but incredibly numerous laser beams. Thousands of mechs and starfighters had been struck by these lasers. Fortunately, the power behind these laser beams were very weak compared to the massive strikes that could easily take out an entire mech. The Sandman drones couldn't fire anything stronger. It was already admirable enough for them to match the power of a light laser rifle. The problem was that their firing rate was very prodigious. Every dozen or so seconds, the drones unleashed another salvo of laser beams, striking thousands of machines yet again. With their machine-like accuracy, only a portion of their laser beams missed. "We're taking too much damage! Fire at will! Whittle down the swarm as much as possible! The more drones we knock out, the more mechs and starfighters we'll save!" Facing a Sandman fleet in a swarm configuration was one of the worst nightmares of the soldiers and warriors at the front lines. Their increased mobility not only allowed them to close the distance faster, but also made them very hard to hit with projectile weapons. Even though the drones were so fragile that 1 or 2 knocks could take it out, they were so darned agile that even light mechs had to admit defeat. Not only that, but their incredibly loose formation meant that the powerful cannons of the Apocalypse Heralds wasted the bulk of their firepower. Against a larger Sandman vessel, their heavy mechs could easily damage 10 or 20 drones worth of Sandmen. Yet because the Sandman admirals dispersed their strength into tiny, disposable drones, each and every round wasted the bulk of their damage potential. Due to all of these reasons, the swarm configuration was actually superior in firepower, mobility, and defense. Against a large but cumbersome unit like the Apocalypse Heralds, its effectiveness skyrocketed. Unlike the stripes of humanity that gave the civilians hope, the swarm configuration's shower of laser beams impacted the defending forces like a rain of death. The worst off in this engagement were the starfighters. Small, cheap, and fragile, the starfighters lacked the mobility to confuse the Sandman's targeting methods and the resilience to withstand too many attacks. Even though the Sandman drones only fired very weak lasers, their volume and firing rate was incredibly powerful. Casualties mounted rapidly as the starfighter regiments faced their natural counter. Even though the mechs and starfighters hit back hard, too many lives and machines were being lost. The Starfighter Corps reaped what it sowed. By pursuing a strategy of fielding as much cannon fodder as possible, their pronounced weaknesses exacted an incredibly painful toll in this battle. Hundreds of starfighters succumbed after absorbing 5 or more hits. In fact, some starfighters even collapsed entirely if the Sandman drones just happened to penetrate their poorly armored cockpits. With the rapid rise in losses, the formation of defenders began to destabilize. The poorly trained starfighter pilots especially broke down first. They were too green and barely better than a civilian. Against an ordinary Sandman fleet where victory was almost assured, they easily remained confident even if a number of unlucky starfighter pilots got shot down. Yet now that a sea of laser beams pelted their fragile starfighters at a very worrisome frequency, their morale quickly dropped to rock bottom. Already, more than 50 starfighter pilots lost their nerves and turned around to flee the battle site, leaving their comrades in the dust. Even though they couldn't flee very far due to their limited reserves and lack of FTL capability, humans who broke down a battle didn't pay attention to logic anymore. They only obeyed their primal instinct to flee. With the sudden and chaotic departure of so many starfighters, the formations they left began to destabilize even further. This is bad. We have to bolster the starfighter regiments before their pilots crack. Just as an entire wing of starfighters showed signs of succumbing to the fear of death by laser, an astounding heavy mech with glowing wings positioned right in front of them. Its massive polarized tower shield soundly resisted the weak lasers targeting the craft piloted by the wing commander. "Get your act together!" Ves Larkinson shouted as her scarred shield of Samar continually resisted laser beam after laser beam. "There's nowhere you can run once the swarm sweeps over this entire star system. Our carriers won't evacuate any cowards who abandoned their comrades when they most needed your help. Hold the line and keep firing your weapons!" Her intervention managed to sober up the wing commander, who quickly rallied his men. Though the wings still appeared a little shaky, Janzi could not afford to coddle them any further. Her shield of Samar slowly flew elsewhere as she spotted another faltering starfighter wing that already lost half their numbers. Unfortunately, she was just a single mech pilot. Even if she was a promising expert candidate, in a large-scale battle against the swarm configuration, her ability to affect the outcome of the battle was too small. "Come on! We have to hold! Billions of innocent briders will die if we don't hold!" While the casualties among the starfighters reached the hundreds, the swarm configuration did not fare that much better. The number of drones visibly dropped with each passing second. Their rain of lasers grew lighter, thereby reducing the pressure on the defenders. Yet because so many starfighters had fallen and more were getting struck every moment, the intensity of the battle was still incredibly high. As long as the starfighter regiments held formation, the Sandman swarm would inevitably run out of drones. We have to endure. Don't give up too early. We've almost reached the light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, the shaky starfighter pilots, most of whom used to be laborers, shuttle pilots, customer service representatives, and the like, had already reached the brink of their brittle courage. Just as the surviving starfighter units reached their tipping point, the desolate soldiers that used to fight in the center of the formation had finally dispersed to cover the bulk of the starfighters. A surge of duty and obligation filled every shaky starfighter pilot's heart. The glow affecting their moods banished some of the terror that threatened to overwhelm their minds. Do your duty, pilots! The battle is not yet done! Though the desolate soldiers couldn't prevent every starfighter pilot from breaking down, their intervention nonetheless prevented a complete rout, at least for the moment. With the desolate soldiers propping up the shaky starfighter units, the defenders persisted long enough to strike a number of Sandman emeralds, thereby severely weakening the already diminished Sandman swarm. The battle had turned for the better. We've won! It was a costly victory. At the end of the day, the starfighter regiments lost over 1,000 spacecraft. The Bright Republic hadn't lost so many machines and pilots in the Sand War until this battle. If not for the crucial intervention of the desolate soldiers deployed by the local planetary guard, the battle could have taken a much more awful turn.